What's up? Welcome into Chat Sports. Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. The 2023 NBA Draft is finally here. Well, 2 hours away. As you know, some other networks out there, Chase, they kind of just tee it up right around tip-off time, if you will. We're here 2 hours early because that's what we're about, getting you caught up on the latest rumors. We'll hit all the trades that have happened and just get you ready for what should be an awesome night for the 2023 NBA Draft. Chase, welcome. Should be a fun night.
Should be an awesome night. I was thinking about this. I've been here a couple of years now. This will be my third NBA draft alongside you for all of them. And to go live 2 hours before, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to go through our big board. We're going to break down some of these prospects. But there was also a massive trade that happened today as Chris Paul got traded from the Wizards to the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about that and really relay any NBA rumors that are surfacing because we have you covered all throughout the night with the best NBA draft coverage here on YouTube, but also it's NBA rumors season here. We'll talk about that as well.
So shout out your city. Let us know where you guys are watching from, and we will get you some shout outs as well, as we already have almost 200 people watching. I see a banana splat. No need to spam, but we appreciate you watching. Oscar, how long until the draft? There's the countdown clock right below us there. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's see here. Paul for Poole. Wow, yeah, we're going to talk about this Chris Paul-Jordan Poole trade here in a moment, Chase.
Yeah, going to talk about it. And look, it's interesting for a couple of reasons, right? Golden State obviously gets a little bit older. They don't have the scoring punch any longer from Jordan Poole. They do have a primary ball handler, though, who's going to really be able to help out Steph Curry and ease the playmaking burden and take some of that pressure off of his shoulders. Also, Steph Curry is completely capable of playing off ball. In fact, I actually think it makes this Warriors offense a little bit more diverse. And can Chris Paul bring the best out of a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, who's really been grinding this offseason? I've seen some of the workouts. He looks really good, trying to grow his tool package to a certain degree. It's $30 million for a guy who might not even start, but for Chris Paul, he has to be excited about the opportunity to chase that NBA championship, and I do think that he adds an element to this Warriors team that they don't have. Now, have they gotten smaller and older, as I said? Yes, but it makes them an interesting player here in the Western Conference once again.
A few shout-outs, and then we'll discuss that further here in a few moments here. King Higgins out in Los Angeles. We got Clayton in Jackson, Mississippi. Uptown Dre in Washington, D.C. Guy is in his room. Nice. Naples, I'm born in Philly, raised in Ireland. That's what's up, Banana. We got OKC standing up. Rashard Lee here in Dallas. That's where we're based here at Chat Sports. Philly, baby, from Will. We got Seth in Milwaukee. Thunder Up from Leon. We got Karheem in Boston. Let's see. Dakota in Portland. Hector in Douglas as well. Let's talk more about this trade now, Chase. Chris Paul landing in Golden State, and what I would consider a pretty big shocker. I mean, I think we were kind of all in wait-and-see mode on what was going to happen with Chris Paul. I think we all figured, well, he's not going to play for the Wizards because they're either going to buy him out or find some sort of a trade partner. Did not foresee Golden State coming in and bringing on the veteran point guard. Obviously, Jordan Poole going to Washington. We can talk about that side of it as well.
Yeah, so with Chris Paul, if he were to stay with the Wizards, could it kind of be a reboot and them staying somewhat competitive on the fly like the scenario that came to fruition when he went to the Oklahoma City Thunder? A lot of people thought that he wasn't going to play a game with OKC. He goes there. They're really, really competitive, and he did a good job of really turning around that OKC culture. But I think the Warriors are in this mode where they want to chase this championship right now, and that's why they're going to bring in Chris Paul to add another playmaker and really mature at that point guard spot, and they're going to bring in a player who has an extraordinarily high basketball IQ, oftentimes makes the right decision with the basketball. That's what Jordan Poole didn't do. He'd take ill-advised shots that would be head-scratching for Steve Kerr and really halt the momentum sometimes of this Warriors offense, but also he would turn the basketball over a lot. I thought that CP3, if he stayed in our nation's capital, would have done a good job of helping to turn around the Wizards, but they're going to tear this thing down, rebuild it back up, and for Poole, he gets a great opportunity here. I really think he's going to get between 20-25 shots per game for a couple of reasons. He's capable of handling that scoring depth, right? But also, there's not a lot of players on that Wizards roster who could put the biscuit in the basket. Jordan Poole will be their go-to guy. I imagine Kyle Kuzma's going to leave as well. So Jordan Poole, Corey Kispert, Johnny Davis. They're going to have this young core and rebuild with some assets on the fly.
Yeah, and, real quick, the Jordan Poole side of it, you got to wonder now, going back to that Draymond incident before this past season, they were not going to play together next year. I know they said there was a report that came out, they can coexist, and, the Warriors can run it back with that too. I never bought that for a minute. I think that lingered throughout the season. So now he gets to be kind of the guy, right? Yeah. I mean, he gets to go to Washington, which, let's be honest, they're going to stink, but he's going to have a prominent role there. They have Tyus Jones, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how that rebuild kind of starts to look up in the nation's capital. Let's talk a little bit about the draft now, Chase. There's been a lot of shifting. We know that Victor Wembanyama is going to go number 1 overall to the Spurs, and they just had an interview with him and Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A., who we saw at the Super Bowl, Chase, is not a short guy. Wembanyama looks about 2 feet taller. I mean, it's truly unbelievable. He's going to go number 1. Miller, people have kind of thought is the pick for Charlotte. Woj reported that yesterday, but then kind of the sports book started to shift. Miller, Scoot Henderson, who do you think should go number 2 to Charlotte?
Yeah, it's funny because Stephen A. Smith, Victor Wembanyama was towering over him.
It's unbelievable.
Like, I interviewed Stephen A. when I was back at Temple. I'm 6 foot. He was taller than me.
Yeah.
And then to see Victor like a body length taller than Stephen A. Smith is pretty wild. We'll talk plenty about Victor, the French sensation, today. But let's focus here on who could go number 2 to the Charlotte Hornets. The early traction was Brandon Miller, but the most recent traction is Scoot Henderson, as he's vaulted up a lot of people's draft boards. Everywhere that he's worked out prior to the draft, he's blown everybody away. From an athletic profile standpoint, he does remind me a lot of Russell Westbrook. He's very quick from sideline to sideline. He has this unbelievable bounce. He's so twitchy with his athleticism. He is going to be a very good defensive player at the NBA level. You can make the argument his NBA body, it's ready right now. Now, I do think it's a little bit of an issue when a guy goes to the G League as compared to college when you talk about just getting traction. You don't get that notoriety. You don't get some of the same marketability as a Brandon Miller, who obviously stole headlines for some unfortunate reasons. But at the NBA level, would you rather have a combo guard who can be a point guard in Scoot Henderson, who can also play the 2, or a wing who can really score at all 3 levels, who doesn't have question marks with his shot like Scoot Henderson does? Scoot might be a Russell Westbrook. Brandon Miller, my comp for him, kind of a Paul George. I think you win championships often with guys who are wings, and I think that Miller is the better player because of the 3-level scoring ability. I think that if he adds to his frame, he can be a better defensive player. Really like the shooting stroke as well. I'm going with Brandon Miller. What do y'all think? Let us know down below in the comment section right now by typing BM or SH.
Yeah, and while you guys get some shout-outs, and I'll get some shout-outs, my quick 2 cents is my only question mark with Miller is his handle good enough to step in right away and be an elite isolation scorer? Yeah. I think that's a real question. I think that's something he's definitely got to work on. So we'll see how quickly he can kind of fine-tune that handle there. Boom Harper says Brandon Miller. So does Tim, Omar, JM Hoops, Scoot Henderson from Maya's World. Just go with best available Scoot. Yeah, I mean, I think I would lean Scoot if I was Charlotte, even though if you're just trying to build a lineup long-term, ideally you would pair a big-time wing with LaMelo Ball. But right. I kind of see what Sacramento did a few years ago. They took the best player available in Tyrese Halliburton, and sure, they ended up trading him, but they got pieces back, and Sacramento instantly became one of the best teams in the Western Conference, and they're trending up. So if you feel like Scoot is the higher upside player, then I do think you should draft that. You're not a Brandon Miller away. You're not a Scoot away if you're Charlotte. So I do think if you've come to the determination that Scoot or Miller, whoever you think is better, that's who you should take. Figure out the fit later because they're multiple pieces away, in my opinion.
Yeah, oftentimes you're going to go best player available. I do think that it's kind of a 3-player draft class here with Victor Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson, and Brandon Miller. And my point in saying that is that there's a pretty big drop-off probably to the Thompson twins after that. I like Cam Whitmore. I think Jordan Hawkins is criminally underrated. I think from day one, he's going to be a high-level scorer just because that 3-point stroke is absolutely beautiful.
Like the video if you're excited about tonight's NBA draft. We're about an hour and 49 minutes away, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 Central Time. Adam Silver will give his spiel, and then the San Antonio Spurs will be on the clock, and likely not for long as they're going to select Victor Wembanyama. But if you're excited about tonight's draft, hit that like button. We got over 500 people watching already. Only 87 likes. Let's get to 200 likes real quick. Come on. hit the like button. We get to 200 likes. We'll keep this train rolling here. So hit that like button. And once you do, let us know. We will get some shout-outs. Iron says, yo, Chase, is Morey hibernating? What the F?
Yeah, never sleep on Daryl Morey to make a move. Oftentimes he's very aggressive. He said just moments ago to NBC Sports Philadelphia that if there's a move that they can make to get into the draft, or if a team is willing to trade out of that second round to allow the Sixers to trade in, they're going to take those opportunities. I think it's important for them to maybe bring in a young player who might be able to give them some minutes right away, because the bench production and the bench depth is a little bit of a concern for Philadelphia.
Yeah, and I mean, you think last year, right? They get DeAndre Melton on draft night, so you know that you could see some kind of a minor move taking place for a team like Philadelphia. Helping us become the #1 watch coverage tonight, of course. Continue to like the video if you haven't. Also, share the video. All you got to do is click that share icon, share it on Twitter, Facebook, text it to your friends, your family. If they're interested in watching NBA draft coverage, we're going to be here all night, so that's a big help. Obviously, subscribe. We're at 340,000 subscribers and counting. The road to 350K is here, so we'd love to get there as soon as possible. And keep the live chat going. Get your thoughts in the comments. Chase and I will be giving you guys some shout-outs. So, again, like the video, share it, hit the subscribe button, and make sure you guys are keeping the chat flowing. Before we continue the draft conversation, we'll hit some of the latest rumors as well. If you want to donate to the program, this is our Super Chat menu tonight. All Super Chats get a shout-out. $5. We got the Happy Dads, the beers flowing tonight. We'll keep that going for you guys. $10, very simple. $10 Super Chat. We'll talk about your favorite team. We've got notes for all 30 NBA teams, so if you want us to talk about your squad, $10 Super Chat. $20, we'll take some shots, and then for $100, we'll either do a beer bong, Chase will shotgun a beer, we'll make it happen. So if you feel like you want to donate to the program, we would appreciate it, and we'll do some stuff for you guys.
We also have a Super Chat giveaway, too.
Oh, you want to tease that up real quick?
So to the person who sends the most amount of money all throughout the night through Super Chats, we have an NBA basketball that Harrison and I will sign, and then we'll send it to you. So that will go to our Super Chat MVP. For instance, if you send in $500, I'm not sure if anybody's going to beat that. And if that's the case and that holds throughout the night, we'll send you a signed basketball from us here at Chat Sports.
See Mike Dibble in the chat.
Mike Dibble's here.
Dibble's in the chat. He says, okay, good to know. All right, Dibs, we got you. We got you covered. Shout out your favorite team. Let us know who your squad is. And again, $10 Super Chat. We'll talk about your favorite squad. Brennan says, please pitch in together to get these men hammered. Listen, I'm starting for free. So if you want to expedite the process.
First $5 Super Chat that comes in, I'm cracking this.
Yeah, here we go. We're ready to go. Joseph says the Pelicans. Gia is a Warriors fan. So is Omar. Vincent's a Rockets fan. We got Pacers fan in there, Tim. They've got a couple of picks tonight. We'll see what they do. Schnazzy says, let's go Knicks. Our Knicks stream will be live at 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern. So if you want to go watch Marshall Green and the boys, youtube.com/Knicks TV. Jeremiah is a Warriors fan. Holden is a T-Wolves fan. Roy is a Spurs fan. Rep your squad in the chat. Rashard Lee is a Lakers fan. John Garcia rocking with the Spurs. Big night for the Spurs, Chase. I mean, they get to reset with Victor Wembanyama. Pretty special opportunity for that franchise.
Yeah, and for San Antonio, one of the most well-run and one of the best organizations, not just over the last 2 decades, but in the history of the NBA, really since the late 90s, when David Robinson and Tim Duncan were able to pair up, and they extended that prime with Manu Ginobili as well as Tony Parker. Steve Kerr back in the day was hitting big triples for San Antonio. Obviously, he's gone on to have a great executive career as well as being a head coach for the Golden State Warriors. But for San Antonio, they need a reboot like this. They need a recharge down in the southern portion of Texas. They've been a little bit mundane over the last several years, and they've been such an average basketball team. It's not like Victor Wembanyama is going to come in from day one and change the direction of that franchise to make them a championship contender, but over time they can get back into that championship window. And what better organization to go to than an organization that does a great job in prioritizing player development and a great culture, and I think Wembanyama should be elated that he's going to go to a situation like that. Now, will he end his career with San Antonio and Greg Popovich? Probably not. We'll see how long Pop is able to last there with the Spurs, but to start his career, it's one of the more ideal spots that he could go to because oftentimes a team picking number one is not a good organization.
It's also low-key, not a ton of pressure right away.
Yeah.
Like, if he's going to MSG
Small
or
media
something.
market.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. A couple super chats then. Do you want to get to Nick Roloff, a.k.a. Rolly's best available prospects? We'll bring him into the conversation as well as he's going to be a part of our coverage tonight. Jordan Roberts wants us to talk about the Charlotte Hornets. Hornets potential trades, Zion and Melo. So Zion Williamson and LaMelo Ball. So you're trying to pair LaMelo with Zion. You kind of look at the Hornets draft profile here, Chase. They got the number 2 pick, number 27 pick. I can't imagine Charlotte would dangle number 2 for Zion. I think that would have to be like 27 and future picks to bring him on board. There's no way I'm trading the number 2 pick for a guy who's been as injured as he has.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit shocked if that were to happen. I think that's a little bit too rich of an asking price. You do bring up a good point with that super chat as well. If you wanted to trade away LaMelo Ball and somehow bring in Zion Williamson, then you draft Scoot Henderson at number 2, and then you reset a little bit. Zion signed that extension, and then you'll have Scoot Henderson on that new rookie deal. I know LaMelo also signed that extension as well, but it'd be a little bit cheaper to take Scoot Henderson with that number 2 overall pick. But Zion and Melo, I think it'd be a great encore pairing if they're able to stay healthy. I have some concerns about, obviously, the brittleness of LaMelo, more so, though, with Zion Williamson as well. That's a team, though, good draft capital at number 2 and at number 27. I actually think those second-round picks are somewhat valuable at the NBA level, in which second-round picks are not often valued. I think you can get some veteran college players to come in and maybe help you right away as well.
Viking Beach Bum. Philly fan, so there you go.
Cheers, brother. I'm from Westchester, so Philly fan, unite. Let's go. Cheers to you.
Shout out to Viking for the 5, and of course to Jordan for the 10. Let's take a look at Rolly's best available, Chase, and then we'll get his 2 cents on some of these prospects as well. Victor Wembanyama, obviously, speaks for itself. 7'5", 220, excellent shot blocker. He can score around the basket, mid-range. He can shoot the 3 ball. The one question with him is his body frame going to hold up over an NBA career? If it does, you're probably looking at a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, you're looking at a Hall of Fame player who right now is so gifted, and to be 7'4", 230 at just 19 years old, there's a potential that he continues to grow. And he's one of the highest graded prospects in the history of the NBA, highest graded prospect since LeBron James. To see a guy that size, with that length, with that impact on both ends of the floor, who can shoot with touch, defend the rim, and then also kind of shoot from the outside, but put the ball on the floor to kind of get his shot off, it is just absolutely freakish, and that's why he's being talked about as a generational player. Earlier, we talked about Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson. I'm with Rolly. I think that Miller is the second best player in this draft class, and then you go to Scoot at number 3. After that, though, I do think there's a little bit of a drop-off. You could put the Thompson twins here. Rolly went with Anthony Black, and then it's the Thompson twins. Cam Whitmore is the youngest player in this draft class. I think that over time, he's going to have this two-way ability where he can guard at a really high level, and then he continues to add to his offensive arsenal. That would be ideal for him to have more of an impact on that end.
Reports of him potentially sliding as well, so we'll keep an eye on that tonight.
I think if you get him 10+, that's great value.
Stealed.
Because I really do think that at the end of that Villanova season, he started to come into his own a little bit. Too streaky and inconsistent as a shooter, but I don't hate the form.
I look at him and Taylor Hendricks like a team like the Dallas Mavericks at 10. They've been heavily rumored to trading that pick, but if one or both of those players is sitting there at 10, that makes me think twice if I'm Dallas. Like, I get trying to get a win-now piece, a more proven veteran to go with Luka Doncic and potentially Kyrie Irving as well, but there are 2 to 3 players, Chase. If I'm Mark Cuban, Nico Harrison, Jason Kidd, I heavily have to consider just taking that player at number 10, and I think that Whitmore and Taylor Hendricks would be 2 of those guys. Rolly, let's bring the man in, Nick Roloff, who kind of the jack of all trades here at Chat Sports, one of our producers, biggest college basketball junkie I know, and he's helped put together a lot of these scouting profiles. First of all, Rolly, welcome. Big night tonight. Let's talk about that number 2 pick debate, because I think that's the hot topic right now. Where do you feel like things sit in terms of what you think is going to happen, and maybe why you've got Brandon Miller just a tuck higher than a guy like Scoot Henderson?
Right, like Adrian Wojnarowski obviously reported yesterday that Brandon Miller is the prized or thought of pick from the Charlotte Hornets instead of Scoot Henderson. And then you got Shams today saying the Hornets are thinking of taking Scoot, and they're having second thoughts. So it's interesting to see the odds makers have shifted in favor of Scoot Henderson for the number 2 overall pick on our big board. You mentioned it. I am very high on Brandon Miller. I just think when you look in the NBA, you look for wings that can score the basketball, and you've really seen this league shift to a wing-dominated era. So if you're going to continue that basis, you've already got LaMelo Ball handling the rock, so why not go with the wing that could give you 25 a night? I know he said yesterday, a lot of people made fun of him for it, saying Paul George is his GOAT, but it's funny he said that because his offensive play style is very similar to Paul George. He doesn't have the handle and smoothness of George at this level, but he can develop that ball handling skills. He can get to his spot on the court, whether it be inside, the mid-range, the three-pointer. I really like Miller's offensive game. He's got good length. He could guard 2 through 4. I love Miller. And the one thing I come back to is Scoot Henderson. I have him a little bit lower than Brandon Miller, just the three-point shooting isn't there. His dribble pull-up in the mid-range is actually solid, but 27% from 3 from Scoot Henderson, I don't love that, and that's kind of why I have Miller over Scoot.
Yeah, I do wonder how much of that is the G League Ignite situation. It's not the most let's develop talent and really focus on fundamentals, if you will. Like, I actually think he would have benefited from playing college, but I do think that's interesting. You're still going to hear from Rolly here. You guys continue to get your thoughts. BM for Miller, SH for Scoot Henderson. I'll get some shout-outs here. You get beyond these guys, though, Rolly. Get outside the top 5 or 6. Who's a guy that you think isn't being talked about enough that could go somewhere in the middle of the lottery, potentially?
Yeah, I think a lot of people – I guess he's getting a lot of buzz right now. It's Bilal Coulibaly. I think he could go late lottery. Guy who's actually teammate of Victor Wembanyama at Mets 92. A lot of promise there. He's a developmental pick. So is a contender going to take him? Likely not. But a team that has a lot of time, like the Oklahoma City Thunder, do they go Coulibaly? Where they have a timetable that isn't win now, they can get that 8-7 seed next year's playoffs. But are they ready to compete for a championship? No. Coulibaly can be a guy that helps them in 2 to 3 years. Another guy I'm high on is Cason Wallace, the point guard out of Kentucky. Guards out of Kentucky always seem to hit in the NBA. He's a really good defensive player that I should get a lot late lottery buzz. And one guy I'll mention before we move on, another guy, Kobe Buffkin, lengthy guard out of Michigan. A lot of comps to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the way he moves with the size, works in the mid-range, gets to the rack, just needs to improve his three-point shooting. But Buffkin's got great length for a guard.
Cool. Good stuff there from Roland.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you had any more thoughts on
I thought that you were going to tee it up.
Picks.
But here's our ball, by the way, that we're giving away to our Super Chat MVP.
That's a good transition.
So, Rolly's talking about Bilal. I think Jordan Hawkins is a guy who should go potentially in the top 10. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I think that shooting is obviously coveted at today's NBA level, and shooting is something that translates immediately too. So if you could bring in a guy who probably has the cleanest stroke, who's played in big games en route to that national championship, who's going to be able to play right away and knock down threes at a consistent clip, and as he continues to develop that handle, like I see early Ray Allen comps. I'm not just saying that because they're both UConn. I think that Jordan Hawkins is a guy who should go in the top 10, and if he falls outside of the top 10, whatever team picks him up, it's going to be a massive win for them.
Lou says Scoot Henderson. Clayton's going Scoot. Robert Scoot. Trading going with Brandon Miller. Kevin going with Brandon Miller. A couple other B Millers in there as well. Lost World going with Scoot Henderson. One more thought, and then I want to recap some of these trades and maybe catch up on some of the latest buzz leading up to the draft. I'll tee this up for both of you guys. Is there a guy in the top 15 that you don't necessarily love? Someone that, the scouts, the chatter's been about them going top 10 or 15, and it gives you pause for whatever reason. Rolly, you can go first, and then Chase, you can follow up.
Yeah, I think there's someone that really comes to mind maybe not top 15, but someone who is just on that 16th, 17th range, and that's Jet Howard of Michigan. I have him 28th on my big board. A lot of people have him between 15 and 20. I just don't see it with Howard. He's a good shooter. Yeah, shot 37% from three at Michigan on 7 attempts, so he's able to have efficiency alongside volume. He just is a very bad defender, doesn't have good awareness or spatial awareness, and doesn't rotate well in Michigan. And you could argue, if you watch the Wolverines throughout their season this past year, that the Michigan team was actually sometimes better when he was off the court because he would take a shot and not get back on defense. So I don't really love Howard's game. I think he'll get picked decently in that 15 to 20 range because of his shooting, but I don't love his overall skills.
Yeah, I'm going to go Derek Lively. The offensive game really concerns me, and he's gotten a lot of comps to a Mitchell Robinson. But if you can't shoot as a big in today's NBA, I think that's problematic because you can get played off the floor, especially in some of these playoff games. I understand that he's a pretty solid defender who can protect the rim, but limited production at Duke, 5 points per game, 5 rebounds, 2.5 blocks per night. So he is a good rim protector. If he were to go somewhere where he's able to maximize his potential, I'm looking at a team like the Golden State Warriors. Look out for that. The Dubs have reportedly been interested in him, and if at some point they want to move off of Kevon Looney, he could kind of be that glue guy big, and I would like him going there because I do believe that that's an organization that's developed players, and they can really develop and bring the best out of him, but right now his offensive game really does concern me.
Subscribe to Chat Sports as we're going to be here all night, and really, Chase, this is kicking off our NBA just 2-3 weeks of just scorching hot coverage because the draft starts tonight. There'll be some fallout from that tomorrow. Then free agency starts next Friday. I mean, it's very quick here. So we're going to have you guys covered for all of it, starting with our draft tonight, which is an hour and a half and change away. So hit the subscribe button, tell a friend. We're going to have the best NBA coverage here on YouTube for the next couple of weeks. So don't miss out. Chase, myself, Rolly, the entire Chat Sports team, we are going to cover everything that is happening in the NBA. And speaking of which, let's hit some of these trades that have taken place leading up to the draft. This is kind of the first one a few days ago, Chase. The Nuggets moving up into the first round and an early second as well. They get 29 and 32 from Indiana. They ship out a first next year to the Pacers, and then the Pacers land number 40. Not a lot of analysis to break down here, but maybe Denver has their eyes on one or two players in that range late in the first round.
Well, that late first-round pick that they got last year, Christian Brown, ended up having a really good rookie season, had a couple of huge games against the Miami Heat in the NBA Finals, an energetic guard who can guard multiple positions, and there were a couple of moments throughout the NBA Finals in which he had a profound impact on the success of Denver. Pretty cool story for him, too. He's a back-to-back champion. Won with Kansas his final year in Lawrence, and then wins in his rookie season with the Denver Nuggets. They could get a player who's affordable when they're going to be a little bit cash-strapped moving forward at number 29, and then also get number 32 overall, maybe get an affordable player there who can get some rotation minutes for a team that's looking to run it back.
Maybe you pair 29 and 32, try to get into that early 20s range as well. Something to watch out for tonight. Lakers snagging a second-round pick here. They get the 40th selection. Indiana gets 47, and then the Pacers also get some extra cash in the move as well. So very minor trade here, but obviously the Lakers team to watch as, LeBron's not getting any younger. So every single offseason is very critical to that team's success as we progress here. And, of course, we talked about the Chris Paul trade, which was such a big one. We'll continue to dissect that move, what it means for the Warriors, what it means for Jordan Poole and the Wizards as well. So
let's talk about the Wizards really quickly, because there's a lot of people in the comment section asking about Washington. And this is really in totality the Wizards' haul for Bradley Beal and Kristaps Porzingis. If you remember, they basically reshuffled that entire front office. A lot of the Clippers members coming over to Washington. So in totality, the final haul here, and of course, these are the trade details that sent Kristaps Porzingis to Boston. Marcus Smart, the longest tenured Celtic, goes to the Grizzlies in kind of a Tony Allen-like move. Tony Allen really successful with that KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen championship team, who was their marquee defender. Marcus Smart won Defensive Player of the Year last year. He goes to Memphis, just like Tony Allen did. And then the Wizards receive Tyus Jones, Danilo Gallinari, and a 2023 second-round pick, 35th overall, as well as Mike Muscala. But in totality, you get Jordan Poole and Tyus Jones. It's going to be your backcourt. You get Landry Shamet, who's a decent shooter. You get 8 second-round picks, which I don't really care about. 4 first-round pick swaps, 1 protected first, and Jordan Poole's going to have a lot of opportunities to score the basketball. I think he's going to take between 20 and 25 shots per night, and because of that, he's going to average between 25 and 28 points per game. It's going to be a bad team, but a Tyus Jones, Jordan Poole backcourt, it could certainly be worse across the NBA. Tyus Jones was really, really good when Ja Morant was out, missing a lot of time the last 2 years.
I'll say this. If the Celtics get the Porzingis that played in Washington this year, they're getting a damn good player for their like a clear third guy behind Tatum and Brown.
Coming off the best year of his career,
mostly
too.
Healthy. Like, he doesn't have to be the first or second guy, which he was asked to be in New York. He was asked to be in Dallas, and injuries were a problem, inconsistent play. But if he could just be that consistent third piece, then that could be the missing piece that Boston's been looking for moving forward. And, yeah, losing Marcus Smart's a bit tough, but you've got Brogdon still. If he can get healthy, I think they'll be okay at that guard position. TJ Gaming with what equates to just over $5. Is the Turner healed happening or not? I heard GD Buss is hesitant to do this trade. It seems like the Beal-Turner or the healed-Turner buzz has been going on for years at this point.
Yeah.
We know the Lakers are going to look to shake things up. I mean, LeBron at the end of the year kind of sent that message of, I got to think about my future, which to me was like a message to Pelinka, like, hey, like, we got to the conference finals, but we got swept. We clearly are missing a piece or two here.
Yeah, so for Los Angeles, I think the biggest need is finding consistent point guard play. They had Russell Westbrook to start the year, and then they made that trade at the NBA deadline. They brought in D'Angelo Russell, who clearly isn't the answer.
No.
I'm interested to see what his market is going to be in NBA free agency because he's way too inconsistent. So if I'm Los Angeles, you need shooting a little bit, but not as much as you need a steady point guard there to help you out from a playmaking standpoint as LeBron gets a little bit older, entering his age 39 season. He turns 39 in December, and then Anthony Davis is always injured. Miles Turner defensively would be awesome because AD prefers to play the 4, and we saw how Nikola Jokic was able to give AD the work. You put Miles Turner on Jokic.
It's at least more challenging.
And he's led the NBA in blocks 2 seasons of the last 3. Then you become a little bit more interesting. The Lakers do hold the 17th overall pick. They could address big there. They could get a shooter there. Grady Dick falling there. Jordan Hawkins would be incredible. They also hold the number 40th pick in the second round as well. Last year's pick, Max Christie, didn't really like it after they traded up to get him.
Yeah, I do wonder if the Lakers were kind of sneakily hoping, maybe Washington buys out Chris Paul. We sign him. That ship has obviously sailed as he has been shipped off to Golden State. So if they are looking to add someone who can be that floor general, it's not going to be CP3. Now, how many trades will happen tonight? Let's say from this point forward. Obviously, a few have happened, but how many trades do you guys think happen tonight? I'll set the over-under at 5.5. 5.5 trades tonight, Chase. You thinking we're going higher than that?
There's going to be a lot of second-round picks, so I'm going higher.
Yeah.
Get traded, yeah.
There's always just random, like, second round, just like, we'll give you a 2028 second.
Smash the over.
Yeah. I think well, and the reason I'll go over is I continue to say this. It's not a good free agent group.
No.
So I still think a blockbuster trade or two could go down tonight involving some big-name players. Tim says under. Pots and Pan says over. 7 trades from Taheem. We got 50 from JD. That would be quite the night. Dakota says over. Holbrook going with over as well. Robert Bruce says 8 trades. Denise Royal says 5. We got over from Matty Ice. So we'll wait and see how it all comes together. We know this. It's going to be a hell of a night. Now, last year in the NBA draft, we had how many likes? 8,718, my notes are telling me here. Like the video. Let's beat last year's total and get to 8,718 likes. We're only at 220 right now, Chase. We got 1,200 people watching, so if everyone likes it now, well, we're 1/8 of the way there. So hit that like button.
Yeah, what we like to say is that we want to make this a liveliest atmosphere outside of being at the Barclays Center, right, in Brooklyn. So if you want to be a part of a draft experience that's fun, it's engaging, it's informative, and it's insightful, but you want more people to come here to make it rowdier, there's a way for you to do that all for free. All you got to do, show us some love by hitting that thumbs up icon and liking the video. 8,700 likes. That's a number that we can certainly beat. And don't you love competition? Because we believe here at Chat Sports, competition brings the best out of everybody. Let's make this the most watched draft coverage right here on YouTube. And I know that we're talking about the draft tonight, right? As it's an hour and 24 minutes away. But a monster, blockbuster trade transpiring this afternoon that caught a lot of us by surprise. Jordan Poole getting dealt was not surprising. It's just the fact that Jordan Poole got traded for Chris Paul. Golden State still in this championship window. Steph Curry, 35 years old. Draymond Green opted out of his player option. Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr entering the final years of their contracts. And Bob Myers, former front office executive who won 4 championships in 9 years with the Warriors, he left. So Mike Dunleavy Jr. with his first big splash at the helm of the Warriors front office, and he trades for Chris Paul. This is fascinating for so many reasons, Harry. I shared my thoughts a little bit earlier, and I'll share more thoughts, but first, you're going to open up the floor for you because I want you to kind of explain what you think about
the
this.
one word that comes to mind is fascinating because Chris Paul, to his credit, has played in some up-tempo offenses before and adapted. He played with James Harden under Mike D'Antoni in Houston. That obviously had a lot of success, couple of conference finals appearances, potentially a championship, had CP3 not pulled his hamstring against the Warriors in that series. But how does this look for Steve Kerr? Does he start Chris Paul? I think he's the sixth man. I think he runs that second unit. Yeah. We'll see what reserves they can get in there to run that second unit. I do think Draymond likely comes back, which means the tax bill for this team is going to be unbelievable this year. But I think Draymond comes back, so I think that starting 5 of Steph, Klay, Wiggins, Dre, and Looney probably stays the same. Chris Paul spearheads that second team, and they mix and match. I think at times him and Steph Curry will overlap, so it allows Steph to play off ball, which we know he can do. But I think it could be appealing in this sense, Chase, of Warriors are a ball movement, run and gun type of team. Well, maybe you show him a different look now with Chris Paul. Maybe you find a cheap lob man that can help play on that second unit. You know what I just thought of here, and people are going to laugh at this, but someone who I think would fit in really well coming off that bench as a lob threat, Dwight Powell. Free agent with the Mavs, not going to cost that much. You bring him in there to be that kind of backup center, 10 to 15 minutes per game. He's a good lob threat, playing with Chris Paul, pick and roll game. I think if you can find a big like that to pair with Chris Paul in that second unit, I think it's fascinating. I think you nailed it with the Poole stuff. He's just going to be free in Washington. Like, it's going to be the Jordan Poole show. I wouldn't be shocked if he was an all-star this year because he's probably going to put up some huge numbers. But I think all eyes are on the Warriors right now. How does Chris Paul get intertwined into the great success that Golden State has had?
Yeah, Jordan Poole, upon hearing the news of this, he loaded up the chamber and the flamethrower is ready to rock. And for Golden State, there's a couple of ways to look at this, right? From a play style standpoint, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense because Chris Paul likes to slow the game down and dictate the pace of him being the floor general. But with him coming in off the bench, is it a change of pace that's much needed for the Warriors, and he's not going to take the ill-advised shots that lead to poor possessions, and he's not going to turn the basketball over like Jordan Poole was prone of doing last year. And let's be real here. You can't knock Jordan Poole too much for a season last year. Everybody is clouded by the fact that he had a bad postseason run. 2 years ago, he was a critical component to awesome. Golden State winning that championship. And yes, Chris Paul's 38 years old, making $30 million, but let me say this. You only have him under contract for 1 more year. So that allows you to backload a Draymond Green contract extension. It could allow you to bring back Klay Thompson as well. And if Steph Curry wanted to get rid of Jordan Poole, who, by the way, averaged about 24 points per game when Steph was out, and he wanted CP3, you make that move to appease Steph Curry. He's 35 years old. The offensive burn has been so heavy for him. Now he can play a little bit off ball to save his legs, and it just adds a little bit of a different wrinkle. But I think the underrated aspect of this is that Jordan Poole signed originally last summer that 4-year, $128 million contract. So over the next 4 years, he's making a lot of money. 27, 29, 31, and $34 million. So you clear that up, and now you can backload some of these contracts where if you want to give Draymond Green that contract extension, you can do that, or you let him walk, and maybe you trade for an affordable player who can fulfill that role like a Ben Simmons. That's a possibility as well. I know that's pretty controversial to say, though.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with old Benny Boy there. Who wins the trade, or who won the trade? Golden State or Washington? Type GSW for the Warriors, WAS for the Wizards. It could end up being a win-win here. Where long term, it spearheads Washington's rebuild. And look, if Chris Paul can stay healthy, he's not what he was. But if he's your second-team point guard, that is one of the best backup point guards in the NBA, if not the best, despite his advanced age.
Yeah, I agree. Here's our Super Chat menu for tonight. If you do want to send in a donation or a tip, it's a rectangular box with the $sign right through it. And when you do that, it goes a long way in helping us build our staff, continue to give you free coverage like this, build new studios, but also we can put out more content as well. Our Super Chat menu, $1 will give you a shout-out. $5 will give you a beer cheers. $10, we will talk about your team. We've done that a couple of times already. $20, time to take some shots. $100, we'll do a beer bong or a shotgun. And to our Super Chat MVP who sends in the most donations throughout the night, we're going to sign this NBA basketball and send it your way. So that will go to our Super Chat MVP. We now shift gears to our best available players here with the NBA draft about an hour and 18 away. Harry, outside of Victor Wembanyama, who is the consensus #1 player in this draft, who is your favorite guy in this draft class? Might not be the best or the second best, but your favorite player.
Favorite's a tough one to answer. I will say this. I'll zag while you guys zig. I would take Scoot if I was Charlotte.
Right.
I just think he's the better prospect. If he becomes a good three-point shooter, which he wasn't this year, I understand that, but we've seen plenty of examples of 19-year-olds coming into the league shooting poor and quickly becoming good shooters. I just think an athletic profile like that could also become a good shooter is pretty appealing. If Brandon Miller becomes a very good ball handler and becomes one of the best isolation players in the NBA, I would shift my tune, but I got to see him develop that handle. But he's obviously a great prospect as well. A couple of guys I really like. Obviously, we live down here in Big 12 country. I think Grady Dick's a plug-and-play guy off the bench that can shoot. I mean, he's the best pure shooter for my money in this draft.
Kevin O'Connor compared him to Reggie Miller. I think that's a little bit rich, but plug and play, day one, defense and offense, I like him.
40% three-point shooters out of college is pretty rare.
Yeah.
You don't see it often because guys are still developing their shots. And then I'll also mention my biggest wild card in this entire draft, and I want to get Rolly's thoughts on this as well. We'll bring him in here in a second. I don't think there's a bigger wild card in this entire draft than Keontae George. I think we could look back in 3 years and be like, yep, he's a top 5 player from that class. Or he's unplayable. Like I really think it could go either way. He's that talented and explosive, but I think there's a lot of questions between the ears. Is he the smartest player? Is the basketball IQ where you need it to be? He took some brutally bad-timed shots for Baylor last year, but then he'd also have some 30-point games to win some games. So I think he's a fascinating prospect, and we'll bring Nick Roloff back in here real quickly. And Rolly, anything to add to Keontae George? I think he's a pretty big wild card player here tonight.
Yeah, it's another player that I'm honestly higher on more than most in this NBA draft scouting circles. I think what you just mentioned, Harry, is his main issue. Is in between the ears, is his shot selection good enough? Because I remember watching him in person, Kansas at Baylor, at home in Waco, and he was just jacking some bad shots.
Yep.
He ended up having a decent game, helped close it out with some late free throws. But the kid has a great shooting stroke. He's got a great build, good size. He can be a guy who scores on all 3 levels. But you look at your screen right now, and it's just the efficiency isn't there.
Tells
but
the
it's
story.
because of all of the shooting. I mean, he shot 7 threes a game. Is that probably the right move for him? No, but if you did watch the way Baylor basketball played, it would be L.J. Cryer, Adam Flagler, and Keontae George jacking up threes all game long and letting Flo Thamba and other guys eat inside off the glass. That's just how they played, so I guess you can attribute some of that inefficiency to the way Baylor's offense is structured, but I do think at this next level, when George has equal talent, and when I say equal talent, NBA talent alongside him, he'll be able to get to his spots, rise up, and hit a lot of jump shots.
Yeah, I do think he's a good example, Rolly, of fit's going to really matter here. Like, depending on where he goes, it could go either way of what I previously mentioned. Like, it's your squad, Miami. I think if the Miami Heat got him at number 18 overall, that would be a great fit. They've got good depth. He wouldn't be asked to do a ton early on. He could kind of take a year or two to further develop his game and get him into a culture that expects, very high level standards. And if he were able to reach that, then he could become the next great developmental story for the Heat. But whereas if he's asked to go to a team where he needs to, play a lot early, perhaps even start, I think that's asking too much from him. I think he needs to develop both as a player and just to be a pro as well.
I'll say
Go
this.
ahead, Rolly, yeah.
I wanted to chime in there. One other fit that I really like for him, will he be there? I don't know. His draft stock is all over the place. I've seen him go as far in mock drafts as like 22 to Brooklyn or 21, and then as high as 10, 11, 12. I like Atlanta at 15 for Keontae George. You just mentioned he could come off the bench, be a backup guard for DeJounte Murray and Trae Young, and then be that scorer off the bench where he doesn't have to worry about sharing the rock. He can just come off the bench and first mentality score. I think he could have an immediate impact, average double-digit points, 12, 13 a game off the bench right away for the Atlanta Hawks if he did go there.
And there's a couple of things, right? Like with the fearlessness of him, the fearlessness of a guy like Scoot Henderson, you love it because they had that dog in them, and they're not afraid to rise up in some of the critical junctures of a ball game. But then there's a Jordan Poole factor, which really reared its ugly head last year, in which sometimes you wish that he was a little bit more patient and he understood the situation a little bit more. Like, you can credit him for trying to hunt his shot, but you have to know when to take those shots, because when you have the momentum or you're trying to establish that momentum and you're taking a 35-foot pull-up early in the shot clock, you miss, that can really dull the momentum. You make it like the Splash Bros did back in the day. That's what gets the crowd going. It's really having that innate feel and sense for the moment, and that's what's made Steph Curry and Klay Thompson so great in this era in which they've taken some of those low percentage shots, but you have to pick and choose your spots at the same time.
What makes good players great in this league is balancing fearlessness with recklessness.
Yeah,
I think Russell Westbrook is unbelievably fearless, but to a fault. Like, he's jacking up three-pointers with 2 minutes left in games, and that's not his game. How do you find that balance? There's been tons of players that come and go in this league, and close your ears, Rolly, had Dion Waiters understood what it meant to not be reckless, he'd still be playing. He's got that talent, but there's a reason he's not in the league anymore, because teams didn't want to deal with his carelessness of the basketball. So I think Keontae George is right on that fine line. Can he be great? I think he really could. Like I said, I think he could be a top 5 player in this draft when we look back, but he could also be a guy that 3-4 years from now he's, playing overseas or is just riding on the end of someone's bench because he can't figure it out. So going to be fascinating to see how that plays out. Something else that's fascinating is this trade that went down late last night, because these teams were trying to beat the buzzer, Chase, because Kristaps Porzingis had until midnight Eastern to either opt in or opt out of his player option. He ends up opting in, and this trade goes down.
Yeah, so this is really interesting for a couple of reasons, and I was actually on a flight from Philly to Dallas, so when I landed, I saw all these trade details happening, but then it looked as though this trade wasn't going to happen at one moment just because of Malcolm Brogdon's physical being flagged, so it does end up going down where the Celtics get Porzingis, who can now be their number 3. Somehow they're able to swindle 2 first-round picks in this trade as well. That's what's really shocking for the other teams here, is that Boston gets the best player in this trade coming off a career year, as well as 2 first-round picks. So that's a credit to Brad Stevens for how he was able to manufacture this deal. And for Porzingis and Boston, I like the fit. I'm interested to see what it means for Al Horford and Robert Williams. Robert Williams is always injured, so that's why you needed to get some insurance there. He also can't shoot. So Porzingis can give you a 3-level score at that big spot, and he's coming off the best year of his career when he notched 23 points per game, 8 rebounds, a block and a half, almost 50% from the field, and 39% from 3. The floor stretching there is really going to help out Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown from a shooting standpoint, but them also crashing toward the rim. I also think that they were a little bit too stacked with too many ball handlers and too many guards and wings. They had a surplus of guards and wings on that roster with Marcus Smart on it. Now, where Marcus Smart always seemed to be taking those big shots late, Brown and Tatum can do more of that. You don't want Porzingis as your number 1 or your number 2. He fits in nicely as a number 3. He's not a great defensive player if he's going up against a player like Joel Embiid, but conversely, on the other end of the floor, because of his ability to knock down about 39% of his three-point makes, and you're in a playoff series against the Sixers and Embiid, for instance, if Embiid has to get out to that three-point perimeter, that's a problem for him given his stamina and injury issues, but Porzingis can also take him to the rim off the dribble. So you get worse defensively against a player like that, but better offensively. It's interesting for a couple of reasons, and I think it just makes the Celtics a little bit more versatile.
And the thing about Porzingis is advancing analytics from last year's show, he had one of his better defensive seasons. He's always been able to block shots.
Yep.
So, and as a number 3 too, maybe he's able to lock in more on that end. It doesn't have to expend as much energy on the offensive side of the floor. So fascinated to see how that comes together. Who do you guys think won this trade? Type BOS for Boston, MEM for Memphis, or WAS for Washington? Look, I think certainly worthwhile for the Celtics. I'm sure it was hard for Brad Stevens to trade Marcus Smart, a guy he helped groom as a player when he was his coach, and now as that team's main front office executive. But I still think it's Boston. Spider does as well. Muhammad says Memphis. Jacob Arks, Jao, all saying Boston. Happy says Washington. Skion says Memphis. Cashman says Boston. Jero says Memphis. Max Cupid going Boston. Chris and Denise going with Boston. Bryson, Tim, Simone saying Boston. And yeah, Chase, even if he's not quite as good as last year, like if he gives you 85% of that production and shoots the ball similarly, and look, he played 65 games last year. Like if you get 60, 65 games out of Porzingis, like that's pretty worthwhile for what he provides on the floor.
Completely ideal, and that's another concern about this is the injury issues. But what's great for Boston,
you got Horford and
1
Williams.
year on that deal. It's not like they're signing him, at least as of right now, to a contract extension. You see how it works this year. If he gets injured, you move on, obviously, and you're not tied to him long-term financially. Let's run through some of these Super Chat donations here, and then we'll show you our Super Chat menu to see what you're paying for here. MX, $5. Hey, do you guys think that a Knicks, Randall, and or RJ Barrett move could happen this offseason? If anything, I think they try to move off of Julius Randle, right?
I think they would like to. I think trading RJ's probably more likely.
More value.
He's younger, a little more, contract in terms of what you can trade. Now, it's just a weird one to answer because, like, all the metrics would say that Julius is the better player than RJ Barrett, but come playoff time, it's hard to know which is the case. Neither of them has really proven to be a big-time playoff scorer, but I think people would rather take the gamble on RJ because he's a few years younger. So keep an eye on that. There's been some chatter with the Knicks and the Bulls around an RJ-centric trade to get Zach LaVine to New York. If you go Jalen Brunson, Zach LaVine, Julius Randle, and you convince Randle to kind of take a bit of a back seat and be that number 3, I think that could work, but I'm interested to see how that all looks.
MX, a first-time Super Chatter. We appreciate you. Rumpel Fortskin with the $10 Super Chat. Love that name there. Cheers to all the real ones at Chat Sports. My question is if Cleveland shops Cedi Osman and Dean Wade, what type of return is realistic, if any? Back of the bench, rotational players, that's about it?
Yeah, Cedi Osman, it's kind of amazing he's still a guy that's just hanging around. I mean, he was there with the LeBron, Kyrie Cavs teams. Dean Wade has kind of become a decent pro, actually, off their bench, but come playoff time, he wasn't in their rotation. I mean, if you're moving those guys, you're just probably including a second and matching salary of some sort, right? This is not going to be some blockbuster trade.
I'm cracking up at this one from Jeremy Chuggs. Is Grady D girthy enough to guard forwards at the NBA level?
I think he's
he's quick enough.
Yeah, I think he's a 3, especially on that end.
If you could be girthy and quick, it works. Anthony Perez, $2 Super Chat.
It's all about efficiency, right?
Do the Bulls make some splashes? There was some chatter about them trading up to number 3. I don't know if that's going to happen now because the asking price might be a little bit too steep. If it's not tonight, though, do they trade Zach LaVine at some point and decide to rebuild a little bit?
Yeah, Patrick Seatman, who's been spearheading our Bulls channel that we launched a month or two ago, go check that out. youtube.com/@BullsReport. But he and I are in the same page of the Bulls need to embrace a rebuild. Like, if you can trade DeRozan, you do it. Hell, if you can get a first for Caruso, I think that's a no-brainer. And obviously LaVine, he's the guy that you could get the big splash from potentially. Now, you might be inclined to keep him at least till the trade deadline if you don't get an offer you like, because that's easily a midseason trade you could do as well.
Yeah.
So I do think at some point, Anthony, the answer is yes. The question is, does it happen tonight or not? We'll see. It's kind of interesting, Chase. The last hour or so, really since we've been live, not a lot of new chatter in terms of the trade, potential trade buzz. So we'll see with an hour and change if we hear any new reports come out. And, of course, keep it here because we'll keep you guys in the loop. Cool beans. Who should the Magic target in free agency? Orlando's in a weird spot. Like, are they ready to start making moves? I feel like they're where the Thunder were 2 years ago. Where, like, clearly they've just reset, and that started with the Vucevic trade to get those first-round picks. But they don't have that SGA yet, right? Like, OKC ran into him. So it's like, okay, this is a cornerstone piece to start to build around. Then you kind of luck into Josh Giddey. No one thought he was going to be that good. Do the Magic have enough, like, future cornerstone pieces yet? I'm not sure. You got to get one or two of those guys before you start investing heavily.
Let me throw this out there, Cool Beans. Do you trade Jalen Suggs this offseason? You have a surplus of guards there with Markelle Fultz as well as Cole Anthony.
He hasn't shown a ton
Hasn't
early
shown
on.
a ton. He's been a little bit of a disappointment. Injury is a part of that. I actually think the Magic are really set with their roster right now. Wendell Carter Jr. has been balling out. Paolo Banchero was fantastic
I do love Banchero.
last year. Franz Wagner is money from distance and a really good shooter. I like what they're building. Can you bring in maybe a veteran and overpay him to a certain degree to help some of those young guys come along a little bit better? Because they were competing through like 3 quarters last year with a lot of solid teams at the NBA level. They'd fall apart in that 4th quarter. Part of that is due to age, but can you help that out by bringing in a veteran?
It's just a tough free agent group to find that guy because the top guys, James Harden, he ain't going to Orlando. Kyrie, he ain't going to Orlando. Van Vliet, I don't think he's going to the Magic. Plus, you just mentioned the amount of guards they have. I mean, I kind of think you don't want to overpay for a free agent this year. Like, I'd almost just stay the course one more offseason. If there's a trade out there, cool. Like, you've got some assets to do that. But maybe you stay the course with Banchero as your top guy for another year, see how he handles that role, and then maybe next offseason you pair him with a proven star.
John Derrick with the $2 donation. Who should Portland pursue? Is Damian Lillard going to get traded tonight? We might find out a lot. He doesn't want to rebuild, but what are the Trailblazers going to do to avoid that rebuild and bring in some veterans? They don't have a lot of capital as far as players go. Do you trade Anthony Simons? Like,
he's your best asset.
He's your best asset.
Shaden Sharp, if you'd rather go that route.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think you pick one of those to move it to get a star next to Dame if you're keeping Dame. And, you know, Shaden Sharp, I think, can elevate to become a Simons type of player. And then, you know, I think tonight, Chase, a lot of this depends not even who goes 3, who goes 2.
Yeah.
Because, A, we don't know who Portland likes more out of Miller and Scoot. There was a report that came out yesterday, I think, that Dame and Scoot have talked a lot. So if he likes Scoot and they took him, would he be willing to stay, help groom him, and then maybe he gets dealt in a year or two? Who knows? But I think it really starts with that number 2 pick tonight, not only for the Trailblazers, but obviously for the rest of this draft. So fascinating few hours for Portland, Chase. We could see the end of the Damian Lillard era tonight. Even if he's not moved, you might get a feeling that, okay, they're not trading the pick. They might end up shipping him out before free agency.
What if you kept Anthony Simons and you have Shaden Sharp, you trade Dame for some young assets? Like, that's a way to really streamline that rebuild. John Derrick, by the way, first-time Super Chatter, we appreciate you. And then AJ VHS, how are the Suns able to trade all of their picks without violating the rule? Well, you can trade picks, but they can't be back-to-back picks.
Well, and they also, so to not get confused, that report with to complete the Bradley Beal trade, 4 first-round pick swaps. So they're not trading 4 first-round picks to Washington. Washington has the right to swap those in 22, 24, 28, and 30, or 24, 26, 28, and 30, I believe. And then they sent 6 second-round picks. You can trade as many second-round picks as you want. So that's how they did it. Quite frankly, Bradley Beal having a no-trade clause is why the Suns were able to get him. Because if he didn't, you're probably getting a couple of firsts if you're Washington for it.
A few more Super Chats to get to, but first we've had a peak in audience, 1,800 people watching live. We went live 2 hours prior to the draft. An hour to go until the 2023 NBA draft, and already almost 13,000 people have joined us throughout the night. If you haven't subscribed, you ain't alive. Hit that sub button right now because we're live for the NBA draft. Our coverage tonight going to be awesome. Our coverage after the draft. Keep in mind our content is going to continue. Draft grades, all of that. But NBA free agency starts next Friday. We're going to be live in the lead up to that and, of course, at the start and during NBA free agency, keeping you up to the minute with all of the moves that happen. So hit that sub button. In 2022, we picked up nearly 6,000 subscribers. Can we beat that count tonight? So far, 40 of you have hit that sub button. Continue to subscribe, please. We appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate the support. Subscribe, NBA coverage, day-to-day, wall-to-wall for the next couple of weeks through the draft and free agency. Let's get back to our poll question here, Chase, because it seems to be still up in the air. There's not any new reports that Charlotte has made a final decision here. Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson, who goes number 2 to the Charlotte Hornets? Get your thoughts in the comments, and we'll get some shout-outs here. Cash Out Jay going with Scoot. Jeremy Chugs going with Brandon Miller. Brandon Roan going with Miller. We got SM going Scoot Henderson. BJM going with Scoot Henderson. Super Scarlet going Scoot. Muhammad and Lawrence and Jeremy going Brandon Miller. Ryan going with Scoot. What a name, by the way. Ryan with the Crash Dumpy. Max with Scoot. Z is going with Scoot. It's pretty split, Chase. Our live poll, which has almost 2,200 votes, 58% Scoot, so a bit of an uptick there. 42% Brandon Miller. And with under an hour to go, Chase, maybe an hour 10 if you're Charlotte at number 2, they've got to make a decision and make one pretty quick here.
Yeah, and here's that report from Shams Charania that Scoot Henderson gaining serious momentum at number 2 for Charlotte. The Hornets have been torn over the last week between Henderson and Brandon Miller. The team has final meetings today to settle on that decision. So that tweet came out just past noon Eastern time and early this morning on the West Coast. And it's certainly an interesting argument. Like, you focus in on Brandon Miller here, probably the most polished offensive player in this draft because he can score at all 3 levels. I like his finishing ability. I think that the shooting stroke is really clean. I have some worries about the handle, but not as much of a worry for me as a guy like Jabari Smith last year. He was a 40% three-point shooter at Auburn, but as we saw in the NBA Summer League, he couldn't handle the rock. Now, I think that he has great potential down the road, but Miller's playmaking is a lot better than Jabari Smith from last year.
I'll say this, too. If he goes to Charlotte, he doesn't have to be a pure ISO scorer day one because you've got one of the best passers in the NBA in LaMelo Ball.
Yeah, and the analytics are pretty good on the catch-and-shoot numbers for Brandon Miller. Great knack for rebounding the basketball as well. So I think that's important from a fit. Playing alongside LaMelo, he grabs the rebound, outlet pass, and LaMelo is either able to score it or distribute it to somebody else. Questions obviously surrounding him with that fatal incident at Alabama, which isn't ideal.
I think teams have kind of cleared that.
But teams have kind of cleared that.
If he's still a clear top 3 guy, they're comfortable.
Yeah, Nate Oates says wrong place, wrong time, but who the hell knows? It looks as though teams seem to be less cautious about that as compared to when the situation first happened. And then for Scoot Henderson, like, this guy really does remind me of Russell Westbrook. Lightning quick from baseline to baseline. He's got pogo sticks for legs. His athleticism really is breathtaking. He can really attack the rim at a high level, puts pressure on the defense because he's always trying to push that tempo. Does he have a better feel for the game than Russ? I think that's important. And over time, can he develop a three-point shot? That's what's going to separate him in this draft class if he's able to do that.
If he becomes a good three-point shooter, like, if I was an organization and I was confident he could do that, I would really lean Scoot here. I love the athletic profile. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with what you were saying earlier with, wings in today's NBA are so valuable, the length to defend and obviously score, play multiple positions. I get all of that, but if Scoot can develop the shooting with the athletic makeup, that's pretty appealing to think about as well for the next 10 to 12 years for an organization. Rolly, we bring you back in here as this continues to be the hot debate of who that second best prospect is after Victor Wembanyama. And, under an hour to go here, Charlotte's got a big decision to make soon.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people, when they go to this Miller-Scoot debate, also like to bring up Miller's struggles in March Madness, stating that he did not perform at the highest level when the brights were the lightest in his college career. I'd also like to mention to the people that believe that he was also dealing with a pretty serious groin injury in those games, and I think that's the main reason for his lack in production, because he performed in the SEC tournament. He performed all year long. I don't really think the March Madness struggles were because of the lights being too bright. I do think it was more because of that groin injury and how it was bothering him. And I think that's the main reason. But you guys mentioned it. You guys hit it all on the head. We don't know who the Hornets are going to take. You could argue Miller's fit is better. Scoot Henderson maybe has the higher potential. But I think if you're taking a player that could be a number 2 or even a number 1 on a championship contending team, the most certain or the most confident, I think I would rather lean Brandon Miller. And especially with the Hornets already having a all-star caliber point guard on their roster, why mess with the backcourt and ruin one's growth because another person has to have the ball in their hand to succeed? Just take the risk out of that and draft the wing.
Let's get the audience in on this here. Brandon Miller or Scoot Henderson. Type BM for Brandon Miller, SH for Scoot. Then I do want to bring Rolly back on in a minute. I want to ask him about the Thompson twins, Chase. A couple of prospects we haven't talked a ton about tonight because obviously, all eyes are on the number 2 pick right now, but I think a lot of eyes are going to be on that number 4 pick too. What do the Houston Rockets do after the top 3? So I want to get his thoughts and analysis on Ahmed and Ozzer Thompson here, but we'll get some shout-outs real quick. Jocko says Scoot, so does Super Scarlet. Marcus says Brandon Miller. Mike Dibble, what's good, Mike?
Dibble.
Flash that super chat item. Super chat
go.
MVP gets this ball, and Chase and I will sign it. If you want the whole squad to sign it, we can make that happen. Sam says Scoot. Brandon says Brandon Miller. Emily says Brandon Miller. Scoot from Ditto. Cable, J1, and King Slay. So the fascinating debate is going to continue here between Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson as we progress forward here. So let's get a couple more here. Jackson says Scoot Henderson. Robert Bruce says Brandon Miller. Jackson saying Scoot as well. We'll get to the Amon Thompson and Ozzer Thompson discussion in a second, but we just tweeted out our coverage here, a link to this video. So, hey, help spread the word. If you want a shout-out live on the show right now, retweet our pinned tweet. Can we get that link in the live chat? We'll make that happen here.
I got it.
Go retweet it, and we will go ahead and get some shout-outs after the discussion with Rolly. We'll come back to this and get some shout-outs for everyone who retweets our pinned tweets. Helps us spread the word, gets the link spread on social media, so we appreciate that. Go retweet it. It's in the chat right now, and we will get you guys some shout-outs momentarily. So, Rolly, Victor Wembanyama, obviously, number 1. Scoot, Brandon Miller, 2, 3, whatever order. I know you're higher on Anthony Black. You've got him as your number 4 prospect, but let's talk about Black first, then we'll talk about the Thompson twins. Rolly, why are you higher on Black than maybe some of the other NBA draft analysts out there?
Yeah, I have him pretty high on my board, and I really think the size tells the entire story for Anthony Black. He's a 6'6" combo guard who weighs 210 pounds with a 6'8" wingspan. And when I think about a guard in today's era of the NBA, I think height. And positional versatility is also that a lot of GMs look for in today's NBA, because you got people like Victor Wembanyama coming in at 7'5" and can handle the rock while shooting 30-footers. So positional versatility means more now than ever, and Black provides that. I think he could play an off-ball too. He can handle the ball and be the lead playmaker for a team, but he could also play the 3 if absolutely necessary. And I just think he has the highest IQ in this draft class. He has really good IQ. He can also defend at a very high level. One of the better on-ball defenders on the perimeter in this draft class. The only concern that I have on Anthony Black is his jump shot, shooting 30% from 3 at Arkansas. But he did have a 55% shooting percentage, so shooting might be better than what the eye tells you. If he just figures out that deep shot and shoots 35, 36% from 3, I think he has the potential to be a top 10 point guard in this league.
I've seen Lonzo comps as a passer. Do you see that?
I do, and I think it's funny because Anthony Black and Lonzo Ball share a similar size and build. They're both 6'6", but it's just like Lonzo, a good on-ball defender. Black had 2.1 steals per game at Arkansas, and he just has a great feel. It's just the little things that they do so well, whether get a board because of their height, quick outlet pass, or push the pace in a fast break and find the open man. It just feels like Anthony Black is always making the right decision with the basketball. That's why I love him, and I think he can handle any offense and really take control in the NBA.
Let's shift to the Thompson twins. We'll talk Amen first here, then we'll get to Auzer. You've got Amen a little bit higher here. Talk about each of their games a little bit.
Yeah, Amen Thompson is arguably the most athletic player in this draft class. He's got elite quickness, and he could skywalk, man. He could really jump out the gym. The one problem I have with him, and I guess I'll get the negative out of the way first, is that his jump shot is completely broken. The form is not pretty. Now, one thing I have been hearing in NBA circles, I suppose, is that he has been willing to work on his jump shot form and make changes, so he's not stuck in his own ways of, that's my jump shot, I'll make it work. He's willing to work on it because he certainly does need work. Shot 27% in the overtime elite, and I think that's the biggest mystery with Amen Thompson and Ausar Thompson is they just played an overtime elite as 20-year-olds against borderline high schoolers. Are they going to be able to take this jump in competition to the NBA, not just high school to college, but high school to the NBA basically, and really make it work? The athleticism is there. Amen's got incredible ball handling skills, incredible vision, but no jumper. In the competition, I guess lack of really scares me if he could make that jump.
And Auzer's not as much of a playmaker, more of a wing style player. Talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, Ausar Thompson, a lot of people think he actually has the higher ceiling, which I could actually see. He is someone who also very athletic, but he is a way better defender than Amen Thompson. Really projects as a defensive specialist in the NBA. Has a decent mid-range. His jump shot is a little bit more pretty than Amen's, and he was a little bit more effective at overtime elite as well. But just like Amen, he didn't shoot well from three-point land, but 2.7 steals per game at overtime elite, filled the stat sheet with 7 boards and 6 assists a game. Just really the one thing I have to say on both these guys, unbelievably athletic. Ausar's the better defender. Amen's the better playmaker. But who's going to be the Thompson brother to take that next step and improve their shooting ability? They shoot 35-36% in the NBA from three, and they'll be in a really good spot. So that's the one thing they have to do.
The analysis from Rolly, you're going to hear it all night long, Chase. There's no one better when it comes to this year's NBA draft. Let's get some shout-outs going. Do you have this pulled up, or do I need to pull it up here?
Yeah, I got it pulled up.
Retweets. Go retweet our pinned tweet. Someone was asking, what is that? Well, it's the tweet we've pinned on our main Chat Sports Twitter account. Go retweet it. Link is in the chat right now. Chase will get you guys some shout-outs.
So we have Ollie, College Football Troll, Robert Sharpton, JDM, Stats Free Sports, ZIQ, Tree Squared, Richard Lee, always an OG, and that's about it as of right now. So you give us a retweet. We threw the link in the chat right now. We'll continue to give you shout-outs all throughout the night as well. And for those of you who sent us in a super chat, here's evidence that I'm going to give you a beer cheers.
Yeah, and a couple more coming in that I just want to shout out real quick. I see Ollie in there, College Football Troll, Robert, we got JDM, we got Stats Free Sports, and a few others as well. So go retweet that. We'll come back to this, get some more shout-outs here. A couple super chats, then we'll continue the conversation, get back to the latest on Chris Paul. Past tweeting out, Chase and Harrison haven't been into the NBA since early 2000s, but I have nothing but love for Chat Sports. Keep up the great work, guys. Hashtag real one. That makes you a real one.
Cheers.
When even though the NBA is not your favorite sport, you're still hopping on, join the conversation, maybe having a drink or two. Appreciate that.
That means that you're a real one right there. AJVHS, $2. Hendricks or Walker at number 5.
I think that's
Rolly's nodding his head. He approves of this question. What do you think there, Rolly?
I think it's a fascinating question. I don't think either of them would go 5th overall.
It's a little too high.
To the
I've seen
Detroit
Hendricks
Pistons.
6.
Hendricks,
He's been rising.
I don't know. I think the earliest Taylor Hendricks
7?
goes is 7 to Indiana. I guess I could see one of them maybe rising really high to go there, but I think I would almost rather see them go one of the Thompson twins or Cam Whitmore. I don't know. I feel like that front court's pretty locked down in Detroit, they have Isaiah Stewart. They have Jalen Duran. I don't know if it'd
James
be worth
Wiseman.
James Wiseman, right, coming off the bench.
future.
I don't know if it's worth taking a big man this early in the draft. I'd rather go wing for them. That's why Cam Whitmore or Sar Thompson would be my selection for the Pistons at 5.
Yeah, and look, both these guys have been rising. Jarris Walker out of Houston is someone who's probably going to go top 10. Taylor Hendricks is going to go top 10. So going to be very fascinating. We'll get caught up on some other Super Chats here in just a moment as we continue our NBA draft coverage here for 2023. Just resetting here, Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. 2023 NBA draft coverage continues with about 45 minutes until the start of the draft. Host of Golden State Warriors Today, Chase Sr. Welcome in our Golden State Warriors audience as we are now live on Warriors Today. Chase, I think it's a perfect time to talk further about the Chris Paul-Jordan Poole trade here.
Never a dull moment for the Golden State Warriors. They made a blockbuster trade this afternoon, trading away Jordan Poole to the Washington Wizards and bringing in Chris Paul to San Francisco. Here are the trade details for Golden State. Chris Paul to the Dubs. We'll talk further about this in more detail coming up. And then the Wizards received Jordan Poole, Ryan Rollins, a 2030 protected first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick as well. I know that a lot of Warriors fans are concerned about this. They're hitting pause because they look at Chris Paul at 38 years old. Come time for the NBA playoffs, oftentimes he is injured, and he's really expensive, $30 million. But $30 million for one more year. That's it. After that, you free yourselves up from that Jordan Poole contract, so you're able to get rid of about $90 million. What does that allow you to do? Potentially sign Draymond Green to a contract extension, Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr, also heading into the final year of their contracts as well, so you could afford to bring them back and backload some of those contracts as well. And then from a basketball standpoint, Chris Paul is going to make more crisp decisions with the basketball. He's not going to take ill-advised shots. He's also going to take some of the playmaking duties off of the shoulders of Steph Curry, where Steph Curry can play off ball, but Steph's been injured a lot throughout his entire NBA career. So when he's out, you might not get the scoring of Jordan Poole, but you get some of the playmaking and distributing of a Chris Paul. Defensively, you get a little bit better as well, and I'm excited to see what CP3 and Steph Curry can do together as an on-court pairing. I think one of the beneficiaries of this trade, it's going to be Jonathan Kuminga, who I think Chris Paul could really help elevate his game.
Well, that's a perfect transition here, Chase, because one thing I did want to ask you about, we'll continue to talk about Paul's fit, starter, bench role, whatever that may be. How does this impact the future of the Warriors? Because Bob Myers was very hesitant to trade Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Jordan Poole, because he wanted to have something to look forward to beyond the Steph Curry era. Obviously, Myers exits, so maybe that leads to a different in thinking with Mike Dunleavy now in charge. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, because obviously this is, hey, we're staying in this window as long as possible move, but it definitely hurts your potential future, especially if Poole kind of tightens his game back to what it was a year ago when he was a central piece for this team that won a championship. So here's what your thoughts are on that, as this window's obviously not going to be open forever.
Yeah, the window's not going to be open forever, but that's why I think it's important right now to try to maximize the prime of Steph Curry. He might be 35 years old, but he continues to defy Father Time. So you're trying to win a championship right now, but also you're looking ahead into the future. And I know that we were having the conversation earlier, like in 5 years, are Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Chris Paul going to be on this roster? No. But for the first splash for Mike Dunleavy at the helm of this Warriors front office to beat Chris Paul, that tells me that they're all in on trying to win a championship. They did need some size and lacked it against the Los Angeles Lakers. They needed some athleticism. They needed to get better defensively. But by trading away Jordan Poole, you free yourselves up for salary down the road to help make this roster have a little bit more synergy, and you can still address that size, that athleticism in free agency, but we're just forgetting as well about Jonathan Kuminga. He gives you size. He gives you athleticism. He has so much untapped potential, and I think that could be the missing ingredient if he's able to grow his game and take that next leap that the Warriors really needed against a team like the Lakers and potentially against a team like the Denver Nuggets.
It's a very bold move for Dunleavy. I mean, the guy takes over, a week ago,
Yeah.
and he goes out and trades for 38-year-old Chris Paul, a guy who's never been able to break through and win a title, a guy who's obviously not what he was, a guy who has had injuries in inopportune times. So on one end, you commend it, but on the other end, you're like, wow, that's a leap. I mean, that is not a I'm going to ease into this job type of move. That's a, whoa, no one saw this coming type of move. So it'll be very fascinating. I like Chris Paul running the second unit, giving other teams a different look that Golden State hasn't offered in this era, more of a half-court offense perhaps. I threw out a name before we went live on Warriors Today when we were just live on our main Chat Sports channel, which we're still live on, of course. How about Dwight Powell as a cheap free agent option? I get he's a flawed player. He's a great roller, though. You pair him with Chris Paul in that second unit, can run some of that pick and roll because you're going to have financial restrictions in free agency. It's going to require cheap contracts. I think that's a player who's great in the locker room. He can rebound a little bit. He's great around the rim. Maybe that's the type of big you can pair for this second unit.
Yeah, because Chris Paul, he likes to operate at a slower pace than what we're accustomed to seeing from Golden State. But that change of pace, does that help the Warriors in any way? Does it help conserve them for the playoffs? And we saw Klay Thompson run out of gas to a certain degree. And is it a change of pace that could bode well against some different teams in the NBA because stylistically you're a little bit more versatile right now? Jordan Poole 2 years ago was fabulous for the Warriors in the playoffs and in the regular season. But we saw that he kind of impacted what had been a very strong Warriors culture. So if you had concerns about that, you move off of him. And now you might have a little bit more synergy. And it just offensively might make you a little bit more versatile and deep. Again, they can address some positions. And the NBA draft tonight currently had the 19th overall pick and in free agency. But let's talk about the Wizards side of this. Jordan Poole, I think, is the winner of this trade because he is going to be able to chuck up 20 to 25 shots per night. He could be in the running for most improved player this year. He could average between 20 and 30 points per game for Washington.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how his career blossoms now that he's going to have a bigger role. Help us out. Like the video. We need to get to 50% of our audience up to 1,250 likes here. We're currently at 495 likes. Help us out by hitting that like button. We got 38 minutes to go until the start of the 2023 NBA draft. So hit the like button, and that would help us go a long way. Obviously, if you're on our Warriors channel, we've got 31 likes so far. Go ahead and help us out in that regard as well. Here's an interesting note from Chris Haynes here, Chase. Chris Haynes thinks Damian Lillard is considering his future with seriousness for the first time. I think this is the year that probably the most serious approach Dame is probably taking to ultimately decide what he's going to do. Do you think Dame finally gets out of Portland?
And look, Chris Haynes used to work for NBC Sports Portland. He used to cover the Portland Trail Blazers. He has maintained a very close relationship with Dame. So you have to put stock in this report and take it with some seriousness because Chris Haynes knows Dame very well. And for Lillard, at some point, you have to put your loyalty aside. And I give credit to him for being so loyal. He's remained loyal to the Portland Trail Blazers, the franchise that found him, drafted him, groomed him, developed him out of Weber State. He's gone on to be one of the best offensive players and most exhilarating offensive players of this generation. He's not getting any younger. He's in his early 30s. He can still play. After an injury-plagued season 2 years ago, he averaged the most points per game of his career. When Portland has been in the playoffs, he has shined when the lights are the brightest in the pressure cooker. Unfortunately for him, he's only made a very deep run once in the playoffs. That came in 2019 when the Trailblazers made it to the Western Conference Finals when he was hitting buzzer beater and big shot after big shot. But then they got dusted by Golden State in the Western Conference Finals because they weren't on the same court as the Warriors. I think it's time for him to really think about where he wants to go next. And if he's serious about chasing an NBA championship, a team like the Miami Heat makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like it's now or never for Dame. I mean, he's into
Milwaukee
his early
Bucks as well,
now.
depending on what happens with Chris Middleton.
Ooh, that would be very, very interesting to say the least. Let's play a little game here. 36 minutes to go until the NBA draft officially gets underway, excuse me there. Too many happy dads. Shout out your favorite team. We'll give you until the 35:15 mark here. So the next 30 seconds you see that clock, shout out your favorite team. I'm not looking at the chat. Once we get to 35:15, I will pick the first team that my eyes see. So continue to spam the chat with your favorite team. If you want us to talk about your squad, that is how it can happen. 10 seconds here, and then I'm going to pick a squad. Keep the chat going, and let's get that comment section going. 3, 2, 1. Raptors. First team that I see here, the Toronto Raptors. There was a report a little bit ago, Chase, that Pascal Siakam, who's in the final year of his current contract, if he were to get traded, he would not commit to an extension to that team. He wants to stay in Toronto, so that tells me he's not going anywhere because if you're the Raptors, you're just not going to get max value. The report coming from Chris Haynes here, because if I'm a team and he's not going to commit to me after 1 year, I'm not giving up that much for him.
Yeah, and what's interesting, too, is that Gary Trent Jr. opted into his player option. So now he's entering the final year of his deal with Toronto. If they can't come to an agreement on a long-term contract extension, solid two-way player for a guy who can defend but also score as well. This is that report from Chris Haynes that there's growing sentiment that Pascal Siakam, who's on an expiring deal as well, would not re-sign with the team who attempts to trade for him, as his preference is to remain with the Raptors. There's been some buzz and some traction behind Toronto deciding to run it back, and that would mean that maybe they try to bring back Fred VanVleet as well, who is expected to gauge a lot of interest in free agency from the Philadelphia 76ers if James Harden does walk, or the Houston Rockets if they don't land James Harden.
What do you make of VanVleet potentially getting over $30 million per year?
Yeah, it's a lot, but I'd rather pay VanVleet, who's younger, $30 million than James Harden if he netted $50 million per year.
If it's 50, for sure. I think it's like, would I rather pay VanVleet 30, 35, or Harden 40? I think it's a tough question to answer, to be honest. It'll be very interesting to see as VanVleet, a guy who helped Toronto win a championship but didn't have the most efficient season. I think fit is a big thing there. We'll flip it to you now, Chase. At the 33 flat mark, you'll pick a team in the chat that we'll talk about. So continue to shout out your favorite team. Once it hits 33 minutes, Chase is going to pick a squad.
33 minutes. There's 12 seconds left. So get those teams into the comment section. We'll pick one to talk about. We'll pop up their offseason and draft profile for tonight.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It is the Chicago Bulls.
Ooh, the Bulls, who do not have a selection tonight. But look, Chase, if you're asking me, the Vooch, LaVine, DeRozan trio just did not work. Now, Lonzo Ball getting hurt was a big part of that. I mean, they were first in the Eastern Conference when that happened. Him and Caruso go down 2 seasons ago. Caruso's obviously been able to come back, but losing Lonzo's been a big deal. His future is very much in doubt, obviously. There's been chatter that they could re-sign Vooch on a team-friendly-ish deal. I don't love that idea, to be honest. If I'm Chicago, I'm dangling LaVine. If I get a big offer, I'm taking it. If I can get even a single first for DeRozan, considering he's on an expiring deal, I think I would do that as well. I think it's time to shift to the future in Chicago.
I agree, and what's crazy is that the injury to Lonzo Ball caused that team to really go in a downhill trajectory, not just 2 years ago, but this past year as well. Now, take it with a grain of salt that when they were number one in the Eastern Conference before Lonzo's injury, they hadn't really beat a lot of elite teams at the NBA level, but they were stringing together a lot of wins. He goes out as their playmaker, as their assist man, and they weren't able to find that. Now, DeMar DeRozan put up numbers. Vucevic put up numbers. Zach LaVine was able to put up numbers. I frankly liked Patrick Williams on that roster construction as well, but something was just missing. And if it's not working, you got to find a way to reboot a little bit.
I think the biggest part they missed from Lonzo is the defense because their big three doesn't defend that well. DeRozan, Vooch, and LaVine aren't known for their defense. Lonzo is able to provide on that side. So if you're asking me, reset, take a look at the Chicago Bears. Tear it down, start the build-up. And because when you're stuck in the middle like this, like the Bears were for a few years, it's just not a good place to be. We don't know if it's going to work for the Bears, but you're better off being a team that has a chance to rebuild at a high level than just being stuck at a 40-win team in the NBA. So
being stuck at mediocrity in the NBA, it gets you nowhere because you're either a low seed in the playoffs like the Bulls have been, or you're at the back end of the lottery. And that really doesn't get you anywhere as far as changing your franchise unless you get lucky in the draft.
By the way, this is just interesting. ESPN's Jonathan Givony put out yet another mock draft here. I don't know if this is the same one from earlier or if he updated it.
Yeah, it's updated.
He still has Brandon Miller number 2. So we'll see what that means moving forward. Rolly, feel free to chime in here.
We've talked a lot about Vegas odd line shifting. It has shifted once again heavily in the favor of Brandon Miller. He is now minus 350 to go 2 overall. So after it was heavy Brandon Miller all day yesterday, then this morning chaos, Scoot Henderson, the heavy favorite, it is now basically looking like it's going to be Brandon Miller again, as he is a minus 300 plus favorite to go number 2 overall.
What do you make of that? Is that Vegas just trying to protect themselves a bit? Is that some kind of scoop they got that has not paid off? Is that Charlotte truly going back and forth? I mean, what's your theory there?
Yeah, well, I think it's just more of, you heard the Woj report yesterday, so everyone's just going to believe Woj, one of the best reporters in the game. So that's why the odds goes that way. And then when you hear Shams' report, you're like, well, now where do we balance Woj's report versus Shams' report? Vegas obviously tries to save themselves from the Brandon Miller stuff, and then they go to Scoot Henderson's side. And then it was interesting to see where it would go from here. There hasn't been a major report since then, but Vegas odd lines must have heard something because it's all the way back in Brandon Miller's favor.
I'll throw a theory out there. Any chance Charlotte was trying to shop the pick last minute?
I could see that. If someone really wants Scoot Henderson, maybe they try to convince people, hey, we love Scoot too, just as much as Brandon Miller. If you want him more than us, offer us a pretty package and come get him ahead of Portland, because people know Portland likes Scoot Henderson as well. So I anticipate this draft, as long as we don't get no crazy blockbuster trade, to go Wemby, Miller, Scoot, just like I've thought all along in the past week or so.
Now, if you're Portland, though, you
I was just
probably
gonna go
want
there.
Brandon Miller to fall to you because Scoot Henderson at number 3, if you keep Damian Lillard, doesn't make a lot of sense. Then you have Anthony Simons, Scoot Henderson, and Dame.
The only question I have there is if Dame is set on not rebuilding, I would still argue you're not winning now with Brandon Miller, Simons, and Dame. That's not enough, right?
Yeah.
To me, if you're resetting, you'd rather have Scoot. Sure, in theory, yeah, I think Miller fits with Dame better, but Dame to me is not going to stick around unless they use that pick to trade for a win-now player.
I agree.
So,
and maybe another team comes up because the fit just doesn't make sense if it's Scoot at number 3 for Portland. It just doesn't.
I think if Scoot falls to 3, they take him and they trade Dame, and Scoot's his replacement.
Yeah.
That's kind of how
That's kind of how I view it as well, Harrison, because
yeah.
you mentioned it. It just doesn't make sense to have Scoot, Anthony Simons, and Dame, and then you mentioned Shaedon Sharpe, who's, he's 6'6", can potentially play the 3.
More of a 2, though.
Exactly.
You
He's
want
better
him handling the
suited
rock
in the
a decent amount,
backcourt.
yeah.
You'd have 4 really talented guards, which is never a bad thing, of course, but why would you keep all Dame's questioning his future? I truly do believe if the Blazers pick Scoot at 3 and they come out and say we have no plans on trading the player since they were unable to trade the pick for a veteran by the time they make the selection, I truly think Dame finally says, get me out, and then fireworks happen. Miami and Brooklyn come calling with those packages.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson, who's going to be the pick at number 2? Backyard trash get ball, says Scoot Henderson. Abe says Scoot. Wilder says Scoot. Up to 61% Scoot on our poll, although the recent trend is that it's going to be Brandon Miller. We'll find out in a little over 30 minutes. The Spurs got to make their pick officially of Wembanyama first, but then it's going to be Brandon Miller or it's going to be Scoot Henderson. Let's catch up on a couple of super chats here. Chase, Midwest Boxing, thanks for the 2. Scoot, kind of more like D-Rose in Chicago before injury. Yeah, and I think, you get those D-Rose and Westbrook comps. If he's more D-Rose, which similar athletic profile, but better and more clutch player in his prime than Russ, I mean, that's an MVP right there.
Yeah, I think D-Rose has always been the more all-around player. than
sure.
Russell Westbrook was, just because he was a little bit of a better shooter, had that dribble pull up with fluidity as compared to Russ, where it's really just a structured shot. So if Scoot becomes D-Rose, that's a huge win for whichever organization drafts him. If D-Rose doesn't get hurt tearing his ACL against Philadelphia in that first-round series, we're looking at an exhilarating player who still did a great job of resurrecting his career a little bit later after all of those injuries. AJ with the $10 donation. Harrison and Chase, love your guys' work at Chat Sports, respectively, with Mavs and the Niners. Any big draft trades in sight for tonight? Cheers to the draft. Let's go. Maybe Damian Lillard.
Yeah,
maybe a Zach LaVine.
Yeah, maybe Dame, maybe LaVine. He gave us 10. Let's talk about the Mavs because that's what a $10 super chat gets you here. We'll talk about the Mavericks real quick. A lot of chatter between Dallas and Atlanta, who, of course, famously, the Luka Trae Young trade, they've dealt on draft night before in recent memory. And Dallas is looking to get a win-now piece with Luka. And obviously, Kyrie, if they can convince him to stay, that's not a done deal, but that is the goal for the Mavericks. And if you're Dallas, obviously a very disappointing year this past year. You go to the conference finals a couple of seasons ago, a lot of expectation this year. You kind of start up and down. You go get Kyrie. That never really comes together, albeit he did play pretty well. Him and Luka were kind of hurt at different times. It just never meshed. Christian Wood thing was a disaster. So you're trying to get back to being a team that can contend. The question is, what can the number 10 pick overall fetch you? Well, if I'm dealing with the Hawks, I'd rather have Clint Capella than John Collins. I think Collins' contract is worse, and I don't think his fit is as good. Capella is an excellent role player in terms of rolling to the basket and obviously as a pure role player. He fit really well with James Harden in Houston. Luka does a lot of similar things in the pick-and-roll game. So if you could get Capella in 15 for Hardaway in 10, I think I pulled the trigger on that trade tonight.
Yeah. Marty K with the $2 super chat. Harrison, I'll let you read this one out. This is right up your alley.
FGB. FGB. Real ones know. Shout out to Marty K. Trade Vooch, trade DeMar. Well, Vooch is a free agent. You could use him in a sign-in trade, potentially. I would trade DeMar. If I could get a first-round pick, even if it's not in this year's draft, I'd do it. He's expiring after this year. He's 33. I love DeMar, but you're not in a place to keep him long-term. You're just not close enough to contending. So if I can trade him for a first-round pick, even if it's not this year, I would absolutely do it.
Jason Wolf, $5 Sacramento Kings. We could talk about the Kings here. I know it's $10 to talk about your
Briefly
team, but
here.
this is our first opportunity to talk about a Kings team that was the surprise team in the NBA
Very
last
fun to
year.
watch.
I really felt as though at the time we were kind of seeing a Western Conference semifinals, Western Conference Finals series in the first round between the Kings and the Warriors. If the Kings went up against any other team in the West outside of like Denver or Golden State, I think they could have made a run. They were terrific last year, and De'Aaron Fox made that monumental leap that he's shown flashes of making. He made it full on last year. His high-efficiency shooting was remarkable.
And look, let's be honest, too. We ripped them when they traded Halliburton instead of Fox because most people publicly said they should keep Halliburton and trade Fox. That ended up being the right decision. Not because Halliburton isn't good, but because Fox really took off this past year. I mean, he became a clear-cut all-star for that team. So I think they're trending in the right direction. For the first time in a while, Sacramento has a clear sense of direction, and they've got the pieces to go with it. So I think their future is very, very bright. Chase, do you have a note here?
Note here from Shams. The Pelicans received the meeting in recent days with Scoot Henderson. New Orleans has pursued a top 2 to 3 pick in the draft, but both Charlotte and Portland so far expressing no interest in moving the pick.
I think you'd have to move Zion or Ingram to pull that
Or Ingram,
off.
exactly.
And teams might want Ingram over Zion.
I would take Ingram over Zion right now.
Right now? Yeah, I mean, the ceiling's certainly higher for Zion, but with the injuries, and he doesn't seem to be, that committed to ball right now.
Shout out Mariah Mills.
Yeah, Mariah. Keep it real, Mariah. Have fun in Portland. Okay, let's go through the draft order here because we're 21 minutes and change here. Spurs, look, we know the deal. Victor Wembanyama. Latest reports suggest Charlotte's going to take Brandon Miller, but we'll see. Look, Portland at 3. To me, that's the team to watch tonight, Chase. What do the Trailblazers do? The future of their franchise is hanging in the balance. Do they try and keep this going with Damian Lillard? Do they make a trade? Or do they move off it? Keep an eye on them at 3. Houston 4, Detroit 5. Couple of teams that were disappointed on lottery night. Orlando, Indiana, Washington at 8. The Wizards have obviously been wheeling and dealing in recent days as well. Dallas there at 10 after Utah at 9, Chase. What did the Mavericks do? We kind of just alluded to that. Do they keep that pick? Do they trade it with a team like the Hawks at 15? We'll see. You got the Magic, who owns the Bulls pick there at 11. Thunder at 12. I mean, the Thunder have, while they compiled all these picks, they are a year ahead of schedule, I would say. Gotten to the play-in. Do they start to trade pieces around and maybe get another star in there? We haven't talked about that a ton, but they're obviously building in the right direction.
Yeah, look, I didn't have Chet Holmgren as a top 5 player in my class last year because I had massive concerns about how the body was going to hold up at the NBA level. Unfortunately for him, he got injured before the season started after displaying some ability at the NBA Summer League. But saw some pictures of him and how he's really started to develop that frame a little bit. You have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's already a bona fide superstar. Some of the other complementary pieces on that roster. Love Josh Giddey. Shout out to all my Aussies watching, as well as my Aussie cousins who were in town this past week. Thunder are a fascinating team because they are well ahead of their rebuilding process, and they have a lot of draft picks at their disposal.
Yeah, and look, if Holmgren, even if he never becomes great, if he's just like a solid big, they're ready to win soon. Yeah. I really think they are. You got Toronto there, Pelicans, Hawks. You got the Jazz, who own that Timberwolves pick. Lakers at 17, Chase. Always a team to watch, especially in that win-now mode with LeBron, Anthony Davis. We'll see what happens there.
Need a point guard.
Yeah, we'll see. Hey, let me bring Rolly back in here real quick. Rolly, is there a player at this point, 15 to 20, that could, maybe not start at the point, but could handle some of those ball handling duties for Los Angeles? Is there a name or two that comes to mind? I don't view Keontae George as a straight-up point, but is there someone in that range that could help some of that ball handling duties?
Yeah, I guess it all depends on how the board falls during the draft. Does a Jalen Hood-Schifino fall a little bit, and the Lakers can pick up at 17? It's actually funny. You mentioned that Gavoni mock draft that came out just 20 minutes ago. He had Jalen Hood-Schifino going to Los Angeles, so that's a guard that comes to mind. Kaysen Wallace out of Kentucky. Maybe he slides at 17. Do they take the shot on Nick Smith Jr.? Top 10 potential coming into this past college season. Injury history and inefficiency, related to him coming back in this draft process. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really think there's a starting point guard caliber that can slide. If there is, maybe. But I have Wallace, Schifino going ahead of 17, and I don't think Nick Smith Jr. can start right away on a team like Los Angeles trying to win. So I don't really know if there's a point guard out there for them in this class that's willing to start unless someone falls.
Eastern Conference champs, Miami Heat at 18, sitting there, Golden State at 19. You get to 21 through 24. I think the Nets are another team to watch tonight. They've been kind of lurking as a potential Damian Lillard trade package. There was a report also, Chase, that they would not take number 3 in Anthony Simons for Mikal Bridges. So if you're not taking that package, I don't think you're dealing it.
Yeah, that'd be tough. For them to move all the way up, I think that'd be difficult. If they're trying to move up a couple of spots with 21 and 22 consecutively, they could elect to do that. The thing with the Blazers, too, 3 and 23 in this draft. So 23, you can get a valuable player there. Tyrese Maxey went in this range a couple of years ago, and I think he's a bordering superstar. Boston Celtics able to get number 25 in that Kristaps Porzingis, Tyus Jones, and Marcus Smart trade. They get to number 25. That's a win for Boston to still get a draft selection.
Do you get another guard in this range to help replace some of Smart's minutes, perhaps?
Could be that. Could be a wing.
I think a lot of that depends on how do they view Peyton Pritchard moving forward. Is he a piece now? There's room for him in the rotation now with Smart gone, so keep an eye on that.
What happens with Brogdon, too? Are they like, hey, we tried to trade you, but we'll welcome you back anyway?
We need you now, so... Yeah. What's up?
I just want to mention this, as you mentioned, who could the Celtics take at 25, potentially replacing Marcus Smart? If they did want to go the guard route that can defend and play hard-nosed basketball like Marcus Smart did, keep your eye out on Xavier guard Kobe Jones. I think he could be an excellent replacement for Marcus Smart at 25.
Like that. Pacers at 26. They got a couple of picks here. Hornets at 27. Jazz at 28. The Nuggets at 29. They also have 32, Chase, so we'll see what they do with those selections. And then Clippers wrapping things up here in the first round. So 16 minutes and change to go. Busy night ahead of us as we get ready for the 2023 NBA Draft. Hit that subscribe button. We got a long way to go if we're going to break our 2022 NBA Draft subscriber number. We picked up almost 6,000 new subscribers during the draft last year, 160 so far. Help us out. Hit the subscribe button. We're going to be live through all 58 picks of this year's NBA draft and a little bit longer than that as well. And, of course, we're going to be live during free agency, tons of videos leading up to it as well. So don't miss any of it. Myself, Chase Sr., Nick Roloff, Jeffrey Cooperstein behind the scenes, Jack Lauderay, the whole crew here. Appreciate them helping us out tonight. We could not bring you this coverage without their fine work. How about this, Chase? Paul George, a report coming out in the last 24, 48 hours that the Clippers could look to split up PG-13 and Kawhi Leonard. Sounds like the Knicks could have some interest here, and if healthy, I love the fit.
Yeah, for the Knicks, they have a lot of pieces that they could put in this deal that would appease Los Angeles.
Ton of picks, too.
There's increasing buzz that maybe the Clippers could look to break up the pairing of Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, as they barely played in the regular season or in the playoffs together. When they did make it to the Western Conference Finals a couple of years ago, it was when Kawhi was out, and then Paul George was playing excellent basketball, but him and Kawhi have been injured far too much.
Yep.
For New York, you're looking at an Obi Toppin who could get dealt, and R.J. Barrett as a trade piece, Julius Randle, Emmanuel Quickly. Those are some types of players who could get dealt for Paul George, as well as a lot of draft capital that they still have in the chamber as well. The game is not the issue for Paul George. He's a bucket getter, and contrary to belief, he's been a better playoff player, than what a lot of people give him credit for. It's the injury concerns. Over the last 5 years, he has not eclipsed 55 games played. That's a massive concern for me, because he's just not available enough for a team like New York that might trade a lot for him, trying to capitalize on this window right now and the blossoming superstardom of Jalen Brunson.
It's not just the regular season either. He's been out in the playoffs.
Exactly right.
And that's a big problem.
Yep.
So who is your GOAT? Brandon Miller said that Paul George is his GOAT. We all have different GOATs. Who is your GOAT of basketball? Maybe not who the unanimous GOAT or who the most popular GOAT is, MJ, LeBron. We could beat that debate to the ground for the next 100 years. But who is your GOAT? Let us know in the chat. MJ, Jason Wolf says Paul George. That must be Brandon Miller's burner account. Gaming Wizard says Jordan. John Edwards says Jordan. Paul George. Tyrese Maxey. Is that your burner, Chase?
Let's go.
Darkness says Kobe. Rebadoo says Joel Embiid. Tim Duncan, we got Joe Ingles. Yes, Aussie. He's an Aussie, isn't he?
Joe Ingles is an Aussie.
Aussie. Oi. Dirk Nowitzki, he's one of my GOATs. I'm not gonna say he's the GOAT, but he's definitely one of my GOATs. Kevin Garnett, Tony Snell, yes. Carmelo Anthony from Trey, Braun from NBA Highlights, James Harden from Jaden, Tyrese Maxey, another one in there. Someone says, who the fuck said Paul Pierce? Not me. I can promise you that. Jerry West, Paolo Banchero, hey, maybe a future GOAT. Had a very good rookie season. So keep the chat rate going, and
a couple of things I want to
continue this conversation. Go ahead.
850 likes. Have to get to 1,000.
I'll take a shot at 1,000. Shots at 1,000?
Shots at 1,000 likes from us. And we're $8 away from $100 in Super Chats. So can we get to 1,000 likes and $100 in Super Chats, as we are less than 13 minutes away from the 2023 NBA Draft? We're giving you 13 minutes and change, right? Now, we should be able to get there in the next minute or two if we have a lot of real ones.
I'll finish my beer at $100 in Super.
I'll do it as well.
And I'll take a shot at 1,000 likes. Let's go. Like the video. Hit that like button.
50 for a shotgun. 50% off. Let's go. We're throwing everything your way.
50% off until the draft starts?
Yes.
You in?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. 50% off, and we'll make this happen. Like the video. If you're ready for the draft to get going, we're 68 likes away from 1,000. I'll take a shot. Chase will take a shot. And if we get $8 more in Super Chats, we will also finish our beer. So let's make it happen. Hit that like button. Let's cross 1,000. We're at over 1,000 now, Chase. There we go. So go ahead and pour myself a shot for that. And once we get to 100 in Supers, I will finish my beer as well.
I'll pour it my
Cheers
shot
to the
as
real
well.
ones.
If you're excited about the draft, continue to like the video.
Mike
Dibble! There he is.
Oh, you want to sing Mike your Super Chat song?
Yeah, what was I saying?
It was
Mariah Mills vids.
Super Chat like dibs. Mariah Mills vids. Super Chat like dibs.
There we go. Shout out Will Scott.
What's up? What's up, Dibby? Let's get the party started. Love you all and hope it's a great draft for my Hornets. Mike Dibble, I should bring this up because you were one of our NFL draft MVPs. We're handing out this basketball with Chase, myself, Rolly, whoever else you want to sign it. We're shipping it out. Whoever sends in the most in Super Chats tonight, we're shipping this out, signed by the Chat Sports crew. You can do whatever you want with it. So you're in the lead so far, I would say, at this point in time.
Biggest super chat right
I'll
there.
chime in here behind the scenes. A quick update from BetMGM.
Oh,
Brandon Miller is now minus 1,000 to go number 2 overall.
Wow.
It is all but a lock. Brandon Miller will be going number 2 to Charlotte.
So throw 5 on Scoot.
Hey,
Value's
good
too
value.
We're well past the 100 now, too. We have to finish our drinks,
Oh, yeah.
Harry.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody watching. Thank you for tuning in. 2023 NBA Draft. This is your go-to spot.
Shout out Jason. Thanks for watching. Quote Marshall Green. Kings talk. Here is your other.
He already set the $5 for the other Kings.
Oh, shout out to you, Jason.
Shout out to you.
I'm sure we'll talk about the Kings later tonight. I need a refill, by the way. A couple more.
Malcolm Horton.
Wild cherry, if there are any.
First time
Super
Chatter.
What's up?
$10. Scoot to the Bulls.
Patrick
Scoot to the Bulls. If they trade up to number 3, I'd like that.
Seeps has been pushing that for weeks. That's what he would like
How about
to see.
this? Portland trades for Zach LaVine. Chicago trades up to number 3. They take.
I would do it if I'm the Bulls. The question is, if I'm Portland, I'm concerned that that's only a slightly better Dame CJ combo. Like, I do think LaVine's
You're not better
than,
defensively, that's for
LaVine's
sure.
better than CJ overall, and at least he's big enough where he's not a great defender, but like CJ's so small that he just can't defend regardless. But if Portland's in, if I'm Chicago, let's go. Let's make it happen. I would absolutely
Football
do
dude,
that.
shout out to you.
Adrian Wojnarowski had this note last night. Chris Middleton declining his $40 million option, which does sound like a bit of a surprise, but it doesn't shock me, Chase, because if you're Middleton, you might be thinking, okay, yeah, I'm not going to get $40 million per year, but I might get 3 for $75. So it gets him more security for the next few years. And look, maybe he's doing Milwaukee a favor. Maybe he's saying, hey, I'll take a little bit less, give me a 2-3 year contract, come back there. Or maybe he dangles himself and sees what other teams are interested.
Yeah, $40 million is a lot for him to opt out of, considering he was injured last year, worst year of his career, some signs of decline.
For sure.
But because the free agency class is so thin, and Harry, you and I have talked about this a lot, Chris Middleton, by becoming an unrestricted free agent, does become one of the marquee free agents in this class.
The risk for him, too, is if he opts in, sure, you get $40 million. But if you're bad this year, you're not getting another significant contract because then you're 3 years removed from being that all-star level player in the NBA Finals. If he opts out, gets a 2-3 year extension or contract elsewhere, then even if he does take a turn for the worse, he gives himself at least more long-term security on a 2 or 3 year deal. So I'm not super surprised to see him go this route. We got 8 minutes until Adam Silver heads up to the podium. If you're ready for the NBA draft, type me. We're trying to break our chat rate record. We're going to get a lot of shout-outs here for at least the next minute. So type me right now. Let's get 3,000 comments in the next minute. Let's make it go. All Brady, Throttle, Mike Dibble, Sports, Kalen, Bart, Aiden, Jack Sparrow. I thought that was Jack Sperry. Jay Music, Reno, Chase, Aubrey, Football Dude, Donzel, Abdul, Juju Rocks, Adda, Kevin Bowie. We got Sahaj, Brock, Naked, Evil. We got Lawrence in there. Football Dude, Nick, Corey, Slapdash. Type it more than once. Let's go. Kurt Alonzo, we got Aaron, Naked Diva, Tim Weaver, your boy Russell, Quincy is in the chat. Let's see here, going so fast. Marco, John, Tyler, Stevie J, we got Chicken Smackers, Jason. We'll get to that $50 super chat from Dale Webb Jr. in just a moment. We've got Janelle, Jason D, Jody Hartman, lots of me coming in. We also got a first-time super chat we'll get to. Lawrence, Brandon, LLS, William, Fluffy. We got Robert. Continue to type me in the chat. Shout out Dale Webb Jr. I think this is one of my my Bears boys here. What's good, Dale? What would the Lakers have to give up to trade for DeMar DeRozan? I mean, does 17 and salary filler get it done?
17 and salary filler might do it especially if, the Bulls trade up to number 3. They get Scoot Henderson. They trade away Zach LaVine. There's no point in then holding on to DeMar DeRozan.
No.
You let Vooch walk, and that's your rebuild
You
right
just
there
rebuild.
if you're Chicago.
Yeah. I mean, I would consider 17 in salary filler if I was Chicago. I don't know what that salary filler looks like. I'm trying to think. I mean, maybe it's a sign and trade for D'Lo. I wouldn't love that, but if it has to match the salary on a short term, I just think, look, DeMar's probably gone after this year. If you're getting a top 20 pick for him, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Craig Stevens, first time super chatter.
First time super chatter.
And for that 50, you doing a shotgun? I'll do the next one.
Somebody want to get 50? Me a happy dad?
Okay, we'll get that going. Craig Stevens, what big men in the draft look best on the Heat if no Dame? We're going to send this one to Rolly, our Miami Heat report host. Who's in the draft in that range at 18, Rolly, that could help play down low?
Well, I'll say this, Craig. It's very interesting that you mentioned big men. I guess the only one in that range, assuming Derek Lively is gone, all likelihood, all signs point to that being the case. Noah Clowney might be the only big man worth taking. People to mention is Jaime Jaquez. He's not a true big, but he can be a 3-4 hybrid.
You could take your boy Prosper. He's not a true big,
he's
but he's got
a
some
forward.
size.
So, Craig, if you're looking for a true backup center, because we know Cody Zeller ain't it, Noah Clowney's probably the only guy worth taking there. James Nagy out of Barcelona, that'd be a little bit of a reach. I have him going late 20s in this first round. But I like the forward position. You're looking for a hybrid 3-4 like Jaime Jaquez, Olivier Maxence Prosper. Those are the two guys that I would like to see the Heat go with if they're going in the forward range. I think they're actually, it's crazy to say good on big. There's no really draftable big man at 18 that is worth it, unless they trade back into the mid-20s and pile more draft picks from the future.
And let's be honest, when you have Bam Adebayo, you've got flexibility. Like, sure, you'd like to upgrade from Cody Zeller at that backup spot, but you don't have to force the issue with that number 18 pick. Wavy Remy with the 5. Appreciate that. And Chase, you want to knock out that?
This is for our guy Dale.
There
Thanks,
you go.
Dale.
We get another 50. I will do a beer bong for $50. So I will hop on next here and make that happen. Shout out to Chase. Type chug in the chat as he's knocking it out. Appreciate that as he gets that done. Daniel D, do y'all see my Heat drafting with the 18th pick? You kind of just mentioned a few names. So Olivier Maxence Prosper. If you're going to go big, Noah Clowney could be an option there. Would you take Keontae George if he's sitting there?
Yeah, I absolutely would. And just a quick plug to the Heat report. We put out 5 draft targets at 18 for the Heat earlier this morning, so go check out the Heat report. I'll throw the link in the chat just in a second. But 5 names I went over Nick Smith Jr. because I had him for a workout, and I think he's going to be there at 18. We talked about Olivier Maxence Prosper, which is the most Miami Heat basketball player in this draft class, good forward out of Marquette. We talked about Jalen Hood-Schifino, which is maybe unlikely because he's probably going to go ahead of the Heat, but he would be my pipe dream selection because I think they need more guard and scoring help, and Schifino would absolutely do that. Then we talked Jet Howard, who I'm not high on, but I think the Heat could be in on, son of Juan Howard. So a lot of Miami Heat connection there. And then Leonard Miller, a forward out of G League Ignite, which is a very good two-way potential prospect. Those are the 5 guys I talked about today for the Heat at 18.
We got 6,000 people watching live here, Rolly, and we're turning on subscriber-only chat. We want to reward the subscribers for the next few minutes. So if you want to be involved in the chat, if you want us to give you guys shout-outs, hit that subscribe button. We'll be here all night. And Rolly, as you know, our coverage just starts tonight. We got the draft tonight, but then free agency trades, that all takes over. So we're going to have you covered. And shout out to AJ with the $50 super chat. Do we have the Merbonga? That's what I'm going to do for my beer bong. We'll get that Merbonga in here. Shout out to AJ, but hit that subscribe button, sub-only chat on. Type S for a shout-out. AJ says, LaVine, Paul George, or Dame most likely to be moved tonight. I think you gotta go Dame, right? Like if you have to pick one.
The question, if Damian Lillard gets traded tonight, I actually think I would go Paul George because I think Damian Lillard stays put tonight. Paul George could be the one guy to be moved tonight. That would be my prediction, AJ.
I'm gonna do this beer bong here in just a moment, but type me for a shout out because we've gone sub only mode for for the next few minutes, and then the countdown to the draft is on. KTK Productions saying me. We got JD, Bingery, Tyler, Freakfish, UHL, VZSM. We got Victor Wembanyama. We've got Generic on here. Caden says me. We've got Carmen, Muse, Evil, Rory, Ronan. Rolly's good. We're good to go. We got Donnie, Josh, Jaden, Josiah, Robert, Daniel, Casimoto, Dave Drizzy, Daniel typing me. And also, if you're ready for the draft to start, type go. Get the goes going. Let's go. Type go in the chat. Go. Go. Gengar, Eternal, Kemper, Santiago, Alexi, Chicken, Benjori, Ronan, Rec, Lord, Waki. We've got William, Steph, spam, go in the chat right now. Steven, we've got Art, Mackenzie, we've got Spurs, Sports for Life, Brock, User, Trash, Green, Spurs Production, Sauce the Goat. We've got Paul, spam, go more than once if you're ready for the NBA draft to start. Here we go, 2023 draft right now. The 2023 NBA draft is just moments away from getting underway, and we've got you covered all night long here at Chat Sports. Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. with you. The San Antonio Spurs will be on the clock momentarily before they all but select Victor Wembanyama, Chase, and we'll continue to get some shout-outs here. Type go if you're ready for the draft to start, but Chase, busy night ahead. Let's get it.
Busy night ahead, 58 picks, so that means that 58 players are going to go tonight in the draft, and it's a fascinating draft because anytime you have a generational player like Victor Wembanyama, it'll be looked back on as a historic draft potentially if he ends up working out. But it's not just the Victor Wembanyama draft. There are a couple of really good players in this class. It includes Brandon Miller, my second best player, as well as our NBA draft expert, Nick Roloff. You have Scoot Henderson, Anthony Black, the Thompson twins, garnering a lot of interest in the lead up to this draft as well. But outside of that, there are players who will be selected tonight that can help change the fortune of a couple of franchises out there and be immediate impact players, but also some developmental pieces too who have the potential to be studs in this league as well.
Let me get a few shout-outs here, then we'll continue the conversation as we await the Spurs to be on the clock. Curtis. Oh! Paul with a $100 super chat.
That's the leader in the clubhouse to win our basketball. Not Paul Pierce, Paul Price.
The real Paul standing up, and that's Paul Price. Everybody knows that. Shout out to everybody saying go. A few more. Lee, Warriors fan A, and I think that means another shotgun for you.
Yeah,
I got this
beer
one lined
bong.
up.
I'll do a beer bong. I'll send a message to y'all to get it going for me.
Okay, here we go. Shout out to Stam, Up Hunter, Robert, Sage, Tay Too Cool. How about this? We'll get yours ready and we can race. You in?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
You down to race? All right, I'll wait for mine then. Jaden Hood Scafino sitting there in our top 15 on Rolly's big board. Kason Wallace, Kobe Buffkin, and Jordan Hawkins wrapping up our top 16. So Adam Silver is, he must be in the bathroom. He hasn't hopped on the podium yet. So the Spurs are not yet on the clock. So continue to type go if you're ready for the draft to start. Reflex, Brandon, Sports for Life, George, Carlos, Mackenzie. We got Chicken in there, Landon in the chat as well. Shout out to MNF, Ale. We got Stam, Rival Gaming, William, Sports for Life, Gengar, Landon, Stam. We've got Spirit as well. And Chase, do you want to real quickly explain our Super Chat giveaway here, considering we just got a $100 Super Chat?
So we're going to send this to our Super Chat MVP. So to the largest Super Chat and the largest amount that we get compiled throughout the night, we're going to send this to you. For instance, right now, Paul Price is in the lead with a $100 Super Chat. If anybody wants to beat $100, classic stuff right there. So, for instance, Paul Price, somebody has to beat $300 right there because Paul comes through with the 200 and a 100. So right now, he's the leader to win our ball. Paul, stay tuned throughout the draft because if that number holds, we'll need your information to send this to you.
Yeah, and perfect timing because the San Antonio Spurs are officially on the clock with the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. Adam Silver addressing the nation right now, the world, everybody watching the NBA draft. Hey, listen.
NBA Nation.
That's NBA Nation. That's right. Okay, Spurs on the clock here, Chase. This is kind of just, fill it out, the quick facts here. It's got to be Victor Wembanyama. We'll wait for it to become official, of course. But let's give some analysis on Wemby, what he brings to the table. 7'5", 225, 230. Can score at all 3 levels, and I think instantly an all-NBA type of defender.
Yeah, highest graded prospect since LeBron James, playing in France, 21 points per game, 10.5 rebounds, 3 blocks per night as well. He is a willing three-point shooter, not the most efficient three-point shooter, as he connected on just north of 27% of his attempts. At best, we're looking at a generational player who can kind of be like a hyper-sized, more skilled Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. At very worst, though, he can protect the rim and be a very good rim protector, like a fellow Frenchman in a Rudy Gobert. I think he's going to be a lot better than that. And I think that he's going to be able to grow his offensive arsenal a little bit over time. And if he can be about 35% on catch and shoot or walk-up three-pointers and be able to put the ball on the floor and continue to grow that aspect of his game, we're looking at a very unique player from the size and ability standpoint of a Giannis, of a Nikola Jokic, just in terms of being 7'4", 7'5", but being so skilled to do so much on the floor on both ends.
Yeah, Victor Wembanyama, I mean, if he hits, you just can't teach 7'5" and athletic.
No.
I mean, that's the bottom line, right? And that's why the San Antonio Spurs are clearly going to make this selection because it's just the upside is just too massive. And again, the floor, unless there's catastrophic injury, is elite defensive center that's still going to be able to score at a pretty good clip. So he's going to be fun to watch. I thought those games he had with Scoot Henderson, the number 2 or 3 pick in this draft, they were going back and forth. He was impressive in that competition. He's been playing pro basketball for the Metropolitan 92. So going to be very, very exciting.
Wait, did Paul send in two $200 super chats?
No, he just sent in another 50.
That's what my dashboard is showing.
Shout out to Paul.
Okay, shout out to Paul.
Paul's a real one. So we're going to go ahead and send Victor Wembanyama to the Spurs because that is the pick here. More analysis to come. But shout out Paul. Got to get back on screen. Chase, talk a little more about Wemby here as I'm going to take down this first beer bong real quick.
Yeah, so obviously the concerns with Victor Wembanyama, it comes down to his size. He is very, very thin. And how is that size or lack thereof going to be able to hold up at the NBA level? When he goes up against a Joel Embiid or a Nikola Jokic and they're down on that low block, are they going to be able to easily back him down and score in the trenches, score around the rim? And how does that thin frame hold up as far as his longevity in the league? Because he did deal with some injuries so far in his young career. Now, he's only 19 years old, so he's still growing. I think that is a big reason why Victor Wembanyama has struggled with those injuries a little bit, but he can anchor your defense. He can be a key component of your offense. And over time, can he have a better feel for the game where he's a good distributor as well? To see a guy at 7'4", 7'5", hit step-back three-pointers, catch and shoot three-pointers, fadeaways, elbow jumpers, baseline. He has everything in his arsenal. He obviously just needs to be a little bit more consistent with his outside shot, but really good touch around the rim, as evidenced by him shooting about 47% from the field, which does include some three-point shots as well.
And look, let's be honest, there's always a learning curve when you go to the NBA. No one steps in, very often at least, as a top 5, top 10 player, but if anybody can do it in this draft, it's this guy. And I'll tell you what, the only person who has as high of a ceiling as Victor Wembanyama, it's Paul Price. I mean, Paul Price just sent in another $100 super chat. Paul Price bringing the heat.
We might have to go collect his info now.
Yeah, Paul, listen, you never know what's going to happen here, but you are our leading MVP candidate by far, and I think we got to make some kind of promise. If we get to 1,000 in super chats, what are we bringing to the table here? Office shots?
Couple of beer bongs, office shots. We can do something like that.
We're at $700 before the draft even technically goes, although Victor Wembanyama, the pick, has been reported, obviously, for months to be to the San Antonio Spurs. And then we'll wait and see what happens at number 2. But shout out to Paul Price. He is a real one. Hit that subscribe button as we're awaiting for the draft to really kick into gear here, Chase. Our draft coverage all night long. We'll have pick-by-pick analysis. We're also going to have draft grades at the end of the night. Be sure to check that out. Also, free agency really starts tomorrow in a lot of ways. Once the draft's over, the rumors are going to kick into gear. Trade buzz is going to be out there. We're going to have you guys all covered, Chase, myself, and the rest of the squad here.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe to the show because our NBA analysis is going to be insightful. It's going to be informative. It's going to be consistent. And just like tonight when we went live 2 hours before the draft, we're going to be live longer and giving you better content than any other outlet out there. And tonight, it's our goal to make this the most watched NBA draft coverage here on YouTube. So continue to like the video, continue to comment, and continue to subscribe to the show. As for what the Ringers, Kevin O'Connor, said about Victor Wembanyama, we'll also have the picks prior to when it's going to be announced on the broadcast tonight. Here's what he had to say, KOC, about Victor Wembanyama. Towers over opponents at 7'3", shoots an unblockable jumper because of that high release point. He can spot up from way behind the line and hit threes off movement from pick and pops, relocations, or transition sprints. He has battled streakiness with his shot, but has improved his mechanics and frame dramatically in a year. And that's one of the things that I talked about, right? Like, he's a little bit streaky, but he's virtually unguardable. The size, the length, but also the jump shot release point is so high, a la a Kevin Durant, where there's really no player who's going to be able to alter or block his shot. If he stays healthy, we're talking about a multi-time All-Star and a potential generational player who's going to a San Antonio organization which does a hell of a job of developing players.
David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Victor Wembanyama. It's
three first-round picks.
It's 3 generational picks. There's no doubt about that. So Wemby is the first selection here. Who should go number 2? This is really the question here, and I want you guys in the audience, 6,000 people watching live, to weigh in here. Type BM for Brandon Miller. Type SH for Scoot Henderson. Get the chat going as Adam Silver has officially now announced that Victor Wembanyama is the selection. But who do you guys think should go number 2? We got 62% saying Scoot Henderson here, 38% saying Brandon Miller. Betting odds have shifted heavily toward Brandon Miller in recent minutes and hours. Jitta says Miller, so does John. Board says Scoot. Ryan says Scoot. We got Uno saying Brandon Miller. FIFA says Scoot. Sideways saying Miller. We got Jenna saying Brandon Miller. So is Captain saying Scoot, actually. Williams says Scoot. Dark says Scoot. It sounds like it's going to be Brandon Miller, Chase, but we'll wait and see here now that Wemby has officially gone number 1.
Yeah, it's a great debate here. Who's going to go number 2, Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson? So we want you to let us know here in the chat who goes number 2 overall. Is it going to be Miller or is it going to be Scoot? I think it should be Brandon Miller. The odds earlier pointed to Scoot Henderson being the guy, and now they've shifted to Brandon Miller. I just think in today's NBA, you're looking for wing scorers, and that's what Miller is. 3-level scorer who has a lot of efficiency to his game. Dribble, pull up, catch and shoot. He can also create for himself. The handle needs to get a little bit tighter because it's a little loose right now. It'll kind of remind you of a Jaylen Brown type of loose handle, and that oftentimes results in a lot of turnovers. But other than that, he's a really strong player, and that type of handle can be developed over time. What I look for is the 3-level of scoring ability. It's the touch. It's the finishing ability. It's the smooth shot. He has all those. You tighten up the handle, he's going to be a dangerous player. That's why I'd go Miller at number 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's really what you're looking for, right? I mean, if you want the prototypical wing that can score, Miller's your guy. If you want a high-ceiling guard who can really handle and has the potential to be a great scorer, Scoot Henderson's your guy. So it really just depends on what you're looking for here. I think Miller probably helps the team more right away, but Scoot could have that higher potential. We'll have to wait and see. But with Wemby off the board, you got Miller and Scoot 2 and 3, whichever who goes where. Obviously, Chase, as we slightly look ahead past Charlotte, Portland at 3, what do they end up doing? The Portland Trailblazers, do they keep Damian Lillard? Does a trade happen here, or do they, look to the future with a guy like Scoot Henderson and maybe dangle Dame in trades either during or after the NBA draft? That'll be interesting to watch, but it all starts with this pick here, I think, Chase, depending on who goes number 2.
Yeah, and look, like after this, I think things start to get really interesting. It all hinges on what Charlotte decides to do, because then the Trailblazers come at number 3. And if Brandon Miller is off the board and Scoot Henderson is on the board for Portland, do they trade out? Because we talked about this earlier. I do not think that Damian Lillard, Scoot Henderson, Anthony Simons makes any sense. And if they do draft Scoot, does that signal that the Trailblazers in the lead up to free agency or at some point this offseason elect to trade away Damian Lillard? Because those three, I believe, cannot coexist on the floor together.
At least not in terms of winning at a high level, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you add Shaedon Sharpe to the mix. He's a little bit bigger, 6'6", but to me, he's a 2. So I think that's very much the discussion happening right now.
Paul Price.
Chase going to knock out a beer bong for Paul Price. Paul. Shout out to Paul Price. And with Wembanyama off the board, we await to see who goes 2. Shout out Sydney Harris. Kevin Durant says Scoot Henderson. Sydney says Brandon Miller. What about the brother San Diego State? Is there a San Diego? Who's the San Diego State guy that Marquis is referring to? No one that's off the top of my
Here's a report that's
my
interesting.
head.
The Cavaliers reportedly receiving trade offers for Jarrett Allen with the Mavericks and Raptors as teams to watch.
Look, the Mavericks
Mavericks at number 10.
Well, and look, the Mavericks have not had a true 5 really since Tyson Chandler,
Yep.
if we're being completely honest. They tried it with Christian Wood this year. That obviously did not work out. Wembanyama is crying right now. Good for him, man. And a great moment for him and his family going to the San Antonio Spurs. And Shams Charania kind of confirming what recent reports have suggested here, Chase. It does look like, barring a very, very last-minute shift here, that Brandon Miller will be the selection for Charlotte here at number 2 overall.
Yeah. And Brandon Miller, I agree with the selection here, especially if you're really trying to build around LaMelo Ball. You build around LaMelo Ball with another wing. LaMelo Ball is your dribble drive guy who can get to the rim, create for himself, and create for others. And if he has Brandon Miller around that wing area, that is a good co-star to really build with. And now you're looking at a young pairing of LaMelo and Brandon Miller, who's 6'9", 200 pounds. His wingspan is very, very good at 6'11". I think because of that, he's going to be able to be a good defensive player, nearly 19 points per game in his lone season with Alabama, 8 rebounds. I think he has good instincts for rebounding the basketball. What I love about his game, he's very comfortable in shooting from downtown, and he can really shoot all around the perimeter, connected on 38% of his shots. I think his offense translates into any team that does draft him, and in this case, it's going to be Charlotte with what we're hearing. And it's not like he shot 38% from 3 on limited attempts. He took about 7.5 3-point attempts per night. And if you're looking for a pro comparison, he called his GOAT Paul George. He said he watched a lot of Paul George growing up. He has a lot of those moves in his bag as well of a Paul George. And a lot of people also concerned about some of his struggles in March Madness. Him struggling in March Madness is not because of the game or because he shied away from the moment. It's because he was dealing with this groin injury, the lone injury that he suffered at Alabama. And after the whole controversy of him being involved in that legal situation, the pressure was on him, and he had arguably his best game. So if you're looking to see how he plays with pressure, that's a good indicator, obviously, in a very unfortunate moment. But Brandon Miller, I love the fit alongside LaMelo Ball. This is a great building block for a Hornets team that's in this transitional phase after Michael Jordan sold his majority stake.
Yeah, and look, before we continue here, my 2 cents here is, I think for Miller, this is the better fit than Portland because LaMelo Ball is a distributor. Dame Lillard is a scoring first point guard. You play next to LaMelo, so Brandon Miller needs to work on the handle a little bit still. Yep. He can do that because LaMelo is going to find him shots. So I do like that for Miller, and I think he should fit well there in Charlotte. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Brandon Miller to the Hornets. This is the live poll as well. So Drop your grades in there in the comments. I don't think you could go wrong with Miller or Scoot. They would provide different things to this franchise. I think either one was going to be a good selection for Charlotte, so I got to give it an A here.
I agree. So, yeah, let us know down in the comments section. And according to really all accounts, the Charlotte Hornets were seriously debating either going with Scoot or Brandon Miller. They fall on Miller, and I think he's the better player, one. I think he's the better fit, two. So you knock it out of the park with both of those, and you can check off both those boxes.
A, B, C, D, or F. MacArthur says B. Simpson says C. Kevin says C. We got Devio saying B. Knox says A. We got Marquis saying B. A+ from Roach. A from Mike Dibble. What's good, Mike? So I guess Mike Dibble, our Charlotte fan, is excited about that one. Ball with LAC says A. Kappa says C. Arnold says A. So Brandon Miller goes to the Charlotte Hornets. Subscribe to the channel. We're just getting started here. Victor Wembanyama to the Spurs. Brandon Miller to the Hornets. We got 8,200 people watching live. Hit that subscribe button. We'd love to break our subscribe record from last year, but every new subscriber we value here at Chat Sports, and you're not going to regret it because our NBA coverage is heating up. We got the draft tonight. We got free agency coverage coming up, trade buzz, everything surrounding the NBA. We're going to hit you with it. Harrison Graham, Chase Sr., Nick Roloff, the entire squad here. We got you covered with the latest NBA news and rumors. So hit that subscribe button. So now, Chase, let's talk about Portland because they're at a crossroads.
Yeah.
What do you do here? Do you draft Scoot and then you have a talk with Dame and see if he wants to stay and play with Scoot, help groom him as a player? Or maybe he says, hey, man, let's just move on. Like, Scoot can be my replacement. I'm going to go try and contend elsewhere.
Look, if I'm Damian Lillard, I'm demanding a trade. And if I'm Portland, I'm low-key kind of relieved at that situation.
I'm okay with it. Yeah.
I'm okay with it because you got some great years from Damian Lillard. He's going to go down as arguably the best player in franchise history. His loyalty to Portland was a magical and special thing, and he helped lead you to some tremendous playoff wins as well as some playoff series as well. You made that run to the Western Conference Finals back in 2019. But if you have an opportunity to move off of a smaller guard who's in his early 30s and you can rebuild with a great player in Scoot Henderson, and then you trade away Damian Lillard and get back a really good package there, that's how you streamline a rebuild. And that's how you get back into contention as soon as possible. And that's the smartest business move, I believe, for Portland. Because right now with Dame and the current construct of that roster, even if you draft Scoot Henderson, you're not going to be a player in a loaded Western Conference. You're just not.
The pick is in, and it is Scoot Henderson. And just to continue on those thoughts, Chase, look, if I'm Portland, I respect the hell out of Damian Lillard for trying to make it work, for sticking it out. But here's the reality. What move is out there for Portland to make them a title contender in the West? I don't think there's a move out there that makes them better than Denver. I don't think there's a move out there that even has them up there with the Warriors and the Lakers. And depending on what a few other teams do, you might be looking at like a 6 seed at best, even if you were to get someone like Paul George in there. I just think it's like, hey, man, we tried. It didn't work out. In terms, it worked out. Obviously, it was a good run, but we didn't win a title. You go get a title elsewhere. We're not going to make you be the bad guy in terms of requesting a trade. Let's just make this an amicable break. We'll find a team that makes sense. We'll get proper value back, and we're going to rebuild it around Scoot Henderson, who they just drafted.
Yeah, Scoot Henderson, let's break down the player here as he's headed to Portland barring any trade, and that could happen, by the way. 19 years old, 3 months, so you get him at a point where he's still a teenager. He can be a developmental project over time. What's good about him, even though he's 19 years old, I think his body is ready right away to be an NBA caliber body. He's 6'2", 195, 6'9" wingspan. I think that really helps him become a very good defensive player to get his hands in the way of passing lanes, which can lead to steals, alterations, and deflections, which can go the other way. Speaking of going up the other way, shades of Russell Westbrook here with the veracity in which he plays with, how aggressive he is, and he's always moving at 110%. Now, he elected to go to the G League route, 16.5 points per game, 6.5 assists, so his creation ability is pretty solid. 3.5 turnovers per game, which isn't bad considering how much and how often he had the ball in his hands. What he needs to work on is his three-point shot.
Yep.
He shot less than 28% on threes last year at the G League level, but he can attack the rim at a high level. Because of that, he will put pressure on your defense. Great court vision, and playing with better players and better shot makers, he can really be a double-double guy and average around 10 assists per game. And Rolly, I know you're really high on the player. You had Brandon Miller ahead of Scoot, but Scoot can still be a baller.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in this Chat Sports offices, when I've mentioned that I have Brandon Miller over Scoot Henderson, they kind of took it as I'm low on Scoot Henderson. That's not the case. This guy is a perennial all-star caliber player. And all three of these guys who went 1, 2, and 3 in Wemby, Miller, and Scoot, I believe they have the potential to be all NBA caliber players and leading guys on championship contending teams. These top 3 picks are all going to be home runs. I know it's hard to say that, but I truly do believe these guys are all going to be franchise-changing guys. And with Portland, Scoot Henderson, he really could be a franchise-changing guy because he could be moving one of your best players of all time to the brink of requesting a trade, and you rebuild around Scoot Henderson, who, Chase, you mentioned all about his talent and his abilities. He truly will be a freak of nature at that guard position. And I love the fit, honestly, of him and Anthony Simons. If they do move on with Damian Lillard, I think a Simons and Scoot backcourt will move mountains because you got the shooting and the score-first mentality of Simons paired up with the athleticism and vision and ball handling of Scoot Henderson. I think that could be a backcourt that dominates the Western Conference if they continue to grow together and work together in a good spot.
Do you think this signals the exit for Dame?
I do, and it's our live poll, so go in and ask or answer that question as well. Will Dame request a trade? Yes or no? I know there's a report that Scoot Henderson and Dame have been in constant communication since they've potentially going to be teammates. I don't buy the fact that Dame wants to stay with them. It's been on record he doesn't want to go through a rebuild and play with younger guys, so why would he stick up with Scoot Henderson in the foreseeable future? Shaedon Sharpe, Simons, all 3 younger guys. I don't think he stays with them. I think Dame finally requests a trade, and I mentioned it earlier in our pre-show. Miami, Brooklyn, get those packages ready because Dame could be one of your teams coming soon.
Yeah, appreciate the analysis, Rolly, and we're going to talk the Rockets here in a sec. A little rapid-fire super chat. Shout out Brother Jay with the $5 super chat on our Warriors stream. We are
Brother
still live
Jay.
on Golden State Warriors today. They, of course, traded for Chris Paul, Chase, and they got a pick coming up probably in the next hour and a half, picking up at number
Ahmed
19
Thompson, number 4.
overall. So we will get to that in a second. Houston Rockets on the clock here, and they're not wasting any time here. Amin Thompson, one of the 2 overtime elite Thompson twins here, Chase. He goes here. I know Rolly had Thompson as his number 5 prospect, but a lot of consensus big boards kind of had this top 4, 2 and 3, the big question, but Thompson goes to Houston.
Yeah, there was a report that he's the best athlete that the Houston Rockets have ever seen. So he's an extraordinary athlete who can jump out of the gym. I have some concerns about the offensive game. He played at the G League level, as Harrison noted, and he's 20 years old. Still struggled against that G League competition. But as far as athletes go, he's already going to become one of the best at the NBA level. He's 6'6", 214, 7-foot wingspan. Last year, with the overtime elite, 16 points per game, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, 2.5 steals per game. And his true shooting percentage was just under 61%. He can get to the cup very easily. He can finish around the rim. He kind of has a push shot from downtown, which concerns me a little bit, but does have this willingness, as Rolly pointed out earlier on in our broadcast, to work on that shooting form. And I think he is the best athlete in this class. He really does have elite quickness. And with him going to Houston, they're building something very interesting here. I think Alperen Şengün is one of the more underrated bigs at the NBA level. Jalen Green has shown a lot of ability. You still have Kevin Porter Jr. You throw him into the mix with Jabari Smith, who was selected number 2 last year by the Houston Rockets. You have this young core right now that's athletic, they're fast, they're long. And if Thompson can develop that jump shot, he really can be a good player in this league and be impactful on both ends, as evidenced by the numbers that he put up last year, where he was a very well-rounded player, distributing, rebounding, scoring.
So Victor Wembanyama to the Spurs, Brandon Miller to the Hornets, Scoot Henderson to the Trailblazers. Keep an eye on Damian Lillard there. Then Amin Thompson to the Houston Rockets. That brings up the Detroit Pistons on the clock. If you love the NBA draft, spam me right now. Get the chat rate going once again here. Type me right now. We'll get some shout-outs going, and we'll continue with our draft coverage as we've got about 7,000 people watching live. Basketball Kid, Mushy, we got J Peach, Ander, Glitchy, Don Static. We got Sports in the chat, J Peach, Mushy, Max, Glitchy, Two Toes, John, Edward in the chat. He's asking about Celtics at 25. We'll see when we get closer. SH Ace. We got Felipe, Juju, Paul, Squibbles, all typing me. Type me if you love the NBA draft. And I think we're kind of reaching that range, Chase, where we're not sure what's going to happen from here on out.
No, you had a great idea that Victor Wembanyama was going to go number 1. We had the feeling that Brandon Miller was going to go number 2. I know a lot of people here inside the Chat Sports offices made some bets that the top 3 would go Wembanyama, Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson. So we had a nice little payout for those of you who put some cheddar down. And then outside of that, you didn't really know what was going to transpire after those top 3.
There was a report late yesterday, early today, that the Rockets did like Amen Thompson. So that's kind of the final report of like who's going to take what. Now we're sitting at 5.
Who the hell knows?
Ozzer Thompson, perhaps coming up next.
Anthony Black is a player who Rolly really likes.
We'll see. Help us be our top coverage here. Chase was going to say it there. Like the video, share the video. Great minds, that's how it works. Hit that subscribe button and keep the comment section flowing. We love interacting with all of you. Let's get to 2,000 likes. Every 1,000 likes, I'm going to take a shot. So we're 350 likes away. Help us get there. And, of course, sharing the video on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, texting it to a friend. That is going to help us out. We're also now live on our Dallas Mavericks Today YouTube channel. The Mavericks are a handful of picks away at number 10. So if you're a Mavs fan, here's our draft coverage. The Detroit Pistons are on the clock. We'll see what Dallas does at number 10. Chase, before we get back to Detroit, quick thoughts on what you would do if you were the Mavs at 10. Obviously, it could depend on who's available.
If I'm Dallas, I'm exploring that trade for Jarrett Allen. If I can trade number 10 to Cleveland for Jarrett Allen, I think that he'd be a really good fit with Luka Doncic, especially if they bring back Kyrie Irving. Luka is not known as an all-world defender. Kyrie Irving is not a willing defender. And in losing Dorian Finney-Smith, their defense, which 2 years ago was one of the best in the NBA, a big reason why they made it to the Final Four, it took a nosedive. You need a rim protector. You need a better defensive player. Luka and Kyrie can operate the pick and roll with Jarrett Allen on some of those lob plays as well. I think he'd be a really good fit. If not, you have to take a look at how the draft board will fall, because there are some interesting players who could make sense for Dallas. You could go Taylor Hendricks there. You could go Jarris Walker if you're looking for an athletic big. Last year, they kind of addressed guard, so I don't know if they do that again. Derek Lively might be a little bit too early, but he can be like a Kevon Looney type of player, or a Clint Capella, who is a worse offensive player.
Yeah, fascinating to see what the Mavs do. We should find out in the next 30, 45 minutes here with the Detroit Pistons on the clock. And draft is kind of humming along the first 4 picks, and I think it speaks to what we were saying, Chase. There's some unknown with how teams feel about the rest of this draft beyond these top 4 or 5 players. And now Detroit at 5, is it Ozzer Thompson? Is it Anthony Black? Are they dangling this pick perhaps? We'll have to wait and see what happens here. Super chat from your boy Savage, $5 super chat. If you're watching on Chat Sports, Mavericks Today or Warriors Today, and you super chat, we'll get you on screen here. Shout out Dale Webb Jr. Where does Chris Paul play? Well, he got traded to the Warriors.
He's going to play for the Warriors. They're not going to buy him out.
Only question now is, does he start or come off the bench? I think as a 6th-man role, that fits him perfectly at this stage in his career.
And spot starter for when Steph Curry is out, or for load management. Or if you want to switch up that starting lineup and go with 2 guards, with 2 ball handlers, you could start him as well.
Could be matchup dependent. We'll see what Steve Kerr does. JP, shout out for the 10. He says, thanks for the stream. If Dame is traded, what do you think the Blazers can get? I mean, the 2 teams linked recently have been Brooklyn and Miami. So a Miami package, there's a report that they want Bam. I don't think you're getting Bam, a Bam-centric deal. So I think it's Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, and picks, something like that.
If you trade him to the Knicks, you have Scoot, you have Shaedon Sharpe, and you have Anthony Simons.
Yep.
R.J. Barrett. You get a wing who can play some defense.
Couple picks.
I don't hate it. Do you go Obi Toppin, who can play the 4? In addition,
I'm not
you
convinced.
get Emmanuel quickly as your sixth man. Couple of options there
Not
for New York.
convinced the Knicks are interested with Jalen Brunson there.
Yeah, I could see
I
that.
think the Nets are a sneaky team to keep an eye on
I
there.
agree.
If they can get him without giving up Mikal Bridges, that's interesting. Iowa says Nuggets should continue to trade up for Kalabali. That would be interesting. Look, when you're a win-now team, you don't need several picks. Like, if there's one player you can identify that you want, go get him.
And what a job that Denver has done. I don't think they get enough credit for this, of drafting and developing players. Nikola Jokic got drafted during the Taco Bell commercial. They took a chance on Michael Porter Jr. They drafted Jamal Murray. Christian Brown last year, great selection. They've done a great job of developing and drafting players. I think they can do the same tonight and get a player, because they're going to be paying a lot of money to a lot of these guys who can be a plug-and-play
What they
guy.
have done well, too, is not only finding good talent, but finding guys they have a vision for what their role is going to be once they get him in there. Jay Peach, if you love something, you got to know when to let it go. I love you, Dame. Exactly. I mean, look, I think
just like a girlfriend that you're about to break up
in
with,
a perfect world, Dame would play in Portland forever and win a title, but eventually you have to accept reality. And I just don't think there's a move out there that can help them win.
It's been a great relationship between Dame and Portland, but it's come to a point where a breakup needs to happen. It needs to.
How about this, Chase? We've almost surpassed our Super Chat total from last year, and we're only 4 picks in.
Let's go.
If we get a $100 Super Chat right now, Chase and I will do a beer bong race because we will have passed last year's total. We in? $100 Super Chat, or if 2 people send in 50, we'll count that as well.
Let's go.
Let's beat last year's total, and let's keep this party pumping.
I don't think Paul Price can Super Chat again. I think he reached the $500 limit, so somebody else, Mike Dibble, has to step up to the challenge.
Paul, if you're in the chat and you want a Venmo, say, yeah, I'll Venmo, and we'll drop some Venmos in there. We'll make it. Chase, myself, we'll make it happen, because all donations help us grow, and it allows us to expand our draft coverage year in and year out. If you love the NBA draft, type me right now in the chat. Let's get a second name on that one for the real ones who know. Type me in the chat when it comes to that. Second source is what I meant. Josiah says me. Basketball Kid says me. Anders says me. Let's see. Dark, Paul, Ander, Josiah, Gaming, Jaden, Wesley, Josiah, Rodrigo, Rob, Jaden. The pick is in. We're going to get to that here in just a moment here. Colin, Jaden. We got Anthony Stack in the chat as well. Juju DeLando. We've got Aaron Foley, Dustin. Type me if you love the NBA draft and if you're enjoying our coverage. Back-to-back Thompson twins here, Chase. We will get to it in a second, but Ozzer Thompson is going to be the selection for Detroit.
Yeah, different player than his brother Eamon, and he's also very, very athletic. Not quite as bouncy, but that's not a shot at him at all. He's 6'6", 218, 7-foot wingspan. He also averaged 16 points per game, 6 assists, nearly 7 rebounds last year. Very good at pickpocketing other players. Very good defensive player. His true shooting percentage, not that of his brother. Same athletic profile, but he's kind of more of a wing as compared to being a guard. I like him as an off-ball player who can cut to the basket. You can hit him on some backdoor cuts. You can run a little two-man action with him as well. Solid ball handler, but also not as great of a ball handler as his brother. And Rolly's comp, I like it. It's a more athletic Jimmy Butler. And if you remember Jimmy Butler coming out of Marquette, he was not the player that he is right now. And even the player that Jimmy Butler is right now, he's somewhat limited on the offensive end of the floor. He just has this level of dedication to the game of basketball and the cutthroat nature in between the ears that's allowed him to become a great competitor. So more athletic Jimmy Butler, Rolly, I kind of like that as your pro comp for him.
Yeah, I actually really love this fit. When you look at teams in this lottery who could take Ozzer Thompson and really make the most out of him early on in his career and in the future, I think Detroit could be the #1 team, because you really think about it, their backcourt is set what you think for the foreseeable future with Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey, and then you got a front court that consists of Wiseman, Jalen Duren, and then Isaiah Stewart. So you really needed that wing athlete to help complement the backcourt of Ivy and Cunningham, and Ausar Thompson can really do that. If he can improve his three ball and shoot 35 to 38% from three in the NBA, this is going to be a really tough Pistons team to beat, because you might have an all-worldly athletic team just looking at Duren, Ausar, Jaden Ivey, and Cunningham. Those are four unbelievable athletes. So if Ausar can get that shooting down with his defense, this is a perfect 3-and-D wing to pair up with Ivy and Cunningham in Detroit.
And the good news too, Rolly, right, is Detroit's not expected to win next year, so he can develop his offensive game and, just kind of focus on the things he does well right now. Get out in transition, be that athletic guy. I think this could be a fun team to watch. They may only win 25 or 30 games, but you're starting to see the core come together, and Ausar Thompson, another piece to that core in Detroit. You get a couple of more in there, and maybe you're cooking with something. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know in the comments section. Look, you get to a certain point in the draft, like if you're taking one of the best players on the board, it can't be considered a bad pick, Chase. I think it's a solid selection here.
No, I think it's a really good pick, and I also like the fit here, as Rolly was alluding to. Let's hope that Cade Cunningham can come off of that injury, which was pretty severe, which cut his sophomore season short. Because if he is able to be the player from his rookie season and become a more consistent shooter as far as his efficiency goes, then you're looking at a nice little nucleus there. You have Jaden Ivey, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, James Wiseman, now Ausar Thompson. I like the makeup of what Detroit is doing, and Monty Williams, he's locked in there for the long haul. He's done a good job of developing players as well.
One more note, too. The first pair of brothers, Eamon and Ausar Thompson, to be selected in the top 5 in any same draft.
And they're back-to-back.
Awesome experience for that family, and we wish them the best of luck in their careers. The Orlando Magic are now on the clock. Perfect time to remind you guys to subscribe to the channel. Our NBA draft coverage is just getting underway here. We've got 5 picks down, 53 to go. Plenty of action to come here tonight during the 2023 NBA Draft. Pick-by-pick analysis, insightful information, breakdowns from myself, Chase, and Nick Roloff as well. So hit that subscribe button and continue to watch our videos, because we're going to have the latest news, rumors, free agency, which starts next Friday. We're going to have draft grades tonight as well. It's 100% free. All you got to do is hit that subscribe button. We're also, Chase, almost at 1,000 new subscribers tonight. If we can make that happen, we would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, we had a great sub record last year. Nearly 6,000 people had subscribed to the show.
Yeah.
Right now, 713 people have subscribed to the channel. NBA free agency, ladies and gentlemen, begins next Friday. So if you're looking for live shows, multiple videos per day that are insightful, informative, and entertaining, we have you covered here. And also, shout out to a Chat Sports legend, Rick Nyers, for the $10 super
Warriors
chat
today.
on Warriors today. We'd like to see the Warriors make some more moves. Maybe not re-sign Draymond Green, sign Kuzma, and maybe Powell from Dallas. I know you're high on Dwight Powell as a cheap option. You were talking about that earlier. Kuzma would be an interesting fit if you let Draymond go.
For cheap, I like it. Look, Dwight Powell's made $10, $11 million last few years. That's an overpay for what he provides. He's got limitations, especially defensively. But when you're Golden State, you're going to look for cheap contracts to fill out that roster. He's a guy that's been in a rotation as both a starter and a backup role for close to a decade now in Dallas, and not always on bad teams. He's a good role man. He's an energetic player. I think you pair him with Chris Paul in that second unit. I like the fit for cheap. And he's been the Mavs' PA, whatever word you're looking for. So he's a smart guy. He's insightful. He's a locker room fit
Players
as well.
Association representative.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and I think he would fit in well with a win-now team like Golden State.
No, I agree. Rick, thank you so much for that $10 donation, my guy. We certainly appreciate that. Cheers to you, my brother.
Appreciate that. We got the next pick here, Chase. Anthony Black. Nick Roloff will get his thoughts in a moment. It was his number 4 overall player on the board out of Duncanville, played at Arkansas. Good size. Kind of has some Lonzo Ball to his game, similar physical makeup and playmaking ability as well.
Yeah, this is a guy who can really do it all, and I think when he plays alongside talented players who can score the basketball, you're going to see these assist numbers that we're about to show you absolutely skyrocket, because he averaged around 13 points per game and 4 assists. I think that those 4 assists could double, and this is a guy who defensively has very good instincts. has to get better as a three-point shooter. That's also why, not just the game, why he draws comps to Lonzo Ball, because the shooting form is a little bit spotty. Does have potential to be one of the better combo guards at the NBA level because of his offensive ability, but also the fact that he can score, distribute, and be a good defensive player. He is up there as one of the best defensive guards and players in this class, but the jump shot is a big concern. I don't love the form of it, but he does have a high basketball IQ. Another reason why he's linked to Lonzo Ball, 2.1 steals per game. So that goes back to what I said about his instinctual feel and his knowledge and ability to kind of read what happens next on the defensive end of the floor, Rolly.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick for a multitude of reasons for me. One, he was my best player available. I thought he actually is better than Amen and Oscar Thompson. I just love his IQ, everything you mentioned, his defense, his feel for the game. Just if he improves that jumper, he can be truly special. But this signals something to me here, and let's deep dive to something else.
Yeah.
They now have a backcourt of Anthony Black, Cole Anthony, Jalen Suggs, and Markelle Fultz. I expect one of them to be on the move, and I'll tell you what, it's not going to be Anthony Black. There's been a lot of rumors of the Los Angeles Lakers potentially having interest in Jalen Suggs. I would expect to see one of these Orlando guards, not named Anthony Black, be traded in the next week or so. So keep your eye out on that. But just talking about the actual fit, Black passing the ball and setting up Banchero and Franz Wagner, that's going to be a healthy trio right there.
There were reports, Rolly, that Cole Anthony is someone that Orlando would be willing to trade. Is he the guy that exits?
I don't know. I feel like it's more likely to be Jalen Suggs, as Cole Anthony is probably a better fit of a scorer off the bench. So I think Jalen Suggs would be the one to go out of those three guards in Orlando.
The Indiana Pacers are now on the clock here. Shout out to Kabat Schroeder with the $2 super chat. Is this from Chat Sports here? Appreciate that. Trey Fisher as well. Alec Kumpian, Big Al, Yo Dahit. Okay, appreciate that as well. Wow. Taker 610 here. Trivia, who did Portland trade to Brooklyn for Damian Lillard? Well, that hasn't happened yet, but if they were to trade Damian Lillard to Brooklyn, if Brooklyn's hell-bent on keeping Mikal Bridges here, Chase, what do you think a trade looks like? I think a signing trade involving Cam Johnson would be part of that. Dorian Finney-Smith, and then probably picks. I think that's what you're looking at.
Yeah,
there.
You're looking for players who can really move the needle. Mikal Bridges, after that trade from the Phoenix Suns, proved that he could be better than any type of player that anybody envisioned him being coming out of Villanova.
He could be a number 2 or number 3 on a title team.
He was projected to be a 3-and-D guy. Unfortunately for the Sixers, my Sixers, they traded Zaire Smith for him. Or they traded Mikal Bridges for Zaire Smith. Bridges would have been great, but he goes to Phoenix as a 3-and-D guy. Then he goes to Brooklyn, develops a handle, has a pull-up jumper, able to knock down some threes. That's a guy who you can really build around. And then you have Dorian Finney-Smith, who's a great defensive player. And then Cam Johnson is a guy who can be a consistent knockdown three-point shooter. I also think that the Nets wouldn't mind moving off of Joe Harris's contract. He played great alongside James Harden, but since then, he's not been good. Lackluster shooting percentage, and also the contract is pretty awful as well. That could be a salary matcher in that deal.
We're looking to the Indiana Pacers now on the clock, but a trade is happening here. Chase, Rolly, do we have any information here? You want to hop on and fill us in here with this 7th selection?
So all that we know right now is that Bilal Coulibaly is the pick at 7, and it was going to the Washington Wizards. The Wizards were originally selecting 8. There is no word to see if the Wizards are trading the 8th pick up one spot to grab Coulibaly. You'd have to imagine that is the case, but this would be quite the splash for Washington to trade for pick number 7 and keep 8, but we're assuming that they're basically just switching spots. But I actually love the fit here for Coulibaly because Washington's going to have a lot of time to grow him and get better. If Coulibaly was to become the player a lot of scouts project him to be, this is a good landing spot for him as he has a lot of time to grow his game.
So look, Coulibaly has been moving up draft boards in recent weeks, but number 7, I'm not sure any of us saw that happening here, Chase. 6'6", 190, teammate of Victor Wembanyama out in France for the Metropolitan 92s. And Rolly had him number 17 on his big board. There was some chatter he could sneak into the lottery here, Chase, but he goes number 7 overall. Clearly, Washington has identified something here that they think he can become a star type of player.
I mean, look at him. He's one of the youngest players in this draft class, and he looks very, very young in this photo. Because of the hype surrounding Victor Wembanyama, a lot of people didn't realize that this guy is a pretty solid player. 53% from the floor, 34% on his threes. At just under 19 years old, he is one of the youngest players in this draft. To go to a destination like Washington, it makes sense. They don't have to play him right away. And even if he does crack that rotation for Washington, you don't have to play him a ton of minutes. Does have a good combination of height, a wingspan of 7'3", so the defensive profile can be there. The weight also makes him a pretty intriguing prospect because he does have that weight advantage as well. He does some of the little things where he can complement a Tyus Jones and a Jordan Poole. Backdoor cuts, good rebounder. He can play off ball. Did struggle with his three-point shot. He will need to improve there. I also like his positional versatility because he could play multiple positions. Has that size at 6'7", and the wingspan to really play 1 through 4.
And by the way, Indiana swaps down to 8 and 2 future seconds. So not in this draft. 2 future seconds, it looks like. We'll, if those details get finalized, we will bring that to you, obviously. But Bilal Coulibaly goes to Washington. Indiana drops a spot here, Chase, to pick at number 8. And early reports that Jarris Walker is the selection here. The big out of Houston, there's been buzz recently that he's going to go top 10, and that has proven to be the case. Number 10 overall player on Rolly's big board. I think personally, and I'd love to get Rolly's analysis on this and the last pick as well, I think his best role is in a small ball 5 role. That's just my opinion in today's NBA. But we'll see what the vision is for Rick Carlisle and the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think this could be a good fit for him at the 4. I get the small ball 5 could work, but he also has a little bit of a three-point shot that he showcased at Houston that I think could be really effective in the NBA. I know there's always Miles Turner trade rumors, and I feel like he's been on the trading block for 4 straight years almost. But at Jarris Walker, Miles Turner front court, with them being at 4 and the 5, they both are unbelievably good defensively, and they both can space the floor a little bit. Those two can work in and out defending the paint, and Indiana could immediately have one of the best defensive front courts in the association. You pair that up with Halliburton running the show on offense, pick and rolls with Walker, and then pick and pops with Miles Turner sitting in that short corner. That can be a really scary trio if Walker hits. I love his defense. He's one of the best and most efficient players in the pick and roll. He's got sneaky good vision, too, in the short roll to kick it out. Walker's a really good player, very versatile, can defend. I like this pick for Indiana. I had them taking him in my final mock draft at 7. They take him here at 8. I love the fit for Indiana and Walker.
And good work by the Pacers, too. This is probably the player they identified. They get a couple of future seconds, still get the guy they want. So sliding that back a spot. So you look at 5 through 8 now. Ozzer Thompson goes to Detroit. Anthony Black to Orlando. Bilal Coulibaly, teammate of Victor Wembanyama, on a trade up for Washington. Jarris Walker goes number 8 to the Pacers. Who does that bring up, Coop? Who do we have on the clock next? The Utah Jazz at 9. And then for those watching on our Dallas Mavericks YouTube channel, number 10 coming up. They've been connected to a lot of trades, so maybe some more movement coming up in the next few minutes, Chase.
Yeah, interesting here for a couple of reasons, and then we'll focus here, or at least I will, on Walker. In today's NBA, like sometimes you don't need a guy who's the prototypical center size from back in the day of 7 foot. For Walker to be 6'7", but athletic at 250 pounds with that long wingspan of 7'3", he can survive. And the positional versatility is certainly going to help him there. The comp from Kevin O'Connor was a Larry Johnson or Carl Landry.
Interesting.
Versatile wrecking ball on defense and skilled playmaker on offense, which I think can help on the team that he's going to with the complementary playmakers around him. I thought that Rolly had some good analytics here. 0.63 points per possession, 28th percentile in isolation, and then 66th percentile on points per possession on post-up. So
Okay.
a little bit raw, needs to add to his game a little bit, but certainly the ability is there.
Here are the picks so far, 1 through 8. San Antonio, no surprise. Victor Wembanyama. Brandon Miller, after much debate within the Charlotte Hornets organization, they select Brandon Miller. Scoot Henderson goes to Portland. What does that mean for Damian Lillard? We will see. Amon Thompson goes to Houston at 4. Ozzer Thompson goes to Detroit at 5. Anthony Black, the guard out of Arkansas, goes to Orlando at 6 with the number 7 pick. Washington selects Bilal Coulibaly, Victor Wembanyama's teammate. And then Jarris Walker goes number 8. That brings up the Utah Jazz, who are on the clock here for the 2023 NBA Draft. Let's get some more likes. I told y'all if we get to 2,000 likes, I will take another shot. Let's get to 2,000. Like the video. We still got 4,400 people watching live, so if we get to 2,000 likes, I'll take a shot. Chase will take a shot. We'll keep it moving here on our NBA draft coverage, as we're also live on Dallas Mavericks Today. They're on deck, Chase, with the number 10 pick. Golden State Warriors today as well. They've got the number 19 selection. That should be coming in the next hour or so.
Yeah, we got to beat our likes record as well. 8,700 last year, approaching 2,000 right now. Harry said we're taking some shots if you do that. If you want this to be a larger party, all you got to do is hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. We could take a look at the Jazz profile if we want to. And then, Rolly, do you have some thoughts as well?
Yeah, this Jazz pick is honestly one of the most fascinating picks in this entire class because they hold a very coveted pick, number 9. And there's 2 guys on the board that make a lot of sense for Utah in Taylor Hendricks and Cam Whitmore. So I'm just very fascinated to say which way they go. They obviously have the breakout of Lauri Markkanen last year and Walker Kessler, who they received in that trade for Rudy Gobert, who is really good. Sexton's been rumored to be on the move. They also have pick number 16, so they have a chance to really capitalize here by getting an explosive athlete on the wing with Hendricks or Whitmore, and then using a pick potentially on a scoring guard at 16. I love where Utah is at. This pick will ultimately depend what Dallas does with the next pick as well. I know we're live on Mavericks Today. Do they go Derek Lively, who's been a lot of rumors, or maybe Taylor Hendricks if he's not, or if he's available at 10 for Dallas? This is a fascinating pick that will set up a lot of the rest of the draft. Utah, Danny Ainge, what are you going to do?
What's very intriguing to me, Roy, you just alluded to it. The 2 players I had that for the Mavericks, I said if you're not going to trade the pick, one of 2 players I would like, Cam Whitmore and Taylor Hendricks. One of those guys is going to be there at 10. So if you don't get a trade offer you like if you're Dallas, then just take one of those guys because I think they can play in a rotation right away. Maybe it's not a starting caliber player, but one of those 2 players will be there for the Mavericks coming up here at number 10. Now, it does sound like that it's going to be Taylor Hendricks here at number 9 to the Utah Jazz. So Hendricks is going to go to Utah. I know the Mavs have been linked to him. Do they like Cam Whitmore enough to take him at 10, or do they opt to try and make a trade here? Obviously, next few minutes going to dictate a lot for the Mavericks' future as well. But Utah, Chase, is going to select Taylor Hendricks, I think one of the best 3-and-D prospects in this class.
Yeah, and speaking of that 3-and-D ability, he shot almost 40% on his 3-point tries
really
last
good for
year.
college.
And with that size at 6'8", 7'1" wingspan, he might be the best defender in this draft class. He can really guard multiple positions, and it allows him to really contest a lot of shots going up against multiple players of different size profiles. And I like his footwork. I think that he's very agile. He played at UCF, so it's not a basketball powerhouse by any means. So don't let that overshadow the fact that this guy is a really good player. And what I always look for in draft prospects, it's the jump shot and the fluidity of it. And Taylor Hendricks had that at UCF, probably the best 3-and-D player in this draft. And I think that 3-and-D players outside of wings, very important components to a basketball organization.
Yeah, look, Chase, you don't find a lot of 40% college three-point shooters because college offenses aren't the most fluid typically. Now, there's some exceptions, of course, but for a guy at a mid-major at UCF to shoot 40% from 3, be a 15-point scorer, it's not like he's taking just 1 or 2 threes per game. Rolly, I know you were high on Hendricks. I liked him as well. Host of Mavericks Today, if he was there at 10, I would have been very tempted, so he's off the board now. We'll talk about Cam Whitmore in a second, but How do you like the fit with Hendricks? I feel like Utah's building a nice little young nucleus.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of positional versatility with Kessler at the center, Markkanen at the 4, and then Hendricks at the 3. Hendricks is 6'8" with a 7'1" wingspan, but he's very fluid, very quick laterally. Hendricks will be a lockdown defender and can easily slide in that 3 role alongside Markkanen and Kessler.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see how that fits. I think Utah's recovered really well after trading Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, obviously getting that massive haul for Gobert, especially this past offseason. All right, Mavericks fans, the Dallas Mavericks are on the clock. If you're watching Mavericks today, hit that subscribe button. If you're a Mavericks fan on our main chat sports stream, subscribe at youtube.com/MavsTV. We'll try and get that link in the live chat for you guys. 23,000 subs just around the corner. We're 250 away. I'm tempted by Cam Whitmore, Chase. There's been a lot of chatter. Do you make a trade with Atlanta? They move up to 10. You drop to 15. Some sort of swap involving either John Collins or Clint Capella. From the Mavericks side, either Tim Hardaway Jr. or Davis Bertans. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens here with the Dallas Mavericks. And let us know, Mavs fans, would you trade this pick? Type Y for yes and for no. To me, it's either Whitmore or trade the pick.
Yeah, and how does Jaden Ivey, their draft pick from last year, Jaden Hardy, how does he factor into their plans? Because he has some offensive ability and a scoring
About the second half of the year, he proved to me moving forward he can be a bench scorer.
Yeah. So does that alter your plans if you want to go combo guard here? Or do you just go BPA and go with a guy like Cam Whitmore, who coming out of high school was such a highly touted prospect?
Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting. I mean, some of the other players available, we can look at some of the top available. You got Keontae George. There's been a lot of Derek Lively buzz. Apparently the Hawks really like him. And to me, if I'm Atlanta, if I love Derek Lively, then why do you need to keep Clint Capella? Like, that's just your Clint Capella replacement. So, you know, some kind of combination where you trade 10 to get Capella, maybe you ship out Hardaway, and you get 15 back as well. I think that would be very, very fascinating. But let us know. I'll get some shout-outs on our Maverick stream here. Would you trade the pick? Nick says yes. Sean says yes. Skeel says yes. Cannon says keep the pick. Sean says trade the pick. The Kang, Juan Garcia, WG Shorts says trade the pick. So we'll see. We know, Chase, that they want to try and win right now with Luka, and obviously with the intent of re-signing Kyrie Irving as well.
Yeah, and you need to get better defensively. So I think that could factor into this draft decision as well, because Luka and Kyrie aren't willing or elite defenders by any means. And in trading away Dorian Finney-Smith, he was that 3-and-D guy. He was a player who could defend at a really high level. You lost that, and their defensive intangibles just went downhill right after that trade, so they could decide to address defense here as well.
There's pros and cons with Whitmore if you opt to go him here. He's very young. That's, you know, some would view that as a con, but the pro side of that is like he's not even 19 yet. Like if he can play right away, but then still have a ton of room to grow with his athletic profile, like he could be an excellent 3-and-D player with a year or two of maturing here. So that's why I would be tempted. I get the whole trying to expedite with Luka Doncic. I get all of that, but Cam Whitmore is still an appealing player for me here for Dallas. And with this pick taking a little bit of time here, you got to think Cuban and Nico Harrison are on the phone seeing what's out there in a potential trade with another team. Rolly, Coop, if either of you guys want to chime in here, Coop, who helps me out with Mavericks today, what are you feeling here?
Yeah, I was telling Rolly that I think because it's taken so long here, I have a feeling that they're trying to trade this pick.
The phones are ringing.
The phones are ringing. They're on the clock, taking the best offer, and I think this pick will end up being traded, but we'll see.
It's going to be very interesting. And look, this is really a domino effect, Chase. Like, whatever they do here is like really kind of pivots the direction of where Dallas is going this year and beyond, because look, the reality is if you have another bad season where you miss the playoffs or are one and done, I don't think it's a given it would happen next offseason, but it really ramps up the pressure of like, Luka's not going to be like Dirk and just stick around no matter what. Like he's too competitive. At some point, he will want to go chase championships elsewhere if he doesn't think Dallas can be that spot.
You have to find a way to make him happy. Let's be real. He's an emotional player who lets those emotions be known, and we're hearing now
that
Dallas Mavericks are trading out of this pick. They are trading with Oklahoma City, so I wonder if they're going to move back. And also, we're hearing it's Cason Wallace.
So that's with the 12th pick. Can you get Kenrich Williams? I'd be in. Bench wing. Then maybe you dangle 12 as well. We'll see.
Yeah.
OKC, I got to assume this includes the number 12 pick, which is coming up in a second. So Cason Wallace to the Oklahoma City Thunder at number 10 overall. Davis Bertans in the trade. And hey, you shed that salary, I'm in. Like that has been a tough contract for the Mavs to absorb as a part of that Kristaps Porzingis trade that shipped him to Washington a year and a half ago. And now you get out of that contract. And OKC, obviously, Chase, a young team, they could afford to absorb a deal like that.
This is massive for Dallas to get rid of that contract because Bertans had a base salary and cap hit this upcoming season of $17 million.
For a guy that's not regularly in the rotation.
And didn't really play at all the back half of the year. So you get rid of him, this immediately helps you in NBA free agency. You're able to appease Luka Doncic, hopefully build up that roster a little bit. That's a lot of money to bring in a marquee, rotational, starting caliber player.
Yeah, and we'll see what that means for the Mavericks. But in the meantime, let's talk about Cason Wallace real quickly here, Chase and Rolly. Rolly's number 14 overall player, 6'3.5", 195 pounds. He goes to Oklahoma City. I find this interesting because your two best players are guards, in SGA and Josh Giddey. So Chase, Rolly, is this a come off the bench, energetic type of guard? How does he fit here, X's and O's? We'll start with Rolly here.
Yeah, I think it is exactly what you just said, Harrison. Come off the bench guard who's going to provide a lot of energy. I mentioned Anthony Black as the best defensive guard, or at least one of them in this draft class. You know who's right there with them? Cason Wallace. Wallace brings a lot of energy, a lot of defense. He can guard the best opposing guard that you're going to play and let SGA play more relaxed on defense, I suppose, if they play together. Wallace, like you mentioned, a little bit of a smaller guard, but I think he fits well off the bench here for Oklahoma City. And I think they're just in the market of acquiring talent. They don't really care about fit at this point. Just get the best talent they can possibly have, and they'll figure out where they play and how they play later.
More details on the trade from Shams Charania. Obviously, Dallas will get number 12 here, so they're going to be out back on the clock here in a moment after the 11th pick here. And a TPE, is that a taxpayer's exception? Trade player exception. So they get a trade exception in the deal. The question is, how much is that exception? We'll see if we get that detail here. But Dallas going to be back on the clock at number 12 here, Chase. Any thoughts on Wallace before we shift the conversation back to the Mavericks here?
Look, there's a long list of Kentucky guards who have been somewhat underwhelming at the college level, but then end up playing really, really well at the NBA level. Jamal Murray is one. Tyrese Maxey is another. Emmanuel Quickley was in the running to win Sixth Man of the Year. Cason Wallace has that type of ability. I want to see him be a little bit better off the dribble, and that's something that if he grows that area of his game, with all of the playmakers on that Thunder team, that'll help him because it just makes the creation aspect of this game a little bit easier, which has been a little bit of a struggle. Kevin O'Connor kind of compared him to a smaller version of Drew Holiday because he does have that defensive ability. Drew Holiday was a late bloomer. He started his career with Philadelphia, showed some flashes, then after that really became a two-way threat and legit player with the Milwaukee Bucks, and a huge component of them winning the NBA championship a couple of years ago. The athleticism of Cason Wallace is there. He's very quick with some really good feet, and if he can become a better creator and create more off the dribble, that just adds another dangerous component to his game.
By the way, hot seat Woj, as he says, the Mavericks are trading number 10 and Davis Bertans to the Thunder for number 10. It's actually number 12.
Yes.
Adrian Wojnarowski.
Edit that tweet, Woj.
Yeah, who do we have
no
on?
St. Bonaventure slander over here, Harry.
Listen,
take it easy.
You either get it right or you get it wrong. That's at the end of the day. By the way, I wonder, does that mean the Mavs could have the full mid-level exception now?
If they get off Bertans' salary and they're under the tax, yes, unless they use that trade exception on another player.
So that's interesting. So that could help give you some more targets in free agency if you are the Mavericks. Who won this trade, Dallas or OKC? I think it's a win-win. OKC clearly identified this player that they wanted to go up and get. Maybe they feared that the team in front of them was going to select him here at number 11. And Dallas, sheds that contract and dumps.
And guys, this is also a trade that can't be completed until July 6th. So this will be a trade that's completed in the first week of free agency.
So technically, the Mavs are drafting Wallace because the NBA is kind of weird with all of that, and that trade will be finalized here in a couple of weeks. So who do we have on the clock here? Dallas is going to be on the clock at number 12. We have Orlando again here at number 11. They made a selection earlier. We'll kind of recap the picks up to this point in time, but do they go Cam Whitmore here? We'll see. Recapping the picks here, Chase. Victor Wembanyama to the Spurs at number 1. Brandon Miller goes number 2 to Charlotte. Scoot Henderson, number 3 to Portland. We'll see what that means for Damian Lillard. Amon Thompson, Oscar Thompson, they go to the Rockets and Pistons, respectively. First pair of brothers to go top 5 in a draft. Cool for that family. Anthony Black, the guard out of Arkansas, goes to Orlando. Bilal Coulibaly, the wing out of the Metropolitans, 92. Victor Wembanyama's teammate. He goes to Washington. They traded up from 8. Indiana falls back to 9, falls back to 8, gets a couple of future seconds. They get Jarris Walker. Taylor Hendricks goes to Utah at number 9, and then in a trade that technically isn't finalized till July 6th, but that's kind of a foregone conclusion. Cason Wallace in a trade down from Dallas. Oklahoma City goes up and gets him, and now Orlando is back on the clock after making their selection earlier, Chase.
Orlando, pretty interesting position, right? Because now they have a surplus of guards, and Rolly and I talked about it. Does this mean now that they're going to trade away a Jalen Suggs, a Markelle Fultz, some player on that roster, a Cole Anthony? I think that a trade of one of those could happen just because they're overloaded at that guard spot. And now, where do you look? You have Wagner as your wing, Paolo Banchero as your wing, and Wendell Carter Jr., a fabulous front court player. Do you look to fortify the front court depth? Do you bring in a defensive level player at that wing spot? Ideally, you get a 3-and-D. Rolly, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think this could be an interesting spot for Cam Whitmore, but I actually lean shooting here, Chase and Harry. I would not be surprised if Grady Dick's the selection here. I think he could play the 3, he could play the 2 in certain situations. Grady Dick would be an excellent fit in Orlando when you really think about it. Anthony Black, their first pick, really good defensive guard with high IQ that can distribute the ball but lacks in shooting. You got Paolo Banchero at the 4, Carter at the 5, and then Franz Wagner at the 3. So that 2 spot could be somewhere they look. I think I've got a rumor in my ear here that they're taking Jet Howard at 11, which I will be on record saying this is the most Orlando Magic pick of all time. What a bad decision in Orlando. Jet Howard at 11. What a mistake.
Shout out to the Magic. They always overcomplicate things. We crossed 2,000 likes, Chase. So
yes.
Bottoms up. Another shot down the hatch here. Let's get to 3,000. Every 1,000 likes, we're taking a shot. Appreciate all the love and support on our live coverage here. Here on our NBA draft coverage. We're live on Chat Sports. Dallas Mavericks today. Golden State Warriors today. And with Jet Howard going number 11, we'll get some analysis on that pick from Chase and Rolly. The Mavericks are back on the clock as well.
It's going to be Cam Whitmore, as you were talking about.
Listen, man, if there's not a trade you like, just do it. Just make the pick. He's the best player available. I also would not be surprised if they took Derek Lively, which I would not love, but they do want a rim protector, which is something he can do.
Yeah, subscribe to our Mavericks channel with the Dallas Mavericks on the clock. By the way, we're announcing these picks prior to ESPN. Another reason why you got to subscribe to the channel and kick it with us here, because we have you covered all throughout the NBA draft, but also an NBA free agency, which begins next Friday. As for Jet Howard, a little bit of a reach, in my opinion, but also according to our NBA draft expert, Nick Roloff, who had Jet Howard as his 28th overall prospect. So he goes 17 spots prior to where Rolly thought he was going to go. He is 6'8", 215 pounds. He is the son of Juwan Howard for a Michigan team that really lacked expectations last year. 14 points per game, only 2 assists. He shot 41% from the field, just shy of 37% from 3 on 7 attempts. So he is a willing shooter from outside and a very good shooter at that with a lot of volume. Even though he did shoot a lot of times from distance, he was efficient in those opportunities. So, Rolly, you might not like the pick, but you did say look out for a three-point shooter here. Jet Howard does fit that category.
Yeah, I do want to add this. They did look to a more shooting player, like I mentioned, but I think one thing is coming very, very clear for the Orlando Magic's front office and where they want to go with their team. And they just want size and versatility.
Yeah.
Black 6'6" at point guard. Banchero at 6'10" playing power forward. Franz Wagner handles the rock at, I think he's 6'8", 6'9". And then now Jet Howard at 6'8" in another shooter. Orlando clearly has a type, and it's tall guys who can play a multitude of positions. The only thing about Jet Howard, I think he struggles a lot on the defensive end. He does not have good awareness. I talked about this earlier. He does not have spatial awareness or rotating prowess, I should say. He doesn't anticipate the ball well defensively. Can shoot the rock, but I don't love his defense.
Let us know how you feel about the pick. Type L for love or H for hate. We'll get some shout-outs. And a couple of Mavs notes now that they're on the clock. Kevin O'Connor kind of just throwing this out there with the Mavericks dumping Davis Bertans. They have more cap flexibility. Draymond Green, ? That's Kevin O'Connor's thought. We'll see how that plays out if Golden State re-signs him or if he is considering going elsewhere. Bobby Marks, who's an excellent cap analyst for ESPN, he mentions that the cap-clearing move of Bertans leaves the Mavericks with $86 million in guaranteed salary. That number jumps to $93 million if Reggie Bullock's contract becomes guaranteed, which, quite frankly, I think it does. It's an affordable contract, 3-and-D player. However, Dallas is over the $136 million cap because of Kyrie Irving's free agent hold. So even though you dump Bertans' contract, you still don't have all this flexibility to make a ton of moves, but moving Bertans does at least get you closer.
Yeah, and I think it's important because he wasn't even playing. He was occupying $17 million on that salary, and he was just way too inconsistent of a player. He kind of signed that deal with Washington at a time when all of these NBA contracts were crazy.
Well, he's coming off a career year, too.
And
so
coming off that career year, but under this new CBA, deals like that probably are not going to happen.
Yeah, so we'll see what the Mavericks do here now at 12. Look, if you're keeping the pick, to me, I would just take Cam Whitmore. I think he's the best player available. I think if they're going to take someone else, it's Derek Lively. We'll bring in producer Coop, who chips in with me on Mavericks Today here. Coop, and oh, boy, we're getting a report.
Oh, boy.
Here. It's going to be Derek Lively, and
You knew it.
I just felt it in my bones.
It was too obvious. It was too obvious.
I think I like the pick. I'm a little disappointed.
Look,
You like the pick, but you're disappointed.
You need.
I wanted a bigger
Explain
trade.
that to me.
Let's go half glass full. The half glass full is you need a rim protecting big when your backcourt is Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. You just do. He provides that. There's no doubt. He cannot shoot. He is his absolute ceiling. Coop is what? Rudy Gobert. And look, if he comes Gobert, hey, cool.
If he's Gobert, that's fantastic.
Awesome.
I was
But,
going to say Kevon Looney.
Yeah,
he's bigger than Looney.
I think his ceiling is what from NBA draft experts is Tyson Chandler. That's what people are comparing him to.
If he becomes Chandler, great, but is he going to be that this year? If you're trying to win right away, I don't think this pick really helps you do that at a high level.
It's sneaky lazy because there was a lot of reports about the Mavs wanting Clint Capella. I see that type of player in Lively where he basically is just a rim protector and lob threat, and that's it.
And I'd rather just have the proven guy who's done that.
I see that. But you do get him on a cheaper contract, so that is one reason to stick with Lively instead of Capella if you think it's similar.
Another note, Tim McMahon says the Mavs will now have the full mid-level exception as well as a $17 million trade exception.
That's from the Bertans salary.
From the Bertans salary. So they can absorb kind of a mid-tier type of contract from another team. I'll be curious to see if they're able to do that. That is appealing for Dallas now because certain free agent targets that would have been out of their range might now be in their range because instead of just having $7.5 million on the taxpayers mid-level, now they've got $12.4 million, which that $5 million does make a lot of difference. But Derek Lively, the selection here. Let's get into some more analysis. 7'1", 215. Look, he's long. He can block shots. He's athletic. It's not flashy. And look, I'm not always the flashy guy, but I agree with you. Getting athletic wings is so valuable, and you still need to get better wings if you're Dallas. Cam Whitmore sitting there at 12 seemed like great value, but they're going to go with the rim protector here in Lively, and I will say this. He's, outside of Wembanyama, the best blocking or shot blocker in this draft.
In the words of Coop, I kind of like it, but I'm disappointed, which was absolutely hilarious. Love you, Coop. For Derek Lively, a guy who can kind of do everything, right? 5 points per game, 5 rebounds. So around the rim, he's able to finish. He's a good rebounder. With more time on the floor, the production will increase. 2.5 blocks per game. So he's a pretty good rim protector. And on those field goal opportunities, nearly 66%. When he went to Duke coming out of Philly, everybody thought that he was going to be the superstar. He failed to reach those lofty expectations. Dribble handoffs, though, crash into the cup off those lob plays. I think Coop and Harrison can agree. He is intriguing in that manner, and I think that Rolly makes a good point. As a guy who's a lot cheaper than Clint Capella with a similar game, that type of player can work on this Mavericks team. And I think what's really important here, at that final level of the defense, once you get past Kyrie and Luka, which isn't hard to do, he can be that rim protector and that defensive presence that you really, really need.
Look, if he can be a day one starting 5 that protects the rim, it's a good selection. If you're able to find a 3-and-D player. Now, maybe you're able to do that with the full mid-level exception, $12.4 million. Maybe you can find that player in free agency. Maybe, Grant Williams is someone like that. I think he's more of a stretch 4 personally. But we'll have to wait and see. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. It's like a B, B minus. Like to me, it's a higher floor, lower ceiling pick. Like I think he probably ends up being a decent level starting center in this league, but I'm not sure he changes the trajectory of a franchise.
Here's what I'll say. I think the Mavs tried to find their starting center last year when they signed JaVale McGee to a 3-year deal. That was the most disastrous signing in free agency. I don't care how much it costs. The Mavs found their starting center today for the next 5 years at least. So I think that's a nice, consolation. Now they still have work to do. Now they have the full mid-level to use, and they have the $17 million trade exception that they can find a decent player with as well.
And look, maybe they're able to do what they did with Bertans. Do they try and shed Hardaway's contract? Do they try and move Reggie Bullock? We'll have to wait and see. But no second-round picks, so unless they move one of those pieces, it appears that they are going to be done for the night. What do Mavs fans feel? I see an A++, and the next comment is an F. So that kind of feels right on point here. Where
it's basically Coop.
Yeah,
I kind of like it.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Coop, is this bigger shambles than the KP trade?
Oh no way, way less shambles.
This is something. We still need wing defenders. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Hit the subscribe button on Mavericks Today. We're giving you authenticity, news, rumors, draft reaction. We'll have draft grades at the end of the night. Even if the Mavs don't do anything else, we'll have more analysis on this pick and maybe what's to come for this franchise as it's a massive offseason for Dallas. So hit that subscribe button and stay on the know with everything around the Mavericks. The Toronto Raptors are on the clock, and this feels so Toronto. I mean, they can just take Cam Whitmore. How nice if you're a Raptors fan.
They've done a great job, at developing players. Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Fred VanVleet, a guy like Chris Boucher. Like, they've done a really good job. Precious Achiuwa is a guy who I think is a marquee rotational player on a really solid team. Cam Whitmore there would make a lot of sense.
Youngest player in the draft.
Youngest
already
player
has
in the
good
draft.
talent.
Developmental project. You don't have to play him too much. For a winning team that's going to come up here on the order, you're looking at the Pelicans, Atlanta, Utah, Los Angeles Lakers. If Grady Dick goes to Los Angeles, that's a great fit right there.
Yeah.
But Kobe Buffkin, Jordan Hawkins, I think is criminally underrated. I would have thought about taking him as a top 10 pick because I think he's going to be an elite shooter for a really long time. So some really good players still left on the board here.
Yeah, and we'll see where these guys all go. You got Toronto, New Orleans, Atlanta, Utah, and LA coming up. And I think some players that I still really like sitting there on the board. So we'll see what the Raptors do. I mean, they're kind of in a tricky spot, too. Do you bring back Fred VanVleet? There was that report from Chris Haynes that Pascal Siakam, if he were to get traded, would not commit to a contract extension with whatever team traded for him. He would prefer to stay in Toronto. So that makes me think he will stay in Toronto unless there's a change of heart, because that value just isn't going to be there if he's not going to commit to an extension. So maybe the Raptors do just run it back and add a player here that they can add to that rotation.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And then you're kind of looking at like some playoff level teams here. I'm intrigued by what the Jazz are doing as far as building a foundation there.
I like what they're doing.
Atlanta Hawks, what happens with Trae Young? Do they try to trade him? Do they trade John Collins? He's been involved in trade rumors the last couple of years. New Orleans Pelicans, they didn't trade up after it was reported that they were looking to trade up to 2 or 3. Are they going to keep Zion? Are they going to keep Brandon Ingram? Remaining questions there with free agency set to start a week from tomorrow.
And if it's true that, according to reports, that Zion hasn't even had a lot of communication with the franchise, doesn't want to be there, then I think you just have to move him. I mean, it's just at some point, like, you have to move on if he doesn't want to be there and he hasn't even been a player that's available. So interesting selection for New Orleans coming up at number 14. Shout out to Trey Fisher for a super chat here. They're trading Alec Campione for Mike Bowman. I don't know this reference here. So, Trey, appreciate that. Lion
Fighter.
Real
one, roll call.
Is this one of your boys?
Yes, one of my guys.
We'll take this one then.
Did Tobias Harris get traded yet? He's trending on Twitter. I talked about him today. That video's doing well. Trade Tobias Harris for Paul George, and I'll be very, very happy, even though that's very unlikely to happen, but one can dream. Lion Fighter, we appreciate you. If you want to send in a donation, here's our Super Chat menu for tonight. $1, shout out. $5, we'll give you a beer cheers. $10, we'll talk about your squad. $20 is shot time. And $100 beer bong or a shotgun. Our Super Chat MVP is Paul Price. He sent in a total of $500. He is set to win this basketball that we are going to sign for him. So, Paul Price, we're going to give you information soon to claim your prize. If anybody wants to match him, we'll get another basketball and send it to you, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, look, Paul's going to get this one, but if anyone wants to jump to the plate and bring to the table what
Mike Dibble, where you at?
Yeah, Dibs. I know you're fired up about Brandon Miller, but listen, let's party. Let's make it happen here on NBA draft coverage. So I'm gonna hop off here in just a moment. Chase Sr. and Nick Roloff are gonna continue our coverage here. I'll be back here in just a few minutes here. But the Toronto Raptors on the clock. Real quick, Chase, where are you looking here? To me, Whitmore's the obvious choice.
Yeah, I think Cam Whitmore makes a lot of sense just because that organization is in a spot where they can afford to draft a developmental player. They're kind of in that fringe area of either trying to win now or rebuilding to a certain degree. Of course, a lot of it comes down to what happens with OG Anunoby and what happens with Pascal Siakam. Siakam did say as he enters the final year of his contract, if he gets traded somewhere else, he doesn't want to re-sign because he wants to stay with Toronto. Is that a leverage play? He's seen his career really blossom with Toronto, which has been a player development factory. Rolly, what do you like for Toronto right here?
Yeah, it feels very interesting that they have not made this selection yet. They've been on the clock for quite a bit here, Chase. Kind of screams to me potential trade opportunity, like who is trying to trade up with Toronto for pick 13. Cam Whitmore is someone who could be very coveted right now. I mean, I had him in my final mock draft. I took the swing on Detroit, potentially taking him at 5, and now we're here at 13. So I will have to see what Toronto does. But the Toronto Raptors are on the clock. But let us know your favorite team. Shout out your favorite team in the comment section. Spam it. And after 10 to 15 seconds, we'll stop, see which one we see first, and talk about them. So shout out your favorite team.
So we see Trey Fisher, Heat. Ralphie, Miami, Heat.
Ooh, we love
have
that.
Brian Gonzalez saying, hey, Nick. Joe Linden, 76ers. We have Mike Bowe, Miami Heat. Let's do this. We'll count down from 10, and the first team that we see, we will talk about that squad. So 10 seconds starting right now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. First team I see, the Milwaukee Bucks.
Interesting
team here are the Milwaukee Bucks. We had a $10 super chat come in as well. We'll hit that here in a little while. From Milwaukee, what happens with Chris Middleton? I threw out this idea earlier that if you let Chris Middleton go, do you try to trade for Damian Lillard? Him as a match with Giannis Antetokounmpo could be very, very dangerous in what is set to be a loaded Eastern Conference. No picks in the first round. Only pick is at number 58. That is the final pick of this draft. And last year, didn't really have an overwhelmingly crazy draft, but Milwaukee certainly in an interesting spot because of Chris Middleton opting out of that $40 million player option.
I mean, it's fascinating because I don't think Chris Middleton's going to fetch a $40 million per year contract in free agency, and I don't really think anyone believes that. So why would he do that? There's a lot of rumors of him potentially returning to Milwaukee on a team-friendly deal. I could absolutely see that. maybe Chris Middleton, coming off a pretty serious injury, instead of wanting to play one more year, wants to just take that multi-year deal right now because he could potentially see it as his last opportunity to get a bag in free agency on multi-years. So maybe that's why he opted out. You mentioned, Chase, they don't have a lot of ways to upgrade their roster through the draft. They have pick 58, which is the final pick in this draft. Who are they going to use that on? I know, actually, funny enough, everybody has been mocking Amani Bates, the former number 1 overall recruit, to go 58 to the Milwaukee Bucks. But so they don't have a way to upgrade their team through the draft, so they're going to have to look to free agency. I mean, Brook Lopez is a free agent. He's going to cost a pretty penny to retain as well. So Middleton, Brook Lopez, it's going to be interesting to see what the Milwaukee Bucks do to keep this team going on an upward trajectory after getting bounced in the first round by the 8-seeded Miami Heat.
So let's go back to the Dallas Mavericks here because they had somewhat of a controversial selection of Derek Lively out of Duke, and continue to shout out your favorite team. Tim McMahon said that general manager Nico Harrison called rebounding and rim protection the Mavs' top needs. The question is whether Lively will be ready to contribute immediately. He was expected to contribute in big fashion last year at Duke and didn't really, so that is going to be a pressing question. I am in agreement with Nico Harrison that rebounding and rim protection were certainly massive needs for Dallas.
Yeah, and you're right. Nico Harrison's right. Everyone knew what the biggest need for the Dallas Mavericks was. I mean, their front court was a bit of a joke last year. Coop mentioned it. Harrison mentioned it about JaVale McGee signing that 3-year deal. That's not working out. They had Christian Wood, who they traded for.
He's a bum.
That didn't work out either, as Coop is out here venting his frustrations with that front court. So Derek Lively, is he going to be able to help step in and be that defensive anchor for Dallas? I think he will be. Now, is it going to hit in year one? Who knows, as we do have the 13th pick for the Toronto Raptors. No leaks, oddly enough, and it is going to be Grady Dick, the guard/forward out of Kansas, goes 13th overall to the Toronto Raptors. Brett says the dick is in.
The dick is in, and the dick is headed north of the border to the Toronto Raptors. I like this pick for Toronto. And we were talking moments ago about how they do such a good job of developing players, and Grady Dick is a player who I think is going to be able to get minutes right from the jump. Really good shooter, might be the best three-point shooter in this draft class. What Christian Brown provided the Denver Nuggets last year, I think Dick is going to be able to do the same thing, and I'm not saying that because they're both white boys. 6'6".
Oh! Mike! Oh, wow. Mike Dibble! Spam your mics in the chat!
Let's go, Mike! The ball go with the dick! The ball and the dick.
Oh, Mike Dibble, have a day! Holy
that's
shit!
That's 2 500s. We might need 2 balls with the dick.
Oh, my God.
We might need 2 balls with the dick.
Holy
all right.
Shit.
Wow.
Dibble, you're a real one. We love you, Dibble.
Is
People send in
incredible.
$500 super chats. You get free balls signed by us.
Everyone loves nice balls delivered in a nice package.
Oh, man, it's hard to regroup after that. My jumper and the high release of it, very similar to Grady Dick, and that high release jumper makes it a difficult shot to block. He's sneaky athletic. Rolly, I don't know if he has like the bounce and the twitchiness of a Christian Brown, but he can finish really around the rim at a high level.
Yeah, Grady Dick, more than just a shooter, which people might not realize about Grady Dick. He's got that high release, like you mentioned. He's got the highest release in this draft class, and it's very difficult for people to defend him. I had him as my 9th overall prospect, 4th wing in this class. I mean, the shot is just so repeatable, and that allows him to pump fake, and then attack closeouts to the rim. And with a 6'6" build, 6'9" wingspan, it allows him to go over defenders, finish at the rim. He can dunk it surprisingly. You don't think when he's driving inside he'll be able to throw it down, but he absolutely can. I think there's a lot of Duncan Robinson and Klay Thompson in him, the way he could be used in the half court. You look at his numbers from last year, 14 a game, 40% three-point shooting. He was the second leading man on that Kansas team, who was a top 5 team in the country for most of the night, or most of the season, excuse me. Grady Dick is going to be able to slide in and be effective right away for the Toronto Raptors. And if they do try to run it back, you could just picture Scotty Barnes, Pascal Siakam, Boucher, and Precious Achiuwa, and then you got Dick able to hit the three from beyond the arc. Coop's got to grow up a little bit over here. He'll be able to be effective in this league. It was going to be interesting to see how far Grady Dick fell. I liked him at 11 for Orlando, but they passed. Doesn't fall too far. Toronto scoops him up with 13.
He's just a win-now player who enters a win-now type of culture. And I like the debate here of whether or not it's Jordan Hawkins or Grady Dick as the best three-point shooter in this class. I think it's close. I think it's Hawkins because I just like this game a little bit more. I also like how he can get to his spots on the floor. I also like your comps, really, of a Duncan Robinson, Bojan Bogdanovic. You also threw out the possibility of maybe a Klay Thompson in the half court if he's coming off some of those screens and off-ball action.
That's how I expect him to be used. He'll be very active off the ball, whether it be getting set for pin downs where he could come up, cutting around the rim, curling around a screen. They'll be able to use Grady Dick in a multitude of ways, and he'll just be an absolute weapon. Like, realistically, when you think of Duncan Robinson and Klay Thompson at their peaks, they are the most effective when they draw attention. I mean, you just saw it sometimes in the finals where defenses would blitz Duncan Robinson off of a dribble handoff or a screen, and then that allows someone else to be open on the offensive end. So shooters have a lot of ways to impact the game. Dick will be able to fit in nicely with Toronto. And as we get pick number 14 in and the shooters go back-to-back, I hate to go off Grady Dick, but grade the Dick pick for us. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the Dick pick. Everyone likes a nice Dick pick, so let us know in the comment section.
Grady Dick has been selected by the Raptors at number 13, so now we ask you to grade the Dick pick. A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know in the comments.
As you do grade that pick, we have the next pick to close out the lottery. The New Orleans Pelicans select Jordan Hawkins, the guard out of UConn, the 2 best shooters in this draft. Grady Dick, Jordan Hawkins go back-to-back to close out the lottery, 13 and 14. I love this pick for New Orleans. I could talk in depth about Hawkins' playmaking ability, his shooting ability, his finishing ability. I love me some Jordan Hawkins, and he will fit nicely next to Brandon Ingram and Zion if they come back nicely.
Well, dude, how about this? You now have Trey Murphy and Jordan Hawkins on the same team? That's a lot of three-point shooters right there, and proficient three-point shooters as well. Like, Jordan Hawkins, excellent three-point shooter, as we just talked about. I think he's the best in this draft class. Trey Murphy last year was great for New Orleans.
I mean, this team has a lot of talent, and I expect them to be one of the best teams in the West next year, regardless of Zion Williamson. Just let me run through the roster for the New Orleans Pelicans. You now have Jordan Hawkins. You now have Zion. You still have Brandon Ingram, Valanciunas. Coop is showing me the Mavericks are very active in trade discussions for that $17 million trade exception, so we'll have to see there. But going back to the Pelicans, you also got C.J. McCollum, Herb Jones, Trey Murphy, Jose Alvarado. There's a lot of talent on this New Orleans team, and they'll be ready to compete. And this is a win-now selection. Hawkins, winning pedigree at UConn, coming off a national title, second best player on that team, absolute shooter, 16 a game. And one thing I really like about Jordan Hawkins, Chase, and I semi-mentioned it already, just like Grady Dick, he's got a lot of athleticism that people don't understand. If you go back to that March Madness run, he would try to bang on dudes' heads at the rim. He would be really good. He's a versatile player. The question to me is his defense will be able to fit, but if you've got Herb Jones, Jose Alvarado, and Trey Murphy next to you, defense doesn't really matter that much.
Oh, man, we're 14 picks in. We're getting off the rails. Mike Dibble with the $480 super chat. Coop and Harrison, here is your pick-me-up. I hope everyone signs the ball at Chat Sports. I am happy to tie with Big Money Paul. This is a total of $500, by the way. Love you all. Drink a bunch. Love the – what else did he say? Love the Miller pick and have a great draft. Charlotte Hornets fan is Mike Dibble. That's why he loves the Brandon Miller pick. One thing we know, very, very good shooter, headed to Charlotte. And you look at our Super Chat battle here, because Dibble sent in the 480, we beat last year's total, $1,200 to $826. Thank you all so much for all of your support, and we definitely have to do some drinking here on the show. As soon as Harrison comes back on, I'll get some of my drinks ready. Going to use the bathroom before that, and then we'll get things popping with the $480 Super Chat. So thank you so much to Mike Dibble for that. You know what? I have a beer here, so I'll just shotgun a beer right here.
Where else
the
do you
legend
get
Mike
the
Dibble.
NBA coverage that we give you, the analysis of every pick, of every free agency move, every trade move, and then you get the drinking that Chase Sr. is about to put on you. Watch this shotgun. This is going to be generational type stuff here. Look at the quickness on this shotgun. Unbelievable.
That wasn't sub 4 seconds, bro.
Hey, got a lot to go here tonight. A lot left in the tank. So, okay, Mike Dibble and Big Money Paul Price, you are the winners of our basketball. So we're actually going to get you both a basketball. We're all going to sign it here at Chat Sports, but we need you to claim your prize. A couple of ways for you to do that. Twitter, at Chase_Senior. Instagram, at Chase_Senior. You can send me a message on either one of those social media pages, or you can email me, chase@chatsports.com. When you reach out, send me your address, and we'll sign the balls. We'll get it sent to you, and that's how you can claim your prize. So, once again, Mike Dibble and Paul Price to claim your prize. Hit me up on Twitter or Instagram, or shoot me an email, chase@chatsports.com. Also, make sure you subscribe to the show. Who else is shotgunning beers but giving you some great NBA draft analysis like Rolly, myself, Harrison Graham, Jeffrey Cooperstein, as well as Jack Lauderay. So hit that sub button because NBA free agency does begin a week from tomorrow. We're going to be going live all next week, all throughout that free agency period. Hit that sub button. We have you covered for the best draft content and free agency content right here at Chat Sports. All right, Kobe Buffkin, as we are officially halfway through this first round of the 2023 NBA draft. He is going to the Atlanta Hawks, second Michigan player taken here, just under 20 years old, 6'5", 187. Rolla, you had him as your 8th ranked guard, your 15th overall player. So a couple of instances tonight in which you've been spot on where your players have gone right where you've slotted them to go.
Yeah, Derek Lively was the first one, Kobe Buffkin being the second. And he provides a lot. And our nice boss, James Yoder, did not like the misinformation I was providing on Jet Howard when he was selected at 11th overall. I will redeem myself here with Kobe Buffkin because this kid is an absolute stud. 14 points a game, 48% from the field, 35.5% from three. A lot of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in him. Buffkin is very pesky while defending the ball. He's got great length as a guard, 6'4" with a 6'8" wingspan. Great feel for the game. Shows with his defensive prowess, jumping, passing lanes, creating havoc on the offensive end. He operates within the arc. He will need to work on that three-point shooting. He shot 35% this past season, but there is room for improvement. He flashes the ability to finish with both hands around the cup and hit tough mid-range jump shots over defenders using that 6'8" wingspan. I love his game. He can defend. He can score inside the arc. I know Cason Wallace got a lot of Drew Holiday comparisons from Kevin O'Connor, but I actually like Drew Holiday as a comparison for Kobe Buffkin, mid-range specialist who can lock down opposing guards. I love what I've seen out of Kobe Buffkin, and this just is right up the Atlanta Hawks' alley for what they need. What was the biggest need for the Hawks in this draft? You have Capella, you have Onyeka Okongwu, you have DeAndre Hunter, John Collins, DeJounte Murray, Trae Young. They needed backcourt depth in defense coming off the bench. Kobe Buffkin provides both this. I love this pick for Atlanta. I didn't mock him to Atlanta. I had Buffkin actually going a little bit earlier in my final mock draft, but my 15th ranked prospect goes 15. Great fit between Buffkin and Atlanta.
As I make my return here, obviously you love the pick, Rolly. Type L for love or H for hate. How do you guys feel about the pick? And Rolly, 35.5% isn't sniper, but coming out of college, that's an acceptable enough clip for me. That's something to build on. I think he can be a high 30 3-point shooter in this league, and if he can, he potentially could be that third guard for Atlanta coming off the bench. So we'll see how that plays out. Let's recap where we are at this point with the Jazz on the clock, sitting at number 16. Victor Wembanyama, no surprise, goes to the Spurs, number 1 overall. Brandon Miller, the wing out of Alabama, goes number 2 to the Charlotte Hornets. The Trailblazers selected Scoot Henderson with the 3rd selection. Amon Thompson and Ozzer Thompson, the twins, they go to the Houston Rockets and Detroit Pistons, respectively. Anthony Black, the guard out of Arkansas, goes to Orlando. Bilal Coulibaly goes to Washington. And then Jarris Walker, number 8 overall, to the Indiana Pacers. Taylor Hendricks, number 9 overall, to the Utah Jazz. Cason Wallace, the 10th pick, he goes to the Thunder. Jet Howard, out of Michigan, goes to Orlando. Derek Lively, the 2nd, after Dallas traded down. They land him. Plus, they now have the full mid-level exception, and they have a $17 million trade exception with reports out there that they are looking to make moves with those. So stay tuned for that. Grady Dick goes to Toronto at number 13. Jordan Hawkins, the guard out of UConn, goes 14th overall. Kobe Buffkin, number 15. And just moments ago, Keontae George, Rolly, I mentioned it in our build-up as we were waiting for the draft to start. To me, maybe the biggest boom-bust guy in the draft outside of a top 5 prospect. I think he could end up being one of the best players in this draft. He could also not be in the league in 3 or 4 years. Give us a little bit of a breakdown.
I can tell you what, this might be my early favorite pick of the entire draft. Keontae George is a perfect fit in Utah because when you really think of what the Jazz need after taking Taylor Hendricks at 9, they needed guard scoring because they're set in the front court. Now they have Hendricks at the 3, Markkanen at the 4, with Walker Kessler at the 5. So what could they use here on this team to get better? Scoring from the guard position. Keontae George will be able to provide that, a 3-level scoring guard who can score at the 3, the mid-range, and inside. A lot of talent. We'll see if his shot selection gets better. But to me, this signals that Colin Sexton could be on the move here, Harrison. I know there's been a lot of buzz about him getting traded after he signed, I think it was a 4 for $80 deal that past offseason, getting traded from Cleveland to Utah in the Donovan Mitchell trade, getting the extension. I think Colin Sexton could be on the move. Keontae George can slide in and be that starting 2 guard right away. Just got to improve that shot selection. We've mentioned it, but he can score at all 3 levels on the basketball court, has all-star potential, and I think has the potential, if he reaches his climax, to be one of the best scorers in the NBA. He could be scoring 28 a game in the NBA.
I think ideally he comes off the bench at least at first, but yeah, maybe he starts. You trade Sexton like you mentioned. What is Jordan Clarkson's future in Utah? Keep an eye on that as well. But Keontae George, the selection here, and again, if he just becomes a smarter player and tightens up his shot just a little bit, and more importantly, his shot decision-making, I think he's got a chance to really be a stud for the Utah Jazz. And now the Los Angeles Lakers on the clock, Rolly. I think, deep down they would have liked for a Grady Dick to be available. When you take a look at some of your top players available, who do you like here for Los Angeles with that 17th pick?
Well, I tell you what, Cam Whitmore still being available
His
makes
workouts
no
must
sense.
have been bad.
Yeah, I guess so. But what did I think the Lakers need? They need scoring from the perimeter and 3-point shooting. Now, unfortunately for me, my best available on that range is Jalen Hood-Schifino, which is kind of devastating for me because I'm a Heat fan. I really want Schifino to go 18 to Miami. But I could really see them go Schifino, be that guard that can score from the perimeter with LeBron James, AD. Maybe you're losing Reeves in free agency. I know there's a lot of rumors of them trying to retain him. But if they do lose Reeves, Jalen Hood-Schifino could be a great pick. D'Lo, they're probably trying to deal this offseason. I'd probably, for the Lakers, lean Jalen Hood-Schifino, but selfishly, I hope they don't.
Who is the best player available that can actually play rotation minutes right now, regardless of fit, regardless of position? Because if you're the Lakers, you're trying to get someone, and then you're going to hop off and get ready for the Heat pick at 18. But if you had, out of all these guys, who could step in and contribute right away?
Well, on the board that you see right now, stepping in and playing right away, I would lean Jalen Hood-Schifino. But if they were looking for someone to actually, I don't know, it's not a fit because they need a guard, but if Olivier Maxence-Prosper, it's a little early, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Chris Murray, those are the type of forwards that can be immediate role players. These 4 guys you see on screen could all borderline be a little bit of projects, but the 4 people you see, Jalen Hood-Schifino is the most ready to play in the NBA.
All right, appreciate it, Rolly. He's going to go get ready for the Heat selection at 18, host of the Miami Heat Report here at Chat Sports. And Cam Whitmore is sliding. There was chatter that he could, but to 17, I don't think anybody, at least here at Chat Sports, expected that. He was our number 7 overall player, Jalen Hood-Schifino. He's sitting there available as well. Rolly likes that fit for the Lakers. Leonard Miller. Nick Smith, we talked earlier, the Lakers could use some more ball handling. Maybe Nick Smith can help in that regard. So we shall see what happens on that front. Keontae George going number 16 to the Utah Jazz. Jake Fisher reports that Utah has been getting plenty of calls for the number 28 pick, so we'll see if they end up moving that selection. Now, if you want a shout-out on our live show, we will give you guys a shout-out if you retweet our pinned tweet. We got to get the pinned tweet in the live chat. We will do that here momentarily, but everyone who has retweeted it so far, I'll get a few shout-outs for the new people. Dixon the GOAT, we got, let's see, Isaac, U-Burner, LLA Dubs retweeting it. Rashard Lee getting in there as well. Appreciate him. Shout out to ZNX, State Free JDM. Everyone who has retweeted our pinned tweet on Chat Sports, we appreciate it quite a bit. Let's bring in Chase Sr. now as he hops back in here after a quick break. What do you make of Cam Whitmore still being out there? There was reports that he didn't have great workouts. Those reports appear to be true. I mean, that's really the only explanation for why he's still on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it in the lead up to the draft tonight that there were some reports about him starting to slide in this draft. And it's a little bit interesting. You know, he got off to a rocky start at Villanova, and then once he was on the floor, he was a little bit inconsistent. He is the youngest player in this draft class, so you do worry about some immaturity concerns potentially, and maybe that's why he didn't have the greatest workout, or just like he showed at Villanova, is he a streaky player who struggles to kind of find a rhythm? I like his size, 6'6", 235, good wingspan at 6'8", but at Villanova, the production was somewhat worrisome, 12.5 points per game, 5 rebounds, solid defensive player, 1.5 steals per night, 34% on his three-point shots. It's not terrible, 57% on his true shooting percentage. A good second jump. He can sky for rebounds. Doesn't need the ball to be effective. So if he is a complementary piece on a team, that could work out. But he does have some shaky form. So that is a little bit of an issue as well. If he figures out that form, can he be a guy who shoots between 35, 39% from three? I don't think that's out of the question.
He's not even 19 yet, and he still has shown some production at the call. Like
end the year too, he's pretty good.
At a big time call, he's got major 3-and-D potential. You get at this point in the draft, it's like he's athletic, check. He's got a workable jump shot, check. He played at a big program and contributed, check. Frame and size, check.
Could you see LeBron James just saying, look, this guy is a good player. I really like him. The value of him, it's too good to pass up on.
He's going to help you, this franchise down the road.
Will help him down the road.
And potentially now.
Maybe now. Let's draft him.
If you're the Lakers, if it's not him, who is helping you in a much bigger way right now? Like Grady Dick, if he was here, I'd say take him because I think he's a plug-and-play guy who can shoot for you. But I just don't know who that guy is that's on the board at this point. So, you look at the Lakers. This would be classic Heat, by the way. He just falls to 18, and they develop him, and he becomes a really good role player. Warriors, if he's there, I would love that for Golden State.
Yeah, you have a couple of good player development organizations here with the Miami Heat, as well as the Golden State Warriors. The Houston Rockets, they are locked and loaded with a lot of good young pieces. A year or two down the road, I could see if they figure out that rotation, which I think they'll be able to, with Ime Udoka, they could be a serious player once again to at least cause some stirs in that Western Conference. And then the Los Angeles Lakers, did they try to go with the player who is a little bit older as compared to Cam Whitmore, or is the value here and the potential too good to pass up on? I could see a scenario in which he goes to LA too. He's not getting past the Heat or the Warriors, I don't think.
And if they've been on the clock for a while, so maybe they're trying to trade this pick. If you're a Lakers fan, we have a Lakers YouTube channel here at Chat Sports. And look, we're going to break down every pick they make tonight here on Chat Sports, but also on our Lakers channel, youtube.com/LakersTV. So subscribe. We crossed 50,000 subscribers, trying to get to 51K before free agency. Help us out. Hit that sub button. Everything the Lakers do this offseason, we're going to be breaking it down here on this channel. The Lakers also have the 40th pick, so we'll see if they're going to wheel and deal it all with 17 and 40, but look, LeBron, to me, Chase, sent a message to that front office at the end of the season where he kind of said loosely, like, I got to really decide what my future looks like, yada, yada. I don't think anyone took him seriously that he could retire, but I do think it was a kind of a little subliminal message to Rob Pelinka, like, hey, like, appreciate what you did at the deadline, helped us make a nice little run here, but we're still a move or two away from being a title contender, and with him being 39 this year, Chase, the Lakers got to identify what that move or two is.
Yeah, could we go best players available here? And as you get that queued up, obviously the Lakers on the clock here at number 17. They also have number 40 in this second round. They did trade up to take Max Christie out of Michigan State last
Didn't give them
year.
anything.
Didn't really love the player coming out of Michigan State. Very, very raw. But you look at some of the top players available here. We spent our time talking about Cam Whitmore. Jalen Hood-Schifino
That's who Rolly likes here, by the way.
is a very good offensive player who is a little bit erratic and inconsistent, but he can pour it up. Leonard Miller, wing out of the G League. Nick Smith Jr., playmaking guard out of Arkansas. So those are the best players available as of right now. We have seen a couple of shockers throughout the draft tonight, but again, with Miami and Golden State, both organizations have done a terrific job of grooming players. I don't think that Cam Whitmore gets past the next 3 picks, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me, look, we don't know of any medical issue, but it kind of reminds me of the Michael Porter year where, like, eventually some team was just going to take a chance on him.
Right.
And obviously, while Porter's been a bit inconsistent in some injury problems, like, I think that pick is more than paid off. I mean, they got him 14 overall, and he was just a somewhat key contributor to a championship for the Nuggets. I think, I'm not saying Cam Whitmore's Michael Porter Jr., but the point being is, we have him as the top 10 prospect, and the 16 picks have gone by. So somebody is going to take a calculated risk at some point in time. But I'll re-mention here as you look at some other top players on the board. I know Rolly's really high on Olivier Maxence Prosper, Jaime Jaquez as well. You got the brother of Keegan Murray and Chris Murray there. I'll mention this as well, Chase. The longer this goes, the more I wonder if LA is trying to trade this pick. Maybe they wanted a Grady Dick to be there or a Jordan Hawkins, a couple of players that I think could have contributed right away. Because I look at the best available, I'm like, who helps you right away? Like, Whitmore has the play style too, but he's 18.
Yeah.
Like, he'll be 19 when the season starts, but, that's a tough sell to a LeBron-oriented team. Unless he really likes the player, you never know, but they're trying to win right now, and I'm not sure who that player is based on who's available. Maybe they slide down a few slots and take a win-now piece a little bit later while picking up something else also.
Yeah, I imagine they were really hoping that Grady Dick or Jordan Hawkins fell to them. They were right on the cusp of that actually happening. I think that both of those players would have been plug and play, and they would have fulfilled needs. Both shooters on a team that could use a knockdown shooter.
Yeah.
If you bring him back, Austin Reeves, have that shooter and playmaker in Austin Reeves, LeBron James, Anthony Davis. Outside of that, though, some big question marks on that team. You need a point guard. You need a consistent knockdown shooter who can just be a reliable catch-and-shoot guy, and they just missed out on that. So anytime a pick lasts this long in which you're on the board, usually that indicates that you're trying to trade that pick. We're under 40 seconds to go until the Lakers have to make that selection official.
Yeah, exactly. And, teams after them that could move up, I don't even know who that – Brooklyn, because they have the back-to-back picks, maybe. But looks like the pick is in. It is going to be Jalen Hood-Schifino, and that's who Rolly liked here, and he wanted him for the Miami Heat, so that's not going to happen. He's going to go to the Lakers in the purple and gold. So Hood-Schifino is landing in Los Angeles, and I asked Rolly, out of all the players available, who can help them the most right now, and Rolly just yelled "fuck" as loud as possible out there in the hallway as he's getting ready to for the Miami Heat pick at 18. He identified Hood-Schifino as the guy who has the best chance to help this team right away.
Yeah, and let's talk about him, right? Because he's 6'4", but get this, has a 6'10" wingspan. He's only 20 years old. He's one of the more complete offensive players from the guard spot in this draft. He's just a little bit too inconsistent, but when he's humming, when he's going, he basically has any type of shot in his pocket where he can get buckets from all three levels. Good on-ball defender, uses his length really well. If he improves his three-point shooting, he can be a guard who can score off the bench to start his NBA career. Doesn't really attack the cup. He does prefer to stay in that mid-range level, but that's fine because if you settle for a little jump shot there, he's so creative and athletic enough to kind of create some space where he can get his shot off. That's when you got to really be aware of him if you're an opposing defense. The cup for him is kind of a Malcolm Brogdon, but I think he's a better offensive player than that. 13.5 points per game last year at Indiana. But you talk about the lack of consistency here. Sub 42% from the field and then 33% from three-point range. And that came with him being 20 years old. So that's really the big concern with him as he makes this transition to the NBA level where the consistency is a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and look, you think about the Lakers roster construction, right? D'Angelo Russell and Dennis Schroeder impending free agents. Does this pick signal the exit for one or both? I would guess at least one of those guys is gone. We know they're going to prioritize re-signing Austin Reeves. That's pretty clear. So maybe you keep Schroeder for cheaper, who I think was more effective in the playoffs at least than D'Lo, a guy who can at least defend a little bit. Russell's not going to give you any of that. So maybe you bring him back. You add Hutch-Cafino to the mix as well, and you keep the train rolling. But you got to think if you're Los Angeles, like a move is coming, whether it's tonight or in free agency to help bolster this unit to try and make a run at a championship next year.
For sure.
So let us know. Grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. Rollies in shambles, but the Miami Heat are on the clock. Official statement? Fuck, he says. A, B, C, D, or F. Just take Cam Whitmore if you're Miami, right?
I'm taking Cam Whitmore for sure.
Especially into that franchise. Like if there's some kind of character or whatever questions coming in, no better franchise than the Miami Heat to kind of rein that in and maximize the player.
But also, if you're Cam Whitmore, you might be disappointed that you weren't a lottery pick or that you didn't go a little bit earlier. You should be thanking the basketball gods if you do get picked by Miami because they will maximize you. Look at what they've done with Caleb Martin. Look at what they've done with Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, Bam Adebayo. The list goes on
That's
and
just
on and on.
current guys,
Duncan
too.
Robinson. That's current guys, right?
Yeah.
They have developed the hell out of players, and they can do the same with Cam Whitmore, no question.
Well, and he gets to join a team that's trying to win right now, so maybe his role isn't massive right away, but he gets to learn from guys who just made a trip to the NBA Finals, and he can lean on the Caleb Martins of the world of like, hey, man, I got cut by another team, but I came here and contributed for a team that won the East.
Yeah.
So I think that would be a hell of an opportunity for Cam Whitmore. Grade the pick of Hutch-Cafino. I see an A in there. Ralph says B. Fart Willie says B. Alvin says A. Mike Dibble. By the way, I was down the hall taking care of the business we're not going to bring on the air after drinking too many beers here. I had to clear the bladder. You know how it is. And I hear some Mike Dibble chants. So shout out to Mike Dibble, $480 super chat, just fantastic. And we appreciate you guys. Anybody else? And I think we made a promise, Chase. Anybody who sends in 500, we'll get a basketball, sign it, and ship it out to you guys.
Yep.
So we got Paul Price and Mike Dibble. Have we heard from Paul? Is that going to get squared away? Have we heard from him yet in terms of shipping something out?
I'll have to look at the Twitter.
Hopefully that does. But if anyone wants to donate, here's our super chat menu. $5 for sipping, $10. We'll talk about your favorite team. $20, we're taking shots, and for $100, we will do a beer bong or a shotgun. By the way, we have a chance to double our total from last year in super chats. We're almost there. $826 a year ago, $1,200 tonight. So if you want to help us double our total, that would be about $1,650. Donations are the way to do that. Taker 610 with the super chat. Thoughts on Bryce Sensabaugh out of Ohio State, 40.3% from three-point range. Where is he at on Rolly's big board? 24 overall, 6'6", 235. You do love the three-point shooting clip there. The true shooting percentage, almost 59% as well. Not the best athlete, but a guy who just knows how to score. So he could be someone that comes off the board pretty soon, our 8th best overall player here.
Have not heard from Paul or Mike Dibble. So once again, reach out to me, Twitter, Instagram, at Chase_Senior. Email me, too, if you want, at Chase at chatsports.com, to claim your prize. We certainly want to get it to you.
Dylan with the first-time super chatter. $10. Appreciate that from Dylan Watson. And by the way, I should tease this as well. Golden State Warriors today, we're still live. They are on deck, Chase, so we'll take a look at them here as well. Who do you think the Warriors do with this pick? So depending on what happens with Miami, could the Warriors get Cam Whitmore?
Yeah, I think it really hinges on what Miami decides to do here. I think Cam Whitmore is the obvious pick. I could see Chris Murray going to Golden State as well. Those are a couple of names to look out for. But let's see what happens with Miami first before we shift those gears to Golden State. Because if it's Cam Whitmore, I think he's the player for the Golden State
Here's
Warriors.
another name I'll throw at you. The James Wiseman experiment didn't work, and number 2 overall, they should have taken LaMelo, we know that. Do you try again with Noah Clowney, a guy who's very long, 7'2" wingspan, almost a double-double guy at Arkansas. Now, not the best shot blocker. You'd like for him to improve there, but if you want to add front court depth, he could be an option as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at our big board here. You have Noah Clowney. You have James Nagy, Trace Jackson Davis, Tristan Vucevic.
Don't think it would be Nick Smith. You just traded for Chris Paul. You're pretty deep at guard.
Yeah, so
I think it's wing or big.
I think it's wing or big.
Jaime Jaquez, maybe?
But again, some of this comes down to what Golden State thinks of Jonathan Kuminga, because if you have Kuminga and you have Andrew Wiggins, those are really your wings. You still have Moses Moody waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Do they like Patrick Baldwin Jr. enough as a former 5-star recruit to fulfill a role next year as well? And then an NBA free agency, what do they decide to do? Do they go with playoff-level guys at wing?
Do they bring back DiVincenzo? It sounds like the Knicks could be interested there. So, I think for Golden State.
Wow, not going to be Cam Whitmore at number 18.
Wow. It's going to be Jaime Jaquez Jr. To the Miami Heat. Rolly's walking back through. Do we get some quick Rolly? Jaime Jaquez? Official statement. Rolly's going to hop on the mic real quick before he goes and films this breakdown of Jaime Jaquez. Give me a quick 20, 30 seconds here, Rolly. Jaquez, the selection for
My one-word
Miami.
reaction was also like the last time with Jalen Hood-Schifino. Fuck. Why? I mean, it makes sense. He's going to be one of the best role players to step in from day one. And the Heat obviously need to build this roster with this pick because they don't have any moves to make in free agency. They're very hard, they're very capped with their salary space. So it makes sense for them to go with someone who is experienced and can contribute right away. Jaquez Jr. will be one of the best role players right away. I am just shocked they went with the experienced player route and did not go with Olivier or Maxence Prosper, the forward out of Marquette. I'm not surprised with Jaquez going here because he's been mocked to go to Miami for the past 2 or 3 days heavily. I just would have preferred Olivier or Maxence Prosper.
So there's been chatter that Whitmore had bad workouts. Is there more? Is there a medical issue, a character issue with maybe he interviewed terrible? Like he got into these buildings and they were like, we can't trust this guy. I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, I don't know either. Whoever drafts Whitmore, it's probably going to be Brooklyn here at 20 and 21 because they have 2 picks, or 21, 22. I don't. They are in the same position as Miami where they need to draft a win-now player if they want to win, and I don't think that's Whitmore.
I threw this at Chase, by the way. Noah Clowney for Golden State.
I think LSU won. That's why.
Try again with Noah Clowney like you tried with Wiseman.
I wouldn't hate that. I also don't hate Chris Murray here for Golden State.
That's what Chase said.
Chris Murray makes a lot of sense for Golden State to experience scoring a wing that could play the 4. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Right.
I'm going to peace out. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Appreciate Roy. He's going to go talk on the Heat report. So Golden State up now, Chase. We're live on Warriors Today. Let us know, Warriors fans, who do you want the Warriors to draft at this pick right now? What do you guys think?
Yeah, let's talk about Jaquez here because Mick Cronin really wanted him to return, and he has a bunch of high-level experience playing deep into the NCAA tournament this past year, and then when they made that deep run a couple of years ago. Older prospect, but he could step in, and I think he can impact the game right away. He is 22 years old. Sometimes I think that the age component of this is completely overrated.
Especially
because,
when it's role players.
If it's a role player and he's impacting your team for the next 5 to 6 years, then who the hell cares,
Exactly.
right? 6'6", 223, good size, 6'1" wingspan. That is not ideal, but he can handle the basketball, dribble handoffs from the top of the key. He can shoot the three at least a little bit, 32% from that college arc. Very good production. 18 points per game, 8 rebounds.
Pac-12 Player of the Year, by the way.
Pac-12 Player of the Year, yep. And he's immediately going to be a solid role player. And that NCAA tournament loss against Gonzaga, Harry, he was great down the stretch. Like, he was willing that team at that point. Does have the ability to create for himself in the low post, but the handle at the next level, I think, is a bit of a concern just because the wingspan isn't that long. So that'll allow some players to knock away the basketball. But a high-Q basketball player going to a high-Q organization in the Miami Heat, good court vision, isn't afraid to drop a dime in tight coverage, and that works really, really well for the off-ball action that Miami sometimes likes to run.
David Melandra Jr., small sports reporter out of Philadelphia, reports that there were some medical concerns for Cam Whitmore that popped up at the NBA Combine, Chase. So pair that with some tough workouts in the pre-draft process, that could be an explanation for why he has not been drafted yet.
Interesting. Yeah, and look, like, I'm not really sure what those issues were, and of course, when we find out, we'll let you know here live here on the show. But if we're just talking about the player, obviously he's really, really good, but these medical concerns are at least enough to cause teams to hit pause. And Harry, you were talking earlier, like, this seems like a Michael Porter Jr. situation with the back injury coming out of Mizzou. We're coming out of high school. Michael Porter Jr. was like one of the consensus top players in that class. He goes to Mizzou. He's not that
projected
great.
number one overall pick.
Projected number one overall pick. I saw him play in high school with his brother during his junior season, so the traction wasn't quite there at that point. But it was coming down to this. Which team is willing to take a risk, take a chance for a high upside player? Now that's the same conversation with Cam Whitmore. Which team is willing to take a chance?
Oh, and you got to think Golden State's at least in the mix there, right? Like, they're a team that, like, if this pick doesn't work out, it doesn't kill you. Obviously, you'd like to get a piece that can help you for the future, not just now. But I think, look, in the NBA, you get beyond the first couple of picks, it's somewhat of a crapshoot anyway. It's very hit and miss. You get at this point in the draft, if you're a win-now team and you think a player like this can help you now and in the future, I think you take a chance. If I'm Golden State, I would absolutely select him here. Oh, but they're not going to. Brandon Podziemski, who there was some buzz that they could go this route, the guard out of Santa Clara, Chase.
Okay.
He goes 19th overall to Golden State with this selection.
Wow. Okay. So producer Jack doesn't like it. And, yeah, you can.
Yeah, go sub to Warriors Today. We're live over there right now. Some notes on him, Chase. 6'4", 203, 6'6" wingspan. Great college player. 20-9. 4 assists per game. How about this? 43.8% from three. Now, he played at Santa Clara. Not a lot of high-level competition, but 20 years old. You know, a guy who can score the basketball. Does he have enough athleticism to be a plug-and-play player in the NBA at the college level, small-level college? Certainly yes. That remains to be seen for Golden State.
Yeah, and look, sometimes, like, we do overrate where players go. If you can hoop, you can hoop. I mean, Damian Lillard, Weber State. You had, Ja Morant coming from small basketball power, right? So for him to go to Santa Clara, it's not a basketball powerhouse by any means, but an effortless scorer, knows how to find his shot at all three levels. He goes to a Warriors team with 6'4" ability, 6'6" wingspan, who has a ton of college production, as Harrison had said, almost 20 points per game. He's a good rebounder for his size, nearly 8 rebounds
An efficient 20, too.
An efficient 20 as well. 48% from the field and also almost 44% from three-point range.
Yeah.
So sometimes it doesn't really matter where you're playing. If you can shoot, you can shoot, and it comes so effortless for him. And also, with Golden State, he's going to have a lot of opportunities to drain shots off the catch and shoot. He was a very good catch and shoot player at Santa Clara. Good enough handle for him to get by I want to see him become a little bit better of a playmaker, but a good rebounder for his size. Again, he did rebound the basketball playing in the WCC, which is a little bit of a concern, of course. Not a good defender.
That's the problem.
So that's the problem. Because now you have Chris Paul, you have Steph Curry, who are not elite defenders. Klay Thompson has taken a step back. If you re-sign Draymond Green, that's good. What happens at the 5 spot, we will see. Kevon Looney at least solid. Rolly's pro comp is Malik Monk, who looked to start his career as a bust, but has ended up being a very, very good player.
Less athletic Monk, might be something you're looking at. This feels like a matchup-dependent bench scorer.
Yeah.
Like, in certain matchups, he's a guy who can come in and hit a few threes and probably score 10 to 15 points per game. On some nights, he might not play. I mean, you think of a guy like Duncan Robinson, right? He's been in and out of the rotation for Miami in recent years, Chase, but how big did he come up in the playoffs with his three-point shooting
Huge.
and ability to score the basketball? So maybe there's a little bit of that there where you can find a way to make up for his defensive inability just because he's that capable offensively. So let us know, Dub Nation, do you love or hate the pick? Type L for love or H for hate. It's the live poll on Warriors Today.
Live poll. 62% saying that they hate the pick. Let us know on Golden State Warriors Today. And also earlier, we talked about that Chris Paul, Jordan Poole trade. Be sure to look out for that. I believe Tom Downey is going to provide even more analysis about this pick here on the channel, and then some more content to come from the NBA draft on
Guys,
Warriors Today. Make sure you subscribe.
Woj just said the Rockets are heavily considering ending Cam Whitmore's slide here at 20. Decision looming.
That's gonna happen.
Smart. I mean, if you're the Rockets,
Why not?
you're not winning right now. Why not take the chance? I mean,
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense to me. If I'm Brooklyn, I'm like, damn, that sucks. Because if I was the Nets, I would have done the same thing. So interesting. And again, like, what if the medical situation is? I'll compare it to the NFL. Miles Jack, right? His medical profile was, well, he's just not going to be able to have a 10, 12-year career. But if he's awesome for 5 to 7,
Yeah.
I would still argue it's worth it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm taking that chance here from the Rockets. You're not winning this year anyway. Take the best player available. And it is. It's going to be Cam Whitmore at number 20 overall. Chase, number 7 overall player on Rolly's big board. Obviously, medical concerns, not great workouts leading up to the draft has led to this slide here. But again, at some point, a team's going to take a chance, and that team is Houston.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what the injury concerns and what the medical concerns are because he's so young. He's not even 19 years old yet, 18 years old in 9 months, so soon to be 19 in about 3 months. Really, really good size, 6'6", 235. At Villanova, certainly didn't fulfill the expectations that were thrust on him as he was exiting high school, going to Villanova. But again, the age is something where you can continue to build around his game and has an NBA-ready frame. So physically, I think he's going to be able to hold up. A good second jump can sky for rebounds, quickly to get back up for a dunk, so he is very springy. There were no injuries that I knew of at the end of his Villanova tenure, which would have given him any red flags going into the NBA draft. Doesn't really need the basketball to be all too effective. And on that Rockets team, I don't expect him to play too much from year one.
Yeah.
But in the future, like you have Jalen Green, you have Jabari Smith, you might not be that primary playmaker. The form, as we talked about moments ago, is a little bit shaky. But if he figures out that form and he gets it in line, can he shoot between 35 and 39% from 3? If he's able to do that, with him being a tweener, little versatile, already an athletic body that converts to the NBA level, this is a good value selection for Houston. They've had so many early picks over the last couple of years. Why not take a chance here at 20?
Yeah, and I feel like you guys shout out your favorite team, and in a moment we'll pick a team to talk about with the Nets on the clock. And I feel like if you're the Rockets, you're still in the compile talent point of your rebuild. Get players, and then evaluate in the next year or two. Here, who are the players that can help you win in the future? Like, I think Alperen Şengün is one of those guys. Jalen Green, is he not? I think it's a big year for him coming up. You draft Amon Thompson, you get Cam Whitmore. So there's some intriguing young talent there, and now it's about figuring out which ones are cornerstone pieces moving into the future. So I'm going to take a look. The first team I see is the Timberwolves. The Minnesota Timberwolves. are the first team I see, and they don't have a first-round pick. Do they have a second-round pick? We'll look at their team profile. They do pick at 53. Obviously, no first because they traded for Rudy Gobert. Last year, they got Wendell Moore, Josh Minott, and Matthias Spagnola. If you're Minnesota right now, Chase, I really don't know what you do because I think the Gobert trade was a flop. Not because he's not a good player, but I just don't like the fit with Karl Anthony Towns. Like, to me, splitting those guys up somehow is like a smart move, but you're not going to get back what you gave up for Towns or for Gobert, so you're kind of in a tough spot if you're Minnesota.
I hated it for Minnesota because at the end of the game and the guts of the game, how are you going to play Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. It's not enough playmaking. It's not enough dribble creation. So now they're stuck in this predicament in which they have those two bigs, and Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns are unsure if they can play with one another. They need to figure out point guard. They traded away D'Angelo Russell. They have Mike Conley, who is a little bit old and
Not much
washed
left in
up.
the tank.
And then you have Anthony Edwards Jr., who at moments last year did take some steps back. Rough showing in the first couple of games against Denver, really came alive at the end of that series. When they started to get it together, they gave the eventual NBA champions
they were competitive.
some fits.
Yeah.
Some fits. So they were somewhat competitive. I just hated giving all that up for Rudy Gobert because in today's NBA, to have two bigs on the floor at the same time at the end of the game, it really doesn't make a lot of sense for me.
Especially when neither of them can handle the ball at a high rate. Like, when New Orleans did the Anthony Davis-DeMarcus Cousins pairing, that looked like it was going to work well.
Yeah.
And then Boogie got hurt, so we'll never know how that played out. Gobert does not handle the ball at all. He does not space the floor. Cat can extend to the three-point line, but he's not a guy you're isolating with late in games.
He thinks he's the best big in the NBA.
Well, and A, he's not, and B, his play style doesn't translate to late-game scoring, so it's like you don't really – it's like you're playing Tetris and none of the pieces fit. Like,
yeah.
I just don't know what you do moving forward. You mentioned the lack of a point guard. I don't think Edwards is a true point. I also don't think he's a number one on a title team. I do think he can be a number two. Like, I do think that, but – you're just kind of stuck with not a number one, not great roster construction. Like, normally I commend aggressive general managers, but that was just a moronic trade for Gobert. Not because Gobert's not good, but because it made no sense fit-wise with Karl Anthony Towns, and so now you're kind of stuck, and it's like, what do you do moving forward?
Yeah, and going back to Houston, like, Ime Udoka has to be really, really excited about the young nucleus that he's walking into. I thought the Boston Celtics really missed his authority last year and him holding players accountable. It was kind of way too free-flowing last year, and I believe that's why they struggled, especially against a mentally tougher team in the Miami Heat. So Ime Udoka has to be really excited about the nucleus that he's going to be able to coach with Houston, and Rockets fans have to be excited about this as well, as they've had to undergo some tough years following James Harden's prime, and even with Harden, like, so many great years that just ended up being heart-crushing ends to the season, especially missing 27 consecutive threes. Sorry to bring it up. Shout out Will Scott. Make sure you subscribe to the show. Year-round NBA coverage, NBA news, rumors, draft talk, trades, free agency, all that and much more, plus all of our content 100% free. Continuing to try to break some records here on the program. Help us continue to do that.
And can we get 1,000 new subscribers tonight, Chase? We have 801. We got 2,100 people watching. I know at least 200 of you guys have not subscribed. It's free. Free agency is just around the corner. Starts next Friday. We'll be live for at least the first 3 or 4 days of that. I can promise you.
Yep.
Myself, Chase Sr., everybody else chipping in here at Chat Sports. So let's get 1,000 new subs tonight. We would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Let's take a look at some of the best available, Chase. Another G League Ignite player, Leonard Miller, sitting there. Rolly's 18th overall selection. Nick Smith Jr., who at the end of the college season, many viewed as a lottery pick. He's been sliding in the pre-draft process, but he's very talented. Noah Clowney, the other Alabama player who I think could be an intriguing piece. I know Rolly really likes Olivier Maxence Prosper as well. I know you're a fan of Chris Murray, the brother of Keegan Murray also. He could be going soon.
Yeah, I thought that he could have been in play for Golden State. I thought that he would have been a nice fit there as a guy who can kind of be a plug-and-play rotational player. Bryce Sensabaugh, the wing out of Ohio State.
Shooter.
Some people were asking about him a little bit earlier. He could certainly stroke it. G.G. Jackson, the wing out of South Carolina. Kobe Jones, the guard out of Xavier. And then you look at the 9 through 12 players here. Dariq Whitehead out of Duke, James Nagy out of Barcelona, Andre Jackson Jr., Rolly and I have been on this, and we've talked about it here, is how we believe that he could have an imprint on a game, kind of like a Draymond Green. Can't shoot a lick, right? But from the high post, he could be a really good passer, very good defender, and a guy who puts his fingerprints all over the game. Ben Shepherd, the guard out of Belmont, out of Tennessee. Nashville, what's up? And then Marcus Sasser, a player who's really good for Houston over the last couple of years. Trace Jackson Davis, Maxwell Lewis, and Tristan Vucevic, the top players available, all 16 of them, as we start to close up on this first round with the Brooklyn Nets on the clock at number 21.
Ben Shepherd, Chase, a player who really stood out the NBA Combine, obviously played at small school Belmont, but has experience, 42% from three, 19 a game, grabbed 5 rebounds, 6'8" wingspan, stands at 6'5". I think he could be a guy in a rotation that can come off the bench and score a little bit for you. I wonder if a team like Brooklyn would value him. Is that a little bit early here, perhaps? Boston at 25 could be interesting as they got that selection in the Kristaps Porzingis trade. You got Indiana set to pick again here in a few moments as well. Charlotte at 27. Did the Jazz make another pick here at 28? We shall see. And then the Nuggets and Clippers wrap up round 1. And guess what? We'll be live for round 2 as well. So don't go anywhere as we await this pick. The Brooklyn Nets on the clock. We shall see what they do here. By the way, Chase, for our Warriors fans still watching, Kevin O'Connor says Brandon Podziemski is the quintessential Warriors player, perfect fit for their system with his shooting, feel, and toughness. Should get chances to play as a rookie, but even if he doesn't, with so many guards and now Chris Paul, he should be ready for a heavy role by year 2.
Interesting. Mike Dibble, we got your email, got your Twitter DM as well. The basketball is yours, my friend, and we still have not heard from our guy, Paul Price. If you want to claim your basketball as well, we'll sign this for you too. So Paul Price, email chase@chatsports.com, Twitter and Instagram @Chase_senior. Shoot me a DM, shoot me an email with your address, and we'll get you a ball as well.
If you love the NBA draft, spam me in the chat. I will get you guys some shout-outs. Mariah Mills vids. Super chat like this.
Yes, exactly right. Mariah Mills has entered the chat.
Yeah, she hopped on Stephen A's stream.
Yes.
Saul says me. Jay Peach in the chat. Mike Dibble says me. What a legend. We're going to get you that basketball, Dibby. Mark says me. David, golf, Saul. Williams says me. We got Mark Gabbert saying me as well. Chase says me. James says me. Dylan says, bro, how long are you going to take? Listen, we don't control the pace of play during the NBA draft. Listen.
We're not making the picks there, bud.
Yeah, we wish. I know y'all blamed us last year for Kai Soto not getting drafted, but we only control so much. Kev Gone says me, not me from Chris. Well, thanks for the comment anyway.
How about this one? We have a pick in before ESPN has it. So we're not dictating the pace, but our pace is faster than ESPN. Noah Clowney, the big, going to the Brooklyn Nets, round 1, 21 overall. I kept waiting for him to go. It's right in that range where Rolly thought he was going to go. 20th overall player, according to Rolly. Very good size, 6'10", 210 pounds, so a little bit skinny. 10 points per game, 8 rebounds last year, nearly a block per night, 28% on his three-point shots, and 3.3 attempts per game, 57% true shooting percentage. In today's NBA, if you were to draft a big, they have to be a versatile, switchable defender. Otherwise, you're going to get burnt on the defensive end of the floor. Noah Clowney is a versatile defender. When you're playing alongside studs like a Brandon Miller, right, you get overshadowed with what you bring to the floor. And then at the NBA level, maybe you're able to maximize and display a lot of your ability. He is a willing shooter. I do like that about him, even though the percentages are very low at 28%. Why is that? Because as a big in today's NBA, if you can shoot, it just makes you more valuable if you're able to knock down those shots. Nearly 49% on his field goals. Can he defend physical bigs? That's a little bit of a problem. We're talking about Nikola Jokic, Joel Embiid, Steven Adams, because he is only 210 pounds. High-end comp, maybe Miles Turner, low-end Kevon Looney.
Yeah, and look, Rolly made the note that he shoots more threes than he probably should. The good news is he's gotten those repetitions. Can he become a 34, 35% three-point shooter in the NBA? If he can do that as a stretch 4 or a 5, I think you'll live with those numbers. I wondered if Golden State could maybe take him and, kind of take 2 of James Wiseman, if you will, but they opted to obviously take Podziemski, but at the end of the day, he goes to Brooklyn, and guess what? The Nets are on the clock once again. More shout-outs for everybody typing me, Ryder, Kev. We got Hunter Smith in there. Type me for a shout-out if you want a shout-out right now. We got Kieran in the chat, Mike Dibble once again, Ignacio. We got Nate. Let's see. BD says should have stayed in college. Mukesh says me. Kieran says me. Z-Tech says me. Jordan Brubb says me. Kev says me as well. So appreciate everybody for hanging out. Just recycling back through what's happened during the draft so far. Victor Wembanyama goes number 1 overall to the Spurs. Charlotte takes Brandon Miller number 2 after some debate within that organization. That means Scoot Henderson goes number 3 to Portland. Amon Thompson and Audrey Thompson twins, they go back-to-back to Houston and Detroit. Anthony Black goes to Orlando. Bilal Coulibaly and a trade-up from 8 to 7 for Washington goes number 7. Indiana slides back and takes Jarris Walker. Taylor Hendricks goes number 9 to Utah. Cason Wallace trades up with the Mavs or the Thunder trade up with the Mavs and take Cason Wallace. Jet Howard goes number 11 to Orlando. Derek Lively to Dallas, a defensive big after sliding back from 10 to 12. Grady Dick goes number 13 overall to Toronto. Jordan Hawkins goes 14th overall to the Pelicans. Kobe Buffkin, another Michigan player, goes 15th overall to Atlanta. Keontae George, the Baylor guard, goes to Utah at number 16. Jalen Hushkafino goes 17th overall out of Indiana to the Lakers. Jaime Jaquez lands with Miami. Brandon Podziemski goes to the Warriors. Cam Whitmore goes to the Rockets, and then Noah Clowney to the Brooklyn Nets. And they are on the clock again, so we will see what Brooklyn does here at 22. Do they keep the pick? Do they trade it? We shall see. And then Chase, interesting thought as well with Portland on the clock at 23. Did they make another pick? Is there some sort of trade that gets involved there? I still think the Damian Lillard discussion is very much in play.
Yeah, it's so interesting because they take Scoot Henderson, and we discussed this throughout the broadcast, right? Like to have Anthony Simons, Damian Lillard, Scoot Henderson, and Shaedon Sharpe, who showed a lot of ability last year, top 5 player among my rankings a year ago in this same draft. It doesn't really work. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. So if you draft Scoot, trade Dame, and you get a lot of assets back, and Anthony Simons is still really young, and now you have Scoot Henderson, Anthony Simons, Shaedon Sharpe, and whatever capital you get back for Damian Lillard, that's how you streamline that rebuild, where in 3 to 5 years, you can get back to ideally being a contender in the Western Conference playoffs. But to have Damian Lillard still on the team with those other players, I can't imagine he's happy because the reports are coming from credible sources like Chris Haynes that he doesn't want to undergo a rebuild.
Yeah.
But they're not in a position to win right now. So it's not a full-on rebuild unless they trade Dame away, and they're not a serious contender right now either.
I just think, too, like, with Scoot being the pick there, like, it just makes sense to reset. Like, I have a ton of respect for Dame wanting to make it work there. I have a ton of respect for Portland wanting to make it work there. But, like, to me, an adult conversation needs to happen where they just sit down and be like, look, like, we don't want you to be the bad guy and have to go public with the trade request. We don't want to look like the franchise that is just giving up on this window. But reality is reality. Like, you gave us 10, 12 good years. We're going to ship you out, give you a chance to go win elsewhere. We're resetting with Scoot Henderson, and you move on. I mean, that's very few players, teams, etc. with the superstar does it end the way you want it to. There's only so many Dirks and Kobes that play 20-plus years with the franchise. Like, I don't think anybody's going to fault either party at this point if the Trailblazers end up trading Dame.
Yeah, who's the best player still available? Some analysis there on the Trailblazers and the Damian Lillard front. It looks as though it's the most serious that these trade discussions have been for Portland around their homegrown superstar. Best player still available, though. Drop us a name down below in the comments section. Show off that basketball intellect with what you think, and we'll start to give you some shout-outs here. Ryder Ye, Way, Kev Gons, and Ricardo, the people who are pacing the chat right now. But who's the best player available? Chase Clemens, nice name, by the way. Going Murray, G.G. Jackson from John Edward, Nick Smith from Jason, Keontae Johnson from Charlie, another Murray. So some good names in there for best players available. And Harry, here's our list right here.
Yeah, Leonard Miller, who averaged 18 and 11, 6'9", 213, 7'2" wingspan as well. 33% from three, so not great, but not horrendous either. And I always take these G League Ignite stats with a grain of salt because, like, how organized is it really? Like, I think there's a lot still to learn about these players that play in the Ignite. Still such a small sample size of people who have gone that route. Nick Smith, a player who 2 months ago probably would have gone top 10, but he's been sliding a bit. Olivier Maxence Prosper, a player that Rolly certainly loves, still sitting there. Chris Murray in the mix as well. And one of the biggest news items from the day in the association, Chase, was the Chris Paul-Jordan Poole swap involving a couple of picks as well. We'll break that down in a moment. We do have another pick here as well. It's Derek Whitehead going to Brooklyn. So they go Clowney and Whitehead back-to-back here through the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, interesting here. Whitehead, a wing out of Duke who, like Cam Whitmore, one of the youngest players in this draft, only 18 years old, 6'6", 193 pounds, 8 points per game, 2.5 rebounds last year, 42% from the field, but almost 43% from three-point range. It's really tough to gauge that Duke team from last year because Coach K moves on and they have this little bit of a culture change and roster change. They started the season slow. They ended it hot. I thought that because they were on that hot streak, they were going to be able to make a deep run in the NCAA tournament. They did not. They won the ACC championship, correct?
Oh, they stormed through that
tournament very, very quickly. And Whitehead is a young player, doesn't have the most experience, so he goes to a Brooklyn team in which he's probably going to be riding the bench. Fantastic, and I mean really, really good catch-and-shoot player. 45% on his spot-up threes last year. So that is something that can really, really translate to the NBA level. That wingspan being 6'10" at 6'6" does give him a high release, so it's difficult to defend and get a hand in his face to alter that shot. Good off-ball defender. Quickness to guard multiple positions as well. Some injury concerns, though. Has had foot issues, had foot surgery in August to repair a fractured foot, didn't heal properly. That could have caused some production issues at Duke, then underwent another surgery recently to completely heal the foot, is expected to be ready for this upcoming season. Rolly's comp for him, after he played 20 minutes per game last year for Duke, is Danny Green, but I think that Whitehead has a little bit more ability to create and put the ball on the floor as compared to Danny Green.
Dude, even if he doesn't, if you're getting Danny Green
That's
late
fine.
in the first round, like a 3-and-D sniper, a winning culture piece, hey, like I would absolutely take that for Brooklyn, who's obviously, entering this new era when the Kyrie, KD, and briefly James Harden trio did not work out. They move on from all those guys, but you have Mikal Bridges. I would expect them to try and re-sign Cam Johnson, a guy who really performed well after the trade as well. So grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Derek Whitehead to the Brooklyn Nets. And Portland back on the clock, Chase. And, if this is a pick that doesn't get dealt, like, that's even more evidence to me that they're just going to commit to this rebuild.
Yeah, and we can take a look at their profile here, Coop, with what the Blazers can do at number 3 overall. They did draft Scoot Henderson. A lot of pro comps for him to Russell Westbrook as a guy who can really attack the rim. Dynamic athlete. If he figures out his shot, he could be a problem in this league. Number 3 and 23 for Portland, obviously, with them on the clock. They had the 43rd overall pick in that second round. In 22, they drafted Shaedon Sharpe, who I think is going to be a really good player. Loved him coming out last year. Jabari Walker, Ismail Kamagate. So that's who they drafted last year. And for Portland, it's all about, and it all hinges, and it all comes down to what happens with Damian Lillard. Do you trade him away? And if you trade him away, the rebuild is fully underway. They didn't trade number 3. They're not, at least as of right now, trading number 23. So you get an opportunity here to stockpile a couple of young players at 3, 23, and 43. You trade Dame, you get some really good assets back as far as players may go, as well as some potential draft picks as well.
I would have liked Portland to take Leonard Miller here, teammate with Scoot in the G League Ignite. The comp is Jeremy Grant, a player who just played for them, but it looks like they're going to take Chris Murray, the brother of Keegan Murray, which I like this selection as well. He's going to go to Portland at number 23 overall. So Chris Murray, who will have some notes on him coming up here in just a second, he finally falls off the board.
So he's obviously not the player that his brother Keegan Murray is, who's drafted very highly out of Iowa. He did go to Iowa, but in the pre-draft process, Chris Murray was blowing a lot of people away and impressing a lot of people. Agile, nimble. The college production, like his brother, was certainly there. 20 points per game, 8 rebounds, almost 34% on his three-point shots, just shy of 48% from the field. He's 6'8" with a 7-foot wingspan. He looks exactly like his brother as well.
He really does.
Rolly had him, number 23 overall. That ended up coming to fruition. Number 9 wing in this class. He seems to play on the offensive end very easily. It comes seamlessly to him. Very effortless scorer who can score the basketball, put the biscuit in the basket from all 3 levels, handle the ball in the half court at Iowa, so he can put the ball on the floor, but he doesn't necessarily need the ball in his hands to be that productive type of player. Does have catch and shoot ability. I like his size at 6'8", 213 with that wingspan to get a shot off, but also he could back some guys down to get that shot off, create mismatches in the half court, in transition because of that athleticism. He could certainly finish around the rim. So I like the pick here for Portland. And if they're starting to rebuild here, a couple of good young pieces to do that with. And it comes at a position of need at that wing position.
Another note here on Dariq Whitehead in Brooklyn. He had foot surgery. You mentioned the foot problems. He will not play in the Summer League. So any Nets fans out there, take that for note. Sacramento's on the clock, which means we're creeping toward the end of round 1, Chase. And the question is, does the audience want us to stay alive for round 2? If you do, type Y for yes. If not, Chase and I will leave early and go have a couple of cocktails. So it's really up to you guys.
It's up to y'all.
Y for yes, in for no. Do you guys want us to stay alive for the second round? Chase, you want to get some shout-outs here?
Yeah, let's do some shout-outs here. Adam Lopez said yes. Eric said yes. Steven said yes. Ryan, Bobby, Laffy, Law, Steven, Tally, Nate, all saying yes. No no's yet, so that's good. Genji said what type of cocktails? We have all types of stuff here. Fireball, tequila, vodka. I have a margarita here to my right. Wolfsten said yes, but also drink. All right, cheers.
Say less. Rolly, we'll recap as Rolly gets back into the fold here. Some of the recent picks since you've walked away. We'll recap the last 5 or 6 selections. I want to get your thoughts on what's taken place here as we move forward here. Sacramento on the clock. I guess real quick here, Chase, if you're Sacramento, who are you trying to add to add to this winning team right now? Obviously, this is a team that's ascending.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're in a really good spot. De'Aaron Fox was a borderline MVP candidate last year. You drafted Keegan Murray, impact player from day one. Domantas Sabonis was an all-star. Malik Monk was terrific. What happens with Harrison Barnes? Do you want to bring him back because he's a free agent? If not, do you try to go wing here? And can that wing impact the game right away?
I'll add one more, too. Is Davion Mitchell a part of their future? He's underwhelmed a bit.
But he's a hell of a defender.
He is. I thought he would provide a little bit more offensively. I never thought he'd be a great offensive player, but a guy who could at least knock down an open jumper, that really has not come to fruition. So I think they got to figure that out, too. And Rolly, will bring you back on here. Some of the recent picks. Oh, wait a second here.
Oh,
the Mavs are making a trade.
Hey.
Here we go. The Mavs are on the clock. The Mavs. Yep. The Mavericks have just traded for this picks, and they've
All right.
drafted Nico. The Mavericks have selected one of Rolly's best prospect. We'll get some analysis from him here. Olivier Maxence Prosper, and they're going to land Rashawn Holmes, which, with the trade exception, clearly, right?
Yes. There was some chatter that they were trying to use that tonight.
Yes. So you get Holmes, who found his way out of the rotation last year, but a player the Mavs have liked in the past. So a guy who can help a little bit at that center position. You just added one earlier in the draft, obviously, and you get Olivier Maxence Prosper, Rolly.
I think this might be the move of the entire draft. Woo! They took Derek Lively at 12, who everyone thought they were going to take at 10, but they were able to move off Davis Bertans, get Derek Lively still at 12, and the next thing you know, they trade for Rashawn Holmes, a really athletic, versatile big man, high-energy guy, crashes the glass. He'll probably be your starting center from day one, allowing Derek Lively to come off the bench and learn a little bit. And then you get one of the guys I was really high on in Olivier Maxence Prosper. I love Prosper's ability to play, and I know I'm a Heat fan, and they rival the Mavs a little bit, so it stings a tad to see him go to Dallas. But this man is everything Dallas needed. 6'7", 7'1" wingspan, really good defender, can guard 1 through 4, will absolutely be a menace and a havoc creator on the defensive end. What did Dallas need alongside Kyrie, Luka? A rim-protecting big and a 3-and-D guy, and they hit all their boxes, and we're not even out of the first round yet. I would say this is a home run, first 25 picks for Nico Harris and Mark Cuban and the Dallas Mavericks.
And you get Rashawn Holmes, who maybe he's not what he was a couple of years ago, but if nothing else, energetic guy who can roll to the basket, be a backup center if you're going to start Lively right away. I'm feeling a lot better about things than I was a couple of hours ago for the Dallas Mavericks. So this is exciting. Also, Rolly, 34% from three. Not a bad starting point here, the ability to improve in that area.
I'll say this, he's got a very smooth stroke. If you watch his highlights, when he shoots the ball, it looks very clean coming out of his hands. It looks like he's got a repeatable shooting stroke. I think he's going to be able to translate into this league and shoot 38, 39%. My player comp for him was DeAndre Hunter. If you remember, he was the fourth pick, a 3-and-D guy out of Virginia.
Been good when healthy.
I know, and I thought he's been able to do good things for Atlanta at times. I think Prosper's able to do the same thing. And I remember I told you guys, I wanted him at 18 for Miami as that 3-and-D guy. But he slides here to 24. I think it's a great pick. I don't know how many times I could say it for the Dallas Mavericks.
And you would think playing, getting some minutes next to Luka and ideally Kyrie if he returns, should get some open looks to knock down, be a catch-and-shoot guy offensively. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Drop a letter grade in the comments. I'm a big fan of this move. You get Rashawn Holmes, Chase, who has a better chance to contribute in this rotation than Davis Bertans did. So you got to like that overall for Dallas.
Yeah, so Boston is on the clock at number 25 via a trade. And also we have another trade. The Milwaukee Bucks, who weren't going to select until the final pick in this year's draft at 58, are now acquiring number 36 in a deal with the Orlando Magic. So clearly Milwaukee really likes somebody here who they think could be in range in the next 11 picks or so.
Yeah. So Boston now, as you guys grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F, I think we're all in consensus. We like it. What do the Celtics do? I mean, they get this pick after dealing out Marcus Smart. Do they get some guard depth? What about a Nick Smith? I mean, do you take a chance on him here as a guy who was considered a lottery pick at some point, and now they don't have as much depth after trading Smart? What does Peyton Pritchard factor in to their future plans? We'll have to wait and see. But I feel like Boston could go in a number of directions here. The only thing I'm pretty confident they won't do is take a pure front court player, because you've got Kristaps Porzingis along with Al
Horford and Robert Williams.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so front court, I don't think that's much of a need. What do they think about Peyton Pritchard? That is a good point that you bring up, Harrison. There was some chatter that he was going to demand a trade if he wasn't in their plans, but now that they traded away Marcus Smart, who always seemed to have the basketball in a meaningful spot when trying to take a big shot, he's no longer on the team. as a guy who sometimes would clog up the offense a little bit. I think they wanted to pave open some lanes for Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum to have less restrictions. And now Peyton Pritchard could be one of your points. Malcolm Brogdon could be one of your points. Do you try to bring in a young developmental wing? I think that in trading away Marcus Smart, Derek White is going to play a lot more, and he was really clutch throughout the playoff run. I think he's a really good basketball player. So I think point guard could make some sense here, or wing.
Well, it looks like the pick is Marcus Sasser, but this pick is going to go to Detroit.
Okay.
So they're going to trade Sasser to Detroit and acquire the number 31 overall pick in this draft. So we'll see what the other details are on this trade. Indiana's set to pick next here at 26, but I kind of thought Marcus S. out, Marcus Smart, Marcus S. Sasser in, but actually he's going to go up to Detroit. And I loved Sasser at Houston. 4-year college player, got a little bit better each and every year, leader type of guy, and maybe that makes sense for Detroit, who has drafted a bunch of young and inexperienced players in recent years. Now you get a guy who spent a lot of years in college and did a lot of winning as well.
Him coming off the bench, I like it. You already have Jaden Ivey and you have Cade Cunningham. And let's hope that Cade Cunningham is able to get healthy and stay healthy, because once he got over some of those rookie hurdles during his rookie season, the end of the year from about the halfway point on, he was a special player last year. Season cut short because of that injury that required some surgery to his foot. For Sasser, good production too. I think the experience helps him here in coming in off the bench and maybe giving them minutes right away for a team that's not ready to compete. 17 points per game, 44% from the floor, not scared to let it fly from three-point range either. 38% on those shots last year.
Yeah, part of a team that made, one or two Final Fours, made another deep run as well this past year. So done a lot of winning. And Rolly, feel free to chime in on this pick here.
Yeah, I want to add something here. Sasser, I had him actually as the 32nd player in this class, but I put in my notes, I think he has the skill of a top 20 pick. It's just that he's 6'1" and almost 23 years old, so the age and size set him back a little bit, and he's just a grinder defensively, able to be an impact defensive player coming off the bench right away. My one question, though, is where does this leave Killian Hayes for Detroit, former top 10 pick? Does he get put on the move now? Because you draft Sasser at 25, you have Ivy and Cade Cunningham starting. I think Killian Hayes could be on the move, so be looking out for him to potentially be traded tonight or in the near future.
I'm not saying the skill set is the same, but are there some similarities to Jalen Brunson, who got overlooked because he spent 3 years in college? He was undersized, didn't have the raw athletic profile that teams look for necessarily, but a guy who just knows how to play the game.
No, I don't hate that comparison at all. And Sasser has a 6'7" wingspan, so he's a pretty lengthy guard for being only 6'1", and he's a really good defender. And when you play for Houston, you have to be a hard-nosed, gritty guy who plays defense. So I don't hate the Brunson comparison, and Sasser is crafty enough on the offensive end to hit threes, get to the mid-range. So I actually do love this pick, and I don't hate that comparison. I was never thought about it until now, but Harrison, I like it.
We'll see if Detroit can be as lucky as the Mavs and now the Knicks are with Jalen Brunson. So Indiana now on the clock. We'll see what those trade details are. We know Boston's getting 31. There's got to be something else there, obviously. We'll see what that ends up being. Who do you guys like here at 26 here? Chase, Rolly, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, Rolly, go ahead.
Yeah, 26, Indiana. I think they're in for they took Jarris Walker. I don't know. I like Leonard Miller for them, to be honest, but I know there's a lot of Kobe Jones rumors as well for Indiana. Kobe Jones, Kevin O'Connor kind of compared him to Malcolm Brogdon in the way he plays, because he's a hard-nosed guard who handles the ball, can shoot the three, plays good defense. Wouldn't hate him being a backup guard for Halliburton there. So I'd either look at the wing or backup guard. So I think I would lean Leonard Miller or Kobe Jones here for Indiana.
Help us out. Like this video. We still got almost 2,000 people watching live. Every 1,000 likes is a shot from Chase and myself. So if we get to 3,000, we will be sure to do that. And if you're enjoying tonight's coverage, hit that like button. We greatly appreciate everybody who's watching the show. We circle back to the big trade from earlier, Chase. Chris Paul to Golden State, Jordan Poole to Washington. Obviously for the Warriors, taking a chance on Chris Paul at 38 years old, I would assume, to be that second-team point guard. I'm fascinated to see how this all comes together.
Yeah, no, so am I. And what is Steve Kerr going to do? I highly doubt that they start Chris Paul, which at this point of his career, 38 years old, if he's willing to take a backseat to try to chase that vaunted NBA championship, I could totally see that being the case. You also have to plan and expect that Steph Curry at some point might miss some time because throughout his career, he has been off injured throughout the regular season. So in the event that Steph is out, Chris Paul can be that primary distributor and playmaker. You have some smart basketball players now on this team, with Steve Kerr leading the charge, Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. I still think they need to get a little bit bigger, a little bit athletic. They have that size deficiency because we certainly saw that come to our eyes in that second-round series against the Los Angeles Lakers when they simply could not guard the Lakers with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, and then they kind of got cooked by some of the Lakers' role players as well. But for Chris Paul, you trade away Jordan Poole, who I think is going to shoot the rock 20 to 25 times per night on the Wizards team. You pair him up with Tyus Jones in that backcourt. Chris Paul is going to make better decisions with the basketball. He's not going to take as many bad shots as Poole. I do get concerned, a little bit when Curry is out. Poole was that guy who could pour it up, average about 24 points per game. Now you lose that. So, again, are you expecting that Jonathan Kuminga is going to take this big leap? I saw some flashes from Moses Moody in that series against the Lakers. Are you finally expecting some of these young players to fulfill big roles? We'll see, to be determined.
Hit that subscribe button on our Warriors channel if you're still watching live with us. As our draft coverage continues, go ahead and subscribe. If you're watching our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, youtube.com/WarriorsTV, hit that subscribe button over there as well. Couple notes here. Chase, the Celtics are getting 31 in future seconds in that deal, which he dropped 6 spots for future seconds. I find that a little interesting. I think that's worthwhile if you're Detroit, if you really like Sasser. And then also a couple of notes on that Mavericks trade. I'm not seeing any more details. So Sacramento really just wanted to get out of Holmes' contract unless there's something more there, and we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah. Adrian Wojnarowski here tweeting, guys, Pacers are keeping pick number 26 and eyeing a mid-major riser on their boards. I think it's Shepherd, and I have been on record saying I love this kid. A lot of Quentin Grimes in him, 3-and-D guy who can shoot the lights out. I don't know if it is Shepherd, but I kind of have a feeling it is.
He had a great combine.
Yeah,
he
really can shoot the ball. 6'6", high release, good wingspan, everything you look in a modern-day shooting guard or wing at the three-point line.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. The wing out of Belmont, one of our best players available. We're cycling through some of the picks that have happened so far, but we got 5 picks left in the first round, starting with Indiana here coming up in just a few moments. Marcus Sasser, the most recent pick for the Detroit Pistons as they trade up, and it is going to be Ben Shepherd.
Great pick.
Look, I think Indiana is doing some good things here. I like the Jarris Walker selection. You get Ben Shepherd as well. He just seems like a Rick Carlisle player to me, Rolly.
I love this pick.
Played a lot in college. Coachable type of player. I think this is going to be a good fit here.
Yeah, Chase, I'll let you hop in here in a second, but
sure.
This pick is just a really good one from Indiana, and I think this is Buddy Hield. I'll see you later. Shepard's going to be your new 2 or 3 next to Halliburton, and I'm really kind of salivating over this Pacers roster. I know there's a lot. I really am. I know there's a lot of buzz about trading Miles Turner, but keep Turner, run Halliburton, Shepard, Jarris Walker, Miles Turner, and then grab a 3-and-D wing, and let's ride. That's a solid roster they're building in Indiana.
Chase, how do you feel about the pick?
Yeah, no, I like it. And again, I think that sometimes where a player goes is completely overrated. Can you hoop or can you not? And that's really what it comes down to, that little equation. I like the size at 6'6". He's 195 pounds. In a situation like this in which he's almost 22 years old, I said this earlier about Jaquez, where the age, it's just talked about too much. Can you be a contributor for 5 to 6 years? And if that's the case, I don't care about your damn age because you're still going to be in your prime, and this guy can ball. 19 points per game, almost 42% from three. And when you put him alongside a playmaker like Tyrese Halliburton, he's going to get a lot of open looks. And this is also a player who has a really clean three-point shot and distance around it as well. Can hit the pull-up, little off balance as well. And I think this could end up being a very good value pick. And hopefully teams start to get a little bit smarter here. It's not about where you go. It's about the player that you are.
Yeah, and look, like we talked about this earlier, Chase, unless it's for a superstar level prospect, age just doesn't matter. Like if you're projected to be a role player, which is what Ben Shepherd is, who cares if you're 22 or 19? Because you're not worried about what the player is going to be at 35.
No.
Like that just doesn't matter. You need to be thinking the next 3 to 5 years, and guess what? 5 years from now, he's going to be 26, 27. That's not going to make or break the future of your franchise if you are the Indiana Pacers. And by the way, with today's regimens and sports science, guys are playing into their mid-late 30s anyway.
Steph Curry's 35.
Yeah,
he plays like he's 30.
Exactly. So Ben Shepherd, love the pick, love the player, like what Indiana's doing. Charlotte's on the clock. We'll explore that selection in a moment. But help us out if you want to shout out, go retweet our pinned tweet. I will check that tweet right now and see if we've got any new retweets from last time we've done this. Appreciate everybody who's done that. There are a few more. We'll get the link in the live chat of this video. Appreciate everybody who has done that. Cowboy Alien has retweeted it. Isaac, not Isaac. We got Chris Wynn, Austin Panda in there as well. A couple more here. I'm seeing if this thing would load for me. We got Ike Pam, John Edward, U Burner, LLA Dubs, and Dixon the Goat, some of the most recent people to give us a retweet. So appreciate that. We love DC support. So, Chase, 4 picks left here in round 1. What stands out to you so far, and what are you thinking for Charlotte here?
Yeah, before that, Tim Weaver said if there are 30 teams, why only 58 picks in 2 rounds instead of 60? It's a good question because you do the simple math, right? Tampering. That's why there are only 58
Knicks,
picks.
and who was the other one?
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. Okay.
So that's why. Good question right there. So your question here, 3 picks left or 4 picks left. What happens here? Charlotte Hornets on the clock.
They took Brandon Miller, so, what do you think we're doing here? Oh, Nick Smith Jr.
I love this.
Rolly?
Yeah, I'll expand on my thoughts here because I think the Hornets have had 2 good picks here. Brandon Miller, obviously, I'm very bullish on him. You add in Nick Smith Jr. Listen, slight frame, not the best.
Terry Rozier?
Yeah, not the best defender, but his play style is like Terry Rozier, so he could be on the move. He could be the 2 next to LaMelo at the 1, and it could get dicey on the defensive end when you look at the potential starting lineup of LaMelo at the 1, Nick Smith at the 2, Miller at the 3, but that is a lot of offensive talent. This Hornets team will be scoring a lot of points this season. It's all about that defense to see if they can contend. But Nick Smith Jr., we've talked about him potentially being a lottery pick coming into this year and a top 10 pick, falls all the way to 27. I think it's because of his injury concern. Wouldn't be surprised if something comes out about medical red flags, but a slight frame, needs to add more weight to be impactful on the defensive end. But, hey, I like the value here for Nick Smith Jr.
Does he have any point guard traits? Like, can he give you some minutes as a primary ball handler? Maybe not right away, but down the road, is he capable of that?
Yeah, he has a decent handle. It's not perfect. I really think he would be very effective as the ball handler in a pick-and-roll situation. I put it in my notes. He would absolutely murder drop coverage because of his ability to step up and have that little floater or mid-range. He's got great touch around the rim. So I think as an off-ball, too, you can swing it to him and let him get a pick-and-roll and maybe play make out of that way. But as a pure point guard, I don't love that ability. He's more of a, I'm going to give you 15 points off the bench, or maybe just a starting 2 guard who can score as well.
Yeah, 5 games with 20-plus points last year. He only played in 17 of them, missed 19. So the injuries are a little bit of a concern.
He was a huge recruit.
A crafty scorer when he is on the floor.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. Again, Roy, this kind of falls in Chase. This falls into that bucket of, good value, right?
Yeah,
there's some kind of questions with the medical, the frame. I get all that. But midway through the college season, this was like a top 10 pick. And
I think I've said it a couple times on today's stream. Before he played a game at Arkansas, he was a projected top 10 pick.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. That's
recruit.
the type of talent this guy has. So the fact that you're able to get him at 27, like I said, know the injury history, slight frame, but he has all of the offensive talent in the world to be a difference maker.
We were asked about Bryce Sensabaugh earlier. Not the best athlete, but a good scorer. He goes off the board. I like what Utah's doing, man. I think this nucleus is going to come together pretty quickly here.
I'll say this before I toss it back to you guys. The teams that have multiple first-round picks, to me, have all hit home runs. Hornets, Jazz, Pacers, they're all getting very good value in the late rounds. Yes, the Blazers as well, even though they're still trading Damian Lillard. The picks in the 20s from these guys who have multiple first-round picks have just been people who have fell value, and I love that thought or that train of thinking from these GMs.
Chase, a guy who shot 42% from three in Sensabaugh here. How do you feel about this 41% from three, 6'6", 235? Not a great athletic profile, but if you could shoot, you could shoot.
Yeah, if you can shoot, especially at that size, and you can at least defend a little bit, then you certainly have a spot at the NBA level. And anytime a guy is hovering around 40% from three-point range and you play high-level college basketball and you show some of the ability that he did, then a team's going to take a chance on you. High basketball IQ, very smart player. I think that he does a good job of identifying some of the leaky holes within a defense. And for a catch-and-shoot guy, I think that he might be able to impact games here in the immediacy of his NBA career just because he can shoot from the outside and at least defend a little bit. Because of his weight, he did play a lot of two at Ohio State. I think at the NBA level, he could play a couple of different positions.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he fits with Utah, who all of a sudden, the depth this team has is
I like
really
what Utah's
remarkable.
building, Harry. Completely agree.
Yeah, and, you wonder, Chase, Rolly, and let us know, guys, if you're loving the draft, type me. We'll get some shout-outs. I mean, Utah, I think you mentioned this earlier too, Nick, and we talked about this, Chase. I think it's just more evidence. Like, they're going to move Sexton. Like, the depth of youth is just so deep right now. Like, I think you move him, get a future pick, whatever the case may be, but they could be kind of like the Thunder where they've got all these assets, and then in the next year or two, they're going to pull the trigger on a trade at some point for a superstar caliber player. So I think Utah, considering a year ago in the playoffs, had Donovan Mitchell, Gobert, but a lot of questions after that, they've really fast-tracked this rebuild, in my opinion. They played better than expected this year. You get a good year out of some of those pieces in that trade, and now you're adding some more young nucleus pieces as well.
Man, you talk about a guy whose value has decreased over the last 2 years. That's Colin Sexton. I mean, back-to-back years, he averaged nearly 21 and 24 points per game, and now the last two, he's been injured a lot, 16 points per game and 14 points per game.
He was efficient this year, though.
Efficient
he'll get,
in those
you'll get
48
something
games,
in a trade.
but still, like, his value is not where it was a couple of years ago when he was on his way to becoming a very good young player in this league. Now, again, in those 48 games, 39% from three, a good trade piece for an acquiring team, maybe with some playoff aspirations.
Yeah, so now the defending champs, the Denver Nuggets, Rolly, chime in?
Yeah, I think this little Western Conference race for the 7th to 10 seed will be very fascinating this upcoming year. You've got the top teams, but then you got Utah, who I really like how they've built their roster coming off a rebound. OKC.
New Orleans, where do they fit?
New Orleans. Those three teams will be in that 7 to 10 range. A lot of potential with those three squads. This next upcoming Western Conference arms race, you could say, will be very fascinating to see how it plays out.
I think the West, for 1 year, got tired of not being the best conference, and they're like, we're back.
I'll say this, it might not be as top-heavy as the East. It will be
the depth will be
tough.
tough.
The depth between teams will just be incredible.
Yeah, and, especially with a team like Sacramento kind of emerging out of nowhere this past year. The defending champs take a winner himself, Julian Strawther, who – mistake if I'm wrong, he hit the big shot against UCLA, correct? 6'7", 210, 21 years old, has a good stroke. 39th on our board, Chase, but when you're a defending champion, you can kind of be more selective and try to identify a player that can help you win. I think he has the skill set that could come in and play off the bench right away.
I agree, and for him to go here, that's a big win for him just because of how the Nuggets have been able to implement some of these young players, but how they've been able to develop some of these guys as well. Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Christian Brown in the NBA Finals. I mean, what a performance that he had on multiple occasions. And now they get another winner in Strouder, who I think is a good fit. I think that with a team like this, they're not going to be able to afford some of these really solid players like Bruce Brown.
He's gone.
Jeff Green. Those types of players who could get the bag elsewhere, who helped you win a title this year. You have to find a way to reload a little bit and be financially savvy and fiscally sound in doing so. And by drafting a player like this, you can certainly do that. Honestly, down the road, it would not shock me if he is a future Michael Porter Jr. replacement. MPJ is making a bunch of money. If they could try to move off of him at some point and he steps in down the line, that could be an option. Really clean jump shot, good production at Gonzaga, 15 points per game, 47% on his field goals, nearly 41% from three. He can guard multiple positions on the floor. And if he improves his playmaking a little bit, I don't hate his vision. I don't hate his playmaking ability, but if you improve that handle a little bit, it just further solidifies his game to a certain
Well, and the
degree.
good news is he really doesn't have to be a playmaker. He can be a guy that could just catch and shoot, especially early on. You think about like Christian Brown, like he wasn't asked to do a ton. He had a big impact on this team in the finals.
Yep.
His role will probably increase because I do think Bruce Brown is gone. Jeff Green might be a guy you can convince to play on the minimum again. He's going to be 37. I think you probably let Brown go. You're not going to be able to pay him. You bring back Jeff Green, and now you have Strouder who can probably give you, 8 to 15 minutes per game as a rookie. So
Yeah.
I like the pick, based on big board rankings, it's slightly early, but again, when it's for a contending team and a guy who can play right away, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Michael Malone, during his drunken stupor at the Nuggets parade, did say that Brucey B wasn't going anywhere. I just not sure how they're going to be able to afford him.
We'll see.
A lot of teams are looking for a bench player who can shoot the three, who at least can put the ball on the deck a tad and can knock down some threes and defend at a high level. I think Bruce Brown can get paid, so it might be difficult for them to bring him back.
They get Brown back. I mean, that team's going to be tough. It's already going to be the favorite in the West.
Murray and
next
Jokic
year.
are going to give you an opportunity every year.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Okay, we do have a trade. Minnesota has traded up with San Antonio. They will now have the 33rd pick early in the second round. But to wrap up round one here, the Clippers still on the clock here, and Leonard Miller's still out there. G.G. Jackson, a couple of players we have round one grades on, still sitting here available. Clippers are at a crossroads. Do they run it back with Kawhi and PG? There's been reports they could split them up. They still need a point guard. I don't know who their point guard is going to be next year, but interesting position here at 30. Rolly, you have any thoughts on what the Clippers should do here?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned for the, I forgot what team it was, the Pacers, that Kobe Jones has a lot of similar play style to Malcolm Brogdon. Well, the Clippers almost just traded for Malcolm Brogdon yesterday.
Yep, true.
Obviously fell through because of injury. So I think at 30 here, Kobe Jones can be an excellent selection for the Clippers. He's just an experienced guard that can help them win now. If they decide to keep Kawhi Leonard and Paul George together and try to win next year in a Western Conference, that could be there for the taking. Obviously, we'd have to go through the reigning champions in the Denver Nuggets. But I think Kobe Jones would be able to be an immediate impact player for them. Hard-nosed guy, hits the three. Just talked about it a couple minutes ago. I think that would be who I would target if I was the Clippers. Or I would look in a different direction and look for a big. I mean, they had Plumlee they traded for or they bought out, I believe. And then they have Ivica Zubac. They probably need a real big for the foreseeable future. So
Can James Najee be that? I mean, is he
he's
guy?
a little bit of a project,
Yeah.
but I mean, he has all the talent. His pure measurables and length is incredible. Wouldn't be surprised if Najee was the pick here. I actually remember in my final mock draft, I had them taking Trace Jackson Davis, the
Okay.
center out of Indiana.
All right, we'll see. Clippers sitting here at 30. They have 48 as well. Chase, we gave Brooklyn so much shit for the Kyrie KD experiment not working. I feel like we've kind of let the Clippers off the hook for basically doing the same thing with Kawhi and Paul George, and that certainly has not reached expectations. Do you run it back with that duo? Do you give it another year? I'm interested to see what this Clippers organization does.
It's tough, man, because when they've been on the floor, they're really good together. They simply haven't been on the floor enough, and they also have one of the best coaches in the league, in my opinion, in Tyronn Lue.
Agreed.
And I think that in the course of a 7-game series, there are a few teams that actually want to play the Los Angeles Clippers. But Kawhi doesn't seem to me like he overly wants to play basketball, and Paul George, unfortunately, always seems to get injured at the most inopportune of times. So if they could just put it together, they can win the NBA Finals, honestly, with those two. But they haven't been able to put it together because of injuries.
Kind of feels like if they do run it back, it's like it's one last chance, right? Like if they try it again, this is probably the last year they're going to do it.
And to mention, Paul George has 2 years left, and his next year is a player option, so he could choose to end it if after this year if it doesn't work out. Now that player option is worth like $46 million.
If he's hurt
so
again,
he's
he'd probably
opting in, but still, those contracts are running out.
Yeah, exactly.
And here's the thing with Kawhi, how long is it going to take him to rehab going into next year?
How
conservative he is.
Well, and I also feel like with Kawhi, like we just talked about earlier, how guys are playing into their late 30s, even 40. I don't view him that way. Like, I think he might walk away at 34, 35. He's won his titles. Like, he's already a Hall of Famer. You wonder how much he even has the desire at this point in his career. So, something to keep in mind as well. Clippers set to make this final pick here in the first round. Boston, who moved back from 25 to 31, they'll kick off round 2. Nuggets have another pick at 32, and then it'll be Minnesota and Charlotte as where we did get final details on that Timberwolves Spurs trade. I think it's 2 seconds, 2 future seconds. So there you go. And we talked about the Timberwolves earlier. We'll see what they pick. And Kobe to Los Angeles. Kobe Brown going to the Clippers with the number 30 overall pick. And we'll get some analysis here. I heard a wow from Rolly in the bullpen here.
Yeah, I like Kobe Brown, but at 30, that's a little bit of a reach. He's my 45th ranked prospect. Now, he is very talented, and my number one note for him, he's an absolute grinder who gives nothing short of 1,000% every time he steps on the court. He was a forward for Missouri last year. If you watched Missouri basketball, you would know the type of play style they have.
New Press Virginia.
I mean, they basically picked up 94 feet, and he was the embodiment of that system. I really like Kobe Brown. I actually do.
252. That's thick.
He's athletic, though, and he's got a good shot. He's shot 45% from 3. He's a really good catch-and-shoot player. He's a type of player that can win now, so this pick kind of signals that those little trade rumors might not be the case, because if you're picking at 30 and you're planning on sending away Paul George or Kawhi Leonard, I would probably lean more of a win-now player rather than a prospect. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. 16 points per game. You love the three-point shooting here. One of your notes here, Rolly, is you don't know if his offense translates. Expand on that thought.
Yeah, the reason why I don't know if his offense translates, he's a good catch-and-shoot shooter, but the majority of his scoring at Missouri was him just being the bigger person. Like, he would take people in.
People.
I mean, you're 6'7", 250 with a 7'1" wingspan. You're able to dominate people in the low post. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that at 6'7" in the NBA, going against taller players who also share a similar strength to him. Able to dominate inside at Missouri. I do not know if
he can do that. Is he a 4? Like, what is he?
That was his play style at Missouri, but he, like I said, he showed that catch and shoot ability, so maybe he can step out and be a big-time 3. But his domination inside the paint at Missouri, I don't know if that's going to be able to happen in the NBA.
Chase, why don't you take us back through the first round as we shift toward round 2 here, and we can kind of point out some of the notable picks here.
Yeah, so all the picks so far up to this point, first round 2023 NBA draft, as it was a long first round, lasting more than 3 hours.
Jesus.
What is the NBA doing? Victor Wembanyama, number 1 to San Antonio. Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson. We weren't sure how that was going to shake out at 2-3. It went the way that we predicted, with Miller going to Charlotte, Scoot at number 3, Eamon Thompson of the Houston Rockets at number 4, followed by his brother at number 5, Anthony Black at number 6 to Orlando. This kind of signals to me that maybe the Magic will try to trade one of their guards, Bilal Coulibaly, who was the running mate to Victor Wembanyama, He goes to Washington here. He's actually grown 9 inches in the last 2 years. Is really starting to blossom and develop into a good player. Kevin O'Connor, absolutely love
Drink
that
that
pick.
milk, Bilal.
Exactly. Taylor Hendricks, round 1, number 9 to the Utah Jazz. Cason Wallace to OKC at number 10. Jet Howard, the son of Jawan Howard, also going to Orlando. The Mavericks needed rim protection and rebounding. Hopefully they got it with Derek Lively. Grady Dick to Toronto. Grade the Dick pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Number 13 to the Raptors here. And then the other good shooter in this draft class, Jordan Hawkins out of UConn, the defending champs. He heads to New Orleans. Now the Pelicans have Trey Murphy and Jordan Hawkins, 2 guys who can shoot the lights out. Kobe Buffkin, 15th overall to Atlanta. Keontae George to the Jazz. They're putting together a really good draft. Jalen Hood-Schifino to the Los Angeles Lakers. He's a bucket getter, just needs to be a little bit more consistent. Jaime Jaquez out of UCLA to the Miami Heat. Brandon Podzimski out of Santa Clara to the Golden State Warriors. He's a guy who shot more than 40% from three-point range. Small school guy, but the fit there to the Warriors is very, very intriguing on the day that they traded for Chris Paul. Cam Whitmore slid all the way to the Houston Rockets at 20th overall. That's a good value pick there. Maybe some medical concerns. Interested to hear what comes out of that situation in the aftermath of the draft. Noah Clowney out of Alabama to the Nets. Then they go Derek Whitehead, the wing out of Duke. Injury concerns there. Chris Murray, the brother of Keegan Murray to the Portland Trailblazers, number 23 overall. Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Nailed it.
Boom, out of Marquette to the Dallas Mavericks.
In a trade with Keegan Murray's Sacramento Kings.
Exactly. And that was a pick that we really cheered at the time. Nick Roloff nearly flipped the table over. Marcus Sasser.
He had to change shorts.
25th overall to the Detroit Pistons. Ben Shepherd out of Belmont. Small school shout out. Heads to Indiana. Like the pick there. Nick Smith Jr., highly touted coming out of high school. He slides all the way to 27. Injury concerns, but 5 games of 20-plus points last year, 2 against ranked teams. Bryce Sensabaugh, the wing out of Ohio State. Some Landry Shamet comps there. And the last couple of picks here in the draft at 29 and 30. You had Kobe Brown, round 1, 30, going to
the Clippers.
And then Julian Strawther out of Gonzaga going to the Denver Nuggets. The defending champs get a solid player there.
We got a trade here, by the way. We're going to sign off on Mavericks today and Warriors today momentarily, but real quick, Charlotte moving up. Boston trading down again from 31. They're going to get 34 and 39, though. The Hornets are going to select James Nagy, the big out of Barcelona. So we kind of speculated maybe he'll sneak into round 1. Well, he's the first pick of round 2. Rolly, once again, you mentioned the teams with multiple picks. I kind of like it for Charlotte.
I do too, and I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back here and take credit for this because in my final mock draft that went out a couple of days ago, I had the Hornets at 27 taking James Nagy. I really like this fit for them because you have Mark Williams, who showed a lot of promise in his rookie season for Charlotte. He looked solid. James Nagy likely will have to spend a year or 2 in the G League because he just didn't get a lot of playing time. But 6'10", 7'7" wingspan at 225. This guy has all the potential in the world to work on his craft in the G League and be one of the best defensive centers in the association. I love this pick. They're going to give him time to work on his game in the G League in all likelihood. Mark Williams will hold down the fort. And I think this is a great pick at 31. All the upside in the world for James Nagy.
Mavericks fans, Warriors fans, we're going to sign off on Golden State Warriors today and Dallas Mavericks today. We will have draft grades for each of those teams on those channels at the end of the night. Busy night for both. We'll see you guys here in a little bit once the draft concludes. All right, we continue our coverage here on Chat Sports, signing off on Warriors today and Mavericks today. So those are some of the recent picks. And who do we got here at 32? Indiana, it looks like, on the clock. Is that correct? The Pacers going to select here momentarily with the number 32 overall pick after Charlotte traded up to acquire James Nagy here, Chase.
Yeah, James Nagy, as Rolly was pointing out, like very good defensive upside there. Rolly, you think that he's going to play at the G League to start, able to develop his game a little bit, but once he's able to do that, coming over to the United States from overseas, like this is a player who could be a high-end defensive player. And we want to ask you, too, should we stay live for round 2? Mike Dibble earlier was like, I paid $500. Of course you should stay live for round 2. Well, let us know. Y for yes, N for no. Thanks for being here with us. That went down as a 3+ hour first round of the draft. And for people watching on the East Coast, this is absolutely brutal for you. But if you're still with us, we appreciate that. So, Javik, yes. Benny, yes. Zach Bird, yes. Lou, yes. LLA Dubs, what's Gucci, my man? Saying yes. J-Boy Vibes, yes. D King, yes, round 2. Anybody watching from the East Coast, let us know.
Some notes real quick, and we'll get some more shout-outs. Shams Charania was just breaking down the latest on the Trailblazers, Damian Lillard, Scoot Henderson. Number one, Portland does not intend to move Scoot. They want to keep him, so that's the first note. Number two, Lillard timeline, quote, extends over the next couple of weeks, so maybe Portland explores some avenues to add a piece or two, but that seems unlikely, so I still think he gets moved. And then once again, reiterating that Lillard does not want to rebuild. Shams reports that. So, look, unless Portland strikes fire in the next week or two in a trade or in some shocking free agent move that we don't see, Chase, I think the end is near for Damian Lillard in
Or
Portland.
could this be a situation in which Portland looks to see how it goes? They start the season with Dame, and then he becomes a high-end NBA trade deadline acquisition for a team. That's an opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting. James Najee off the board to start round 2. Leonard Miller, Chase, still available. Is this some G League Ignite hesitation? Obviously, that didn't apply to Scoot Henderson, but we had him as a top 20 guy. G.G. Jackson, Colby Jones, a couple of other guys in the top 30. Andre Jackson Jr. as well. Trace Jackson Davis out of Indiana at 34 overall. He's still out there. Maxwell Lewis, Tristan Vucevic at number 36, then City Suzuki at number 37. And the Denver Nuggets here, Jalen Pickett at number 32 overall.
5'8", 5'8".
Is he a Rochester Bull?
Yeah. Jalen Pickett, guard out of Penn State, did grow up in Rochester, New York. That's my hometown, so I got to show some love to the hometown kid of Jalen Pickett. Always nice to see some Rochester Bulls in the league. But he's an interesting player,
He's the guy that carried Penn State to the tournament,
He was
right?
playing the 5 for Penn
he
State.
is a guard at 6'4", and I gave player comps for the top 60 players on my big board. Want to know who my player comp for Jalen Pickett was? By the way, I had him pretty lower compared to everyone else at 58. Want to know what my player comp for him was? Ready? 1, 2, 3. He is his own man. There is no one that plays like Jalen Pickett. He's a 6'2", 6'4" guard who's 200 pounds, stocky, big guy, 6'7" wingspan, plays at his own pace, slow style of basketball. Reminds me of Chris Paul, the way he is very methodical on the offensive end. But, yeah, he'll play the 5.
He played the 5
He will.
for Penn State.
He is very versatile, and this is another one of those picks that could be Bruce Brown, I'll see you later. Jalen Pickett, a lot of ball handling skills, playmaking, can shoot the ball. He can fill in for Bruce Brown right away. For the Nuggets, I love this pick. I think they've done a good job with the first 2 picks.
Clear trend here for Denver, Rolly. Veteran, experienced players that they probably think can play in an NBA rotation tomorrow.
And I saw Bobby Marks tweet this as well, Harrison, there's a theme here between Golden State, Miami, and Denver. Teams that are high up in the salary cap, don't have a lot of money to spend in free agency. So what are they doing? They're using their draft assets to target older veteran college players who can come in and play right away.
Yep.
No projects. Need players that can help right away, costing not a lot of money and not using up free agency. So it makes sense in Jalen Pickett, even though he's way early. I love him. I love that fit for him. Rochester Bull going out 32.
Trust Denver,
Can't
too,
believe
picking
it.
him here.
Yeah, I can't believe it, man. I really thought they were going to go Andre Jackson Jr. and throw a dagger into my heart because that's my favorite prospect left.
This is one of those deals, right, where if Charlotte takes him, you're like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah,
but if Denver takes him, if he can play 10 minutes off your bench next year, that's what you're looking for.
I really do think between Strother and Jalen Pickett, Bruce Brown, he's just going to outprice Denver. There's no way they can retain him.
Yeah, so like what they're – I mean, the thinking makes sense. I mean, it really does. So now the Timberwolves on the clock, they traded up for this pick, Chase, about 20 minutes ago, and they're going to get Leonard Miller, who's been kind of just sitting there for a while. So, listen, we said earlier, Minnesota's a team that's kind of stuck, but I do like this pick. It's a good value selection, a guy who averaged a double-double for the G League Ignite.
Yeah, G League Ignite, good player coming out of Canada, 18 points per game, 11 rebounds, less than 33% on his three-pointers, and what I'm concerned about, less than 65% on his free throws. So, obviously, if you have those percentages late in games, you're going to be played off the floor. A lot of guard-type skills in a big man's body. If you remember, though, Jeremy Grant coming out of Syracuse was an athletic guy who really didn't do anything well but jump and maybe shoot an occasional corner three. Then he developed his game and developed his handle, developed his shot, where he became a really good player and had a similar size profile to Leonard Miller. That's best case scenario for him, I think.
Yeah, and we'll see how that fits in. Obviously, Minnesota, look, they're in a win-now window. They're kind of stuck, so they're trying to contend. That's why they're moving up in this draft to get this player. We'll see how he fits. Rolly, do you want to chime in and kind of discuss what his role could be on this team?
Yeah, I really like Leonard Miller. He's my 18th ranked prospect. I, as a Heat fan, wouldn't have hated if they took him at pick 18. So that's kind of where I projected him. He's 6'9", has a 7'2" wingspan. Chase, you mentioned guard skills in a big man's body, but his NBA frame is already here. 6'9", 7'2" wingspan, 215 pounds. It's all muscle. I think he has the potential to be a game-changing two-way player. He already can defend. That's one thing he can do right away. It's play defense and guard run through 4 in all likelihood. But I think though he plays like a guard, and that's kind of what my point was, is a lot of guard skills. But he's not going to be a guard in the NBA, so he's got to work on playing off ball, develop a three-point shot. That's his biggest struggle, is that his form is not good. There's some people who have a decent clip but have bad form, or have a bad efficiency and good form. Leonard Miller is someone who has bad form and bad efficiency. It's my main concern with him. But if he could develop a nice little 36, 37% three-point jumper on 3 attempts a game, he could be a really good two-way player.
Before we discuss the Boston Celtics, who are on the clock at number 34 overall, hit that subscribe button here at Chat Sports. It's 100% free. Leonard Miller, latest off the board. A lot of channels, they call it a night after round 1. Not us. We're hanging out all night long. Still got about 25 picks to go here in this NBA draft. So keep it locked in here. More videos to come, and we will also have a lot of free agency coverage in the days ahead as well. We got another pick here, boys. Colby Jones to Boston. There's how you help replace Marcus Smart.
I mean, that might be the perfect replacement for Marcus Smart. I brought up Colby Jones twice here. If the Celtics kept their pick at 25, I thought that was where they would go with him, because he is not Marcus Smart-esque, but he is a baby version, defender, hard-nosed guy, three-point shot is there.
Oh, they're trading him.
Oh, and just like that, it all means nothing. The Kings, you got a great player.
Sacramento gets some guard depth to add to that roster, and Boston just keeps trading back. Not really sure
I
what
mean,
to make
I
of
don't
it.
know what their game plan is here. I liked what they've done by trading Marcus Smart to get the the 2 first-round picks alongside Porzingis, and they trade back to get more picks. They trade back again for more picks. I don't really know what their plan is here. Is their plan to just gather as many picks as they possibly can and make a splash trade deal, like another one? I don't really know what their plan is. They got to take people eventually, right?
I like the splits here for Jones, Rolly. 51% from the field, 38 from 3. Should give some quality minutes off the bench for Sacktown. Can he do that right away?
Yeah, and you guys mentioned what is up with Davion Mitchell next. Is he part of the Sacramento Kings plans?
Interesting.
This kind of tells me he might not be. I'm actually a fan of Davion Mitchell's game, but Colby Jones, I don't imagine too many minutes can be shared of Mitchell and Jones. I feel like one of them's got to go. It's about clearly not going to be Colby Jones.
Well, and I think Jones is probably a little more polished offensively.
Yeah, still is, yeah.
So you've got that going. So Chase, what do you make of this pick and what's happened as of late?
I liked it if it was Boston because I'm looking at Rolly's notes here. Has every shot in his bag, floaters, athletic layups, post hook shots, mid-range three-point shots. You think about Marcus Smart, like what's impressive about him, has the floater with the size. He's able to hit some of those baby hooks as well. But for him to go to Sacramento, I like what they're building there as far as their mental toughness. This is a team that for 2 decades was not mentally tough, and they weren't a good basketball team. Last year, though, they displayed that. I don't knock them at all for losing that lead 2-0 against the Golden State Warriors and losing in 7 games when Steph Curry went nuclear on the road in that Game 7 against Sacramento. This is a young, blossoming team that has a lot of potential that I think is starting to come into its own, and they were the surprise team in the NBA last year. This is a guy who can come in off the bench, defend, and make some plays happen on the offensive end.
Yeah, and look, you mentioned how this has just been a mentally weak franchise. Not only that, a franchise who has gone through executive after executive that just simply could not identify talent. Yeah. And they've turned the corner there. They got rid of Vlade Divac finally, and they've done really well. I mean, De'Aaron Fox has become a star. You get Sabonis, and now you're kind of building around that nucleus, and Jones is the latest piece to be added to that nucleus. Shout out your city. Let us know where you guys are watching from, and we'll get some shout-outs. Roswell, New Mexico. Shout out to the Aliens, average Husky fan. I've been to the Roswell Alien Museum before when I was about 6 years old. Portland, Oregon from Jordan. We got Jersey in the house as well. Taipei, Zach, Louisiana. Philippines, shout out to the Philippines.
Kai Soto.
Kai. Here are the trade details. They drop from 34 to 38, the Celtics do, and pick up a future second. I mean, how many seconds have the Celtics acquired tonight? I mean, it's something else. We'll see if they pick coming up. We got to change on that on the clock thing too. 38 is Boston, so we'll get that fixed there. Okay, Chase, you look at Rolly's best available here. I really like Andre Jackson, who's still sitting there as our 30th best prospect. I also like him for a win-now team, so
exactly right.
We'll see coming up if a couple of teams could make sense for him.
Yeah, it makes sense for him to go to a winning team, especially in the second round for a team that isn't necessarily suited to have one of those high picks. Like Andre Jackson going to a playoff caliber team, I really do like the Draymond type of vibes that he brings. High post, finding backdoor cutters, not a good offensive player, can't shoot, won't shoot, scared to shoot, but really does everything else well. You have Trace Jackson Davis out of Indiana, Maxwell Lewis out of Pepperdine, Tristan Vucevic out of Real Madrid, City Sissoko, Julian Phillips, and Rayon Rupert. Like, as you start to get into this area, you're getting a little bit thin. The one name that a lot of people are asking about is Amani Bates, the former number 1 player out of high school. So
are we entering Amani Bates range? It feels a little early still, but
probably not. I'm actually probably still higher on Amani Bates than most at 49. I'm just of the belief if he originally had the talent in everyone else's eyes to go as the number 1 overall pick and be dubbed the next Kevin Durant, then what has really changed? I know there's been some issues off the court and he hasn't looked great on the court, but if people once originally thought it's possible, then I think it's still there.
Well, the Bulls are making a pick, folks.
Wow, this pick
They didn't have a
too.
pick tonight. The Chicago Bulls are trading with the Wizards at 35, and they're going to select Julian Phillips. Why does this pick stink in your eyes, Rolly?
Because it's a win-now pick. He played decent amount of minutes at Tennessee, but I didn't love the fit. It actually is in the right range for him. I had him as my 38th prospect. He's 19 years of age. He's not horrible, but 6'7", 6'11" wingspan. He's a talented athlete who uses his athleticism well on the defensive end. He's a great off-ball defender, rotates well, and is not afraid to step in and draw a charge. He also reads the ball well off the rim and is a tenacious rebounder. Here's the thing. No offensive game. Can only score within 10 feet of the basket. Needs to develop a consistent jump shot if he wants to stay in the league for a while. But like I said, he's a versatile defender, can step off the bench for a contender. My comp for him was Jared Vanderbilt. But the reason why I don't like this pick is because it's exactly what I just said. He could step in and be good for a defender or a contender off the bench. The Bulls, are they trying to contend? Are they trying to blow it up? This pick at 35 makes no sense for me. If they were to trade up and draft someone, I would have went with someone that has a lot of potential, maybe a Ryan Rupert, even though I don't even like him. I think it's possible that he's really high and has a lot of potential of growth. So I just think it's not the right spot to take him. G.G. Jackson's another guy who has a lot of potential. I would have went with potential over ability to win right now.
Chase, I just don't think the Bulls have a good sense of direction.
No, I don't think they know what they're doing. I really don't. And it's been a franchise that's been lost for a really long time, and really ever since Michael Jordan left. They had a couple of good years with Derrick Rose, but outside of that, they've been bad for a long time.
And it's like, you don't even give them a ton of credit for the D Rose thing just because they kind of backed into that pick and he just carried them.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, they're in a tough spot, man. Like, I'm kind of with Rolly. This doesn't feel like a high ceiling developmental guy. And if you're the Bulls trying to get a pick here, that's what I would have gone for. And clearly that does not appear to be the case. So grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. We have some Kai chants going on in the chat, by the way.
A couple of super chats about Kai Soda that we can also catch up on. Harry, if you want to step off and do your thing.
Yeah, Chase and Rolly can take it for a sec. I'm going to hop off here in a minute, but I'll get some shout-outs. J-Boy says, man, I'm getting tired. I got to be honest, Chase. This draft is... It's dragging a bit.
I don't understand how you can have a 3-hour first round with 30 picks and it's not the NFL. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
10 picks an hour is a crime.
10 picks an hour is an absolute joke. I mean, what is the NBA doing?
I'll come relieve you in a bit. You and Rolly take it away.
Yeah, so grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. You have this trade here where the Bulls receive Julian Phillips. We'll see what the trade compensation is. Back to the Washington Wizards.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Chase. Is this in? Is there Andre Jackson Jr. a Magic?
He's a Magic. He's a magician.
Is he, or is this doing a best player available thing?
It is Andre Jackson.
I was going to say he was going to go to the Bucks.
This is devastating.
I was going to say that the Bucks coming up on the board, Andre Jackson was a perfect fit there.
This is devastating for my mental psyche. Andre Jackson Jr. was probably my favorite prospect in this class. Not who I thought was going to be the best. This is my favorite to watch. I was almost going to let you guys know when he gets drafted, just get out the way and let me cook, because I love Andre Jackson more than anyone in the world. I called him a Draymond Green-esque player with a 40-inch vertical. All he does is contribute to winning. Chase, you alluded to it a little bit earlier. Doesn't shoot the ball well, but does everything else right. Has a absolute skywalking ability, unbelievable athlete. And he was at his best, and UConn was at its best when he handled the ball, not their guards and Jordan Hawkins and Tristan Newton. Yeah, Andre Jackson, when he facilitated, when he playmaked. Andre Jackson has the ability to guard 1 through 4. High energy, high IQ player, my 30th overall player. Doesn't have a high ceiling. If he develops a jump shot, maybe there is a high ceiling there. But defenders are going to sag off of him already. I comped him to Draymond Green with a 40-inch vertical. I think another good comp could potentially be P.J. Tucker. Okay. Not someone who could guard a 5, but a really defensive player that doesn't bring a lot to the offensive game other than passing.
Yeah, or a Ben Simmons who is an unwilling shooter, but if Ben Simmons were to be in a Draymond Green role, I actually think he'd be pretty good in that role. And you see kind of his impact here, where he can do a little bit of everything. Almost 7 points per game, 6 rebounds, and then also a pretty good passer for his size as well. 6'6", 210 pounds, or 200 pounds, with a 6'10" wingspan, and has really good athleticism. I don't think that he's going to be able to develop a shot because it was a massive struggle for him, and he looks very uncomfortable shooting it. But if he's running the fast break, if he's operating your offense in the half court out of the high post or from straight away at the top of the key, whether he's a dribble handoff guy, he's setting some screens, he's so selfless that he gets everybody involved and maximizes everybody around him. He's intense. He's a winner. And I thought you saw that for UConn last year. For him to go to the Bucks here He's going to be able to play right away. He's entering an environment in which he's around superstar players, and all he has to do is play the role that he played at UConn. And at UConn, he didn't have to do too much because he was surrounded by some high-level players. And with the Milwaukee Bucks, he's going to be able to do the same thing.
Yeah, this is just a winning basketball player, like we've mentioned, and he just isn't afraid of the moment either. He likes to talk a lot of shit. He likes to be competitive. He likes to have fun. I think Andre Jackson Jr. is just going to be someone who plays in the NBA for a long time, even when his athleticism fades away a little bit. The playmaking ability, the defense, it's just all there for Andre Jackson Jr. This is a great pick for a team that's a contender. The Bucks are certainly that.
Shout out your city. Let us know where you're watching from right now. Mike Dibble is in North Carolina. We have Fresno, California, also in the house. Fresno coming from Ricardo. We have Philippines for Kai Soto. We have, let's see, a lot of Kais in the chat. My goodness. Yeah, well, Vamp, $5. Take Kai Soto to Washington, D.C., Chase Sr. We need you to draft him for us. Here's the only problem. He is not draft eligible, so he can't be drafted. Yeah, and we're not making the picks.
Should we make the picks, though?
We should make the picks because we know
the draft would already be over if we could make the picks.
$2 from Vamp. We need Kai in NBA. Chase, can you get him on team? I'm sorry. I can't be the one who's making the choices here.
Wait, why don't you just call up Sam Presti for OKC and get it done?
I can call up Sam Presti and say, hey, I can call up Mark Cuban. He's down the road here in Dallas and say, you worked out Kai a couple of weeks ago.
I got someone who has a connection inside the Dallas Mavericks front office. I can get away from to be a Maverick.
There we go.
His name rhymes with Schnapperstein.
J-Boy Vibes tuned in from Zachary, Louisiana. We had David Escalante from Denver City, Texas. I've never even heard of that before, but that's awesome. Sliding down the wall, crying in Chicago from Kuh. What's up, Kuh?
What's up, Kuh?
Hope that you're doing better. Ralphie is in Miami.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, John Garcia, San Antonio, Texas. Another player and another pick is in, once again, the Denver Nuggets with another selection here.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Hunter Tyson, round 2, number 37. Rolly, what say you?
I actually like the pick, and the Nuggets are unfortunately reloading at a really good rate. My player comp for him might not be the highest potential here is Mike Muscala, but he's a talented shooter off of the catch. He can be a 4 next to Jokic or a very small ball 5, and we know that the Denver Nuggets need a backup center because DeAndre Jordan ain't going to do it for another season behind Jokic. And we saw the Nuggets go really, really small or struggle when Jokic headed to the bench. Tyson can attack closeouts with authority using a good shot fake. He is not a standstill guy on offense, knows how to move off the ball, find open spots in the flow of the offense. Now, the one thing about him, he's not that good of a defender. He doesn't have good lateral quickness, will be targeted a lot in pick and rolls. But hey, Jokic kind of gets targeted a lot in pick and rolls too. So I guess the defensive schemes in Denver won't change if Tyson is the backup 5 off the bench. Yeah, might as well start calling him Muscala now. It's close enough, right?
Yeah, like when Muscala was actually playing, shout out to Bucknell, that's where Muscala went to school, Patriot League power. He actually wasn't a terrible player. Now, when he was playing for the Celtics this past year, it looked as though he couldn't bend his knees. So with Hunter Tyson, prime Mike Muscala, a big who can hit
Jordan
some
Walsh.
threes, not much of a defensive player at all. 15 points per game, 9.5 rebounds last year, almost 41% from three-point range. So, you look at a player like that, if he can defend at least a little bit and distribute the basketball, create a tad for his teammates as far as passing out of the high post, you can earn some rotation minutes. Now, if you're having a good time, need you to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. We have 1,600 people watching live right now. Nearly 200,000 people have tuned in all throughout the night. 2,200 likes. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. And if you want Kai Soto in the NBA, like the video. Another pick is in for the Boston Celtics.
No.
Yeah, it is, right?
Is it?
Jordan Walsh. And aren't they on the clock too at number 39? Okay, I got a Twitter DM from our guy, John Edward Kruger, who's been watching. He said the Celtics have 38 and 39. It's actually 38. And it's Jordan Walsh, wing out of Arkansas.
Yeah.
He's got some nice bounce. In transition, he can throw down some hammers. Fun player, Rolly, right?
Jordan Walsh is actually a fun player. Really good defender, athletic guy, high motor, 6'6" with a 7'2" wingspan. This kind of screams Grant Williams replacement. We know they don't want to bring him back, or maybe there's not mutual interest in returning to Boston. But in my notes, he always seems to come up with the 50-50 balls. He's just an absolute grinder. He fights for everything. And I like what Jordan Walsh can do on the defensive end. He's special. I think he's also a PJ Tucker mold, too. Doesn't have a lot of offensive game, but just was a stocky guy, can defend 1 through 4. He's very versatile. I love Jordan Walsh's game. I compare him to a young Jeff Green. Just will need to iron out that three-point shot. Only 27.8%. That's not really going to get it done, but could be good in the future to help defend alongside Tatum and Brown.
Yeah, a guy who can kind of be an energizer bunny. Sometimes you just need those rotational players to come in off the bench and give you a little bit of a spunk, give you that much-needed energy, especially during the doldrums of the regular season. But in the playoffs, a guy like this who's so active, he can come in and give you 10 minutes per night. And within those 10 minutes, he could be a really impactful player who lets his impact be felt. We also have a Celtics channel, Boston Celtics Today. We have year-round coverage. Will Scott, the host over there. So when the Celtics make a move, we have you covered on that front as well. We are approaching 20,000 subscribers on Boston Celtics Today. So be sure to hit that sub button if you're a fan of the Celtics. YouTube.com/Celtics TV. Subscribe over there. Subscribe to us here at Chat Sports as well. So Jordan Walsh, the most recent pick, headed to the Boston Celtics. The wing out of Arkansas here is the most recent pick.
We actually have another one in. Muhammad Gay, 39th to Charlotte, I believe. Did they pick 39th? It was the Kings. I tell you what, ESPN needs to update their who's picking. But either way, Muhammad Gay, the center out of Washington State, I actually am a big fan of him as well. I ranked him as let me see here. I want to make sure for you. Missing him, don't see him. Anyway, 52nd prospect in this draft class. He's 6'10", with a 7'3" wingspan. I really like Muhammad Gay's length, and he developed a really good jump shot. He could just rise over defenders in the mid-range. The one thing about him as a big man, he doesn't have the quickest footwork. His post footwork is a little slow, and that's kind of why he prefers to shoot in the mid-range, face up opponents, rather than try to back them down. Good athlete, explodes to the rim, can slam it home, uses that 7'3" wingspan well, switches on defense, but he is an excellent shot blocker from the weak side, rotating last second, get that shit out of here as a rotational big. And he's continued to get better shooting the ball too, and I think it's shown with his free throw percentage. He shot 49% from the line as a freshman. Year 2 at Washington State, 67%. So he's obviously working on his game, getting better. Muhammad Gay, good backup center for Sacramento. I think it could be a good change of pace big. They lost Rashawn Holmes. They now bring in Gay to back up Sabonis. Kind of like that move for Sacramento.
Yeah, your pro comp is a Christian Wood, but probably
better defensively.
Gay's probably a better defensive player is what I was about to say. And now we have a couple of picks to get to, right?
I think we might have gotten lost in the sauce here.
Was Gay going to Boston?
Is he?
So was our guy Kruger correct?
So Gay technically was the picks at Celtics at 39, but Keith Smith just said they're trading the pick.
Brad Stevens, you got to stop wilding here.
Now I'm lost. I don't know who has 39.
ESPN doesn't even know what it's doing.
Well, I guess we'll update you with that in a second, but yeah, new pick for the Lakers at 40.
So the Lakers making their pick now.
At 40, yeah, Maxwell Lewis, the wing out of Pepperdine. I feel like I got to stop saying this, but I do like this pick.
Why?
Maxwell Lewis, I think he's my 35th ranked prospect in this class. He is 17 points per game at Pepperdine. He's got flawless shooting mechanics. The shot looks the same every time. 6'6", height, 7-foot wingspan. His body type really allows him to be a good 3-and-D prospect, and he's got a sharp handle for being that wing. He could get to this isolation, has decent moves. Underrated post fade, too. He likes to back down his defender, little 1-2 post fade, and he just rises above everyone else, and he gets to that release point at such an efficient level. No wasted motion in that shot. And he's a good on-ball defender. The one bad thing about him on the defensive side, he watches the ball too often when he's not defending the ball, and he loses his man sometimes on backdoor cuts. My comp for him is a low-level Dorian Finney-Smith, because I think he could be that catch-and-shoot guy from the three-point line and also defend. When we talked about the Lakers earlier, they always need shooting and someone surrounding LeBron James who could hit a three. Maxwell Lewis projects as someone who can absolutely do that.
So there you go. Maxwell Lewis out of Pepperdine, headed to the Los Angeles Lakers here. They got Shafino earlier, right? Who's a bouncy player who can kind of score at all three levels.
I like the Lakers draft class.
Yeah. It's just a fact or a question that comes down to whether or not they can be impact players from the jump. John Edward Kruger, good looking out, brother. You hit me up on Twitter. Looks as though you were right with that Boston Celtics pick at number 39.
It's going
overall.
to the Atlanta Hawks.
But it's going to the Hawks.
Which
so
is...
everybody was wrong.
Which is a fascinating pick because they've got a pretty crowded big man room. I mean, they have John Collins, Onyeka Okongwu, and Clint Capella, and now Muhammad Gay. I feel like one of them is going to get traded. Like, I don't know. How do you feel about that big man room in Atlanta, Chase?
It's been in flux for a while. I feel as though John Collins has been involved in trade talks over the last couple of years. Even when they made it to the Western Conference Finals back in 2021, there were even conversations at the NBA trade deadline then that they were maybe going to move John Collins. I feel as though they have to rip the Band-Aid off. Like, if you're him, you've been involved in all of these trade discussions, and it's like, all right, if you keep thinking about trading me, why not just trade me? It leads to a lot of awkwardness, and I think with Trae Young, somehow he's become a little bit underrated. He's a guy who I want on the floor in a playoff game. For him to go into Boston in that Game 5 and to win that game by himself, it was really impressive. I didn't love the DeJounte Murray pickup to put him alongside him, but he also had a good connection with Clint Capella, and then they ended up not playing him at all. So it's been weird what the Atlanta Hawks have done, and there is a little bit of a weird front court situation right now. So we'll certainly see. As for the upcoming picks here, Wizards at 42 via Chicago, the Blazers from Atlanta, the Spurs from Toronto, and the Grizzlies from Minnesota. This is the hilarious part of the NBA draft where all of these picks were not the original selections. They all got traded at some point or another. So the most recent pick that we know is that Amari Bailey went in round 2, 41st overall to Charlotte, the guard out of UCLA.
Yeah, shout out to Drake as our producer, Coop. Lets us know, because if you do remember when he played at Sierra Canyon
right. Yes.
with LeBron James' son,
Shout out
Ronnie
to his
James.
Mom.
Drake actually went out with the date with Amari Bailey's mom.
Tough.
So Amari Bailey's got some good bloodline there. But let's talk Bailey here. Former 5-star recruit, one-and-done guy at UCLA, 6'3", 6'7" wingspan. A lot of reports out of the NBA Draft Combine showed that he was a very willing ball handler, and he controlled the pace of the games, the scrimmages, when he was controlling the offense. Really smooth guy, good jump shot, lefty stroke, shot well from beyond the arc, 11 points a game, 49% from the field, 39% from three. And it's an interesting production at UCLA, because I wouldn't look into it that much that it was low, because you look at who else was on that team. You had Jaime Jaquez Jr., who won 18. You had Tiger Campbell, who was a senior returning, and then you had Jalen Clark as well. There was just a lot of players at UCLA. It was a crowded room. It was why they were one of the best teams in the country. And Amari Bailey is someone who's got a smooth shooting stroke, good creator in the pick and roll. One knock on him, isn't the most athletic guy, below the rim finisher, and I don't know if he'll be able to defend quick, big guards. One of my comparisons for him is Goran Dragic. Obviously, Dragic had a solid peak, and I hate to be that guy who just compares a lefty to a lefty, but Bailey plays like the older level of Dragic, crafty, tough layup floaters, and good three-point shot. I like Bailey.
I'll tell you what, during that bubble run, Dragic was really good for Miami, and then he got a little bit old, got injured, and kind of fell apart after that, but was a really good player for a long time for Miami, as well as the Phoenix Suns. More notes on Amari Bailey's mom. When Drake was dating her, he actually rented out Dodger Stadium for a date. So when he was going to Sierra Canyon, must have been an interesting conversation. It's like, all right, everybody pull out your history books. It's like, yo, your mom's dating Drake. That's crazy. And now he gets drafted at the NBA level. So good for him. I wonder if she'll go to any games when Amari plays the Toronto Raptors. Make sure you subscribe to the show. NBA news, rumors, trades, draft talk, free agency coverage, and a lot more. Everything that we do is 100% free. We're going to continue to grow here at Chat Sports. Be a part of the movement. How do you do that? You hit that subscribe button right now. We appreciate everybody for tuning into the show tonight. We continue to set records and strive for greatness here. Almost 200,000 people have joined us all throughout the night in what has been a long NBA draft, but one in which we have talked about every single selection that has been made. If you're loving the draft as well as our coverage, type me down in the chat. We'll start to give you some shout-outs here. Everybody continues to ask if Kai Soto is going to get drafted. He is not draft eligible. So the answer to that question is no. Mike Dibble is still here, saying me.
Real one.
Brandon Roan, J-Boy Vibes, Captain Isaac, Saul, Michael, Nico, Jose, Isaac, Tristan, L.A. Dubs, Mark Gabbert, Sol Sacido, Luca Longballs, Matt Anthony, Phillips, Juan, Lancelot, Official, Casildo, Game Boy, Tim Weaver, Betty, all in the chat right now. Good stuff. Continue to bring the heat. Another pick is in at number 42 overall, and it is Tristan
Vukcevic.
Out of Real Madrid, the big, to Washington.
Big man, originally from Serbia, and it's kind of seems like a Kristaps Porzingis replacement. Let's just get all the lazy comparisons out there. 6'11", 7'3" wingspan, really good form shooter. When you watch him shoot the basketball, there is so much rotation on the ball. It might be because the ball he played with, like you see on screen, is orange and black, so it really stands out. And nonetheless, when you see that ball go in the air, it spins a lot. So that's just a good sign of a form shooter. Didn't play a lot for KK, but possesses raw talent and a physique to be a decent player in the NBA, likely a project. But he is a good rim protector. 7'3" wingspan allows him to alter a lot of shots, get a slight piece inside the paint. Not the best athlete. Plays in a lot of drop coverage as the big, but good touch around the rim. And I can see him playing like that pick and pop big man that Porzingis play style was, and it's sad to kind of compare him that way, but it really does kind of feel a similar play style. I compared him originally to Kelly Olynyk, not the most athletic guy, stretch big, three-point shooter. I like Vucevic's game.
From the New Zealand Breakers, it's going to be Ryan Rupert. Good day, mate.
And I'll say this.
To the Portland Trailblazers.
This is a project pick. So if this is actually sticking with Portland, they're not doing a very good job of convincing Damian Lillard to stay.
Yeah, because he's very raw.
To just jump back in here, I don't know if there's a round 2 pick that's going to move the needle for Dame one way or the other. No, but I get your point.
I mean, there's some players out there that can actually affect winning. Ryan Rupert will not be able to do that. If they were to take a guy to try to build a better roster around Dame, I think Trace Jackson-Davis was your guy. You got Yusuf Nurkic, always injured. You never know with the bigs. Jeremy Grant's a free agent. I think there was better players to go with here over Ryan Rupert. He is just a very big prospect, but he's a good defender. I give him that.
Trade Dame and let's move on.
Yeah, trade Dame. It's time.
It's been time, really.
It's been
Once
time.
CJ got
Go
moved.
somewhere where people can appreciate and admire your greatness. Like, real
Not that
hoopers,
Portland fans haven't done that.
non-casuals don't like non-casuals realize that Dame's special. But playing for the Portland Trailblazers, when you're playing all those 10 o'clock Eastern games, a lot of people don't realize what you can bring to the table, what you bring to the floor every single night. But for Dame, he's a straight hooper, man, and he needs to go to a bigger market in which his marketability can shine a little bit, and he can play on that big level. So go somewhere where you can win. Please, Dame.
Ran Rupert to the Blazers as a project. Chase, you need a break here. Get off your feet.
At this point, 3-hour first round.
We're only 15 picks away. We're very close to the end.
Yeah.
Or reason I say that, let's get some of these team grades going so we're not here till 2. But,
Downey's doing that.
yeah, we got 8 team chance to knock out. Seeps is in shambles, by the way.
Yeah, that was a horrible pick.
Just the password.
That is a win now pick, and it makes 0 sense. Well, I mean, listen, Julian Phillips, I knew the name, but I said immediately when the pick was in, this was a horrible pick. It is a win now pick. He can only defend. He has no offensive game. Why would the Bulls make this selection? Now, I will say he did not. The fit with Tennessee wasn't good on the offensive end. Really good defender, but it doesn't make any sense because it's a win now pick. It's someone who you need to step in and off the bench and be able to defend in a high leverage situation. But the Bulls aren't going to be in no high leverage situation.
This is the Ryan Pace Bears. They have no sense of direction whatsoever.
Delete it. Delete the channel.
No.
Did you see that? Did Marshall and you see the report that Levine might be against playing in New York?
Hey, Bulls are they're trying to win now.
Yeah, keeping everyone.
Oh goodness, who's on the clock?
Spurs.
Oh, thank God.
San Antonio.
We've reached the Michael Scotto hour. He's starting to tip picks. That's how you know you're getting toward the end here.
That's brutal.
City Sissoko here. Out of France, G League Ignite. What is this, the 3rd or 4th Ignite player taken?
This is the 3rd, I
Leonard
believe.
Miller, Scoot, and now Sissoko?
That's it. Yeah,
Okay.
City Sissoko. Interesting prospects. I had him pretty low in my rankings compared to others. I feel like good length, 6'6", 6'10" wingspan, really good defender, versatile, can guard 1 through 4. He's a grinder on the defensive end. He hustles. Shot 37.8% on his attempts on catch and shoot threes, but he has 0, and I mean 0 dribbling ability. I think he holds him back early. He might be relegated to strictly a catch and shoot and 3-and-D guy because if he puts the ball on the deck, it will be stolen immediately. He cannot dribble the ball.
So, I'm trying to think of who that's even compared to because, like, obviously, like, Clay doesn't dribble a lot, but he can dribble.
Ready for this comparison? I think I hopped in my bag on this one. O'Shea Brissett, forward, played for the Pacers, out of Syracuse.
That is a name drop.
One in my bag there, O'Shea Brissett.
That's impressive.
What's good? Vamp, if you don't put Kai on a team, I unfollow. Listen, Vamp, I don't control what these teams do. I do not control what Kai does. And then he adds this: how Champagne Poppy's stepson get taken over Kai. Who is he? Who's
Amari Bailey.
Oh,
Amari
okay.
Bailey.
The Drake connection.
That is electric.
Oh my God,
guys!
that's incredible.
Repeat after me. Kai's not draft eligible.
Yeah.
That was last year. I know y'all blamed us for him not getting drafted, but we're just reacting to the picks here.
How Champagne Poppy's stepson gets drafted over Kai. That's legendary stuff, man.
What's good, Vamp?
Vamp, cheers to you too, brother. Cheers to everybody who's still watching.
Yeah, thanks for hanging with us for 6 hours now. Type me if you love the NBA draft. Ricardo, I love the draft.
Man.
I don't like how everyone's running their pick to the last second. That's
we'll say the second round has been moving.
I mean, has it though? Has it though?
Yeah, we got 13 picks left, Harry.
Have we really?
No,
Yeah, we've been live for 6 hours.
I did not leave at the end of round 1.
Oh, what a pick.
I left at like 37. G.G. Jackson to the Grizzlies. I actually like this one.
I think it's the last player on the board that had a first-round grade by me.
Oh, wow.
He, very talented player.
Theories on why he dipped?
Reason why he dipped, not a high IQ basketball player, doesn't have it between the ears, did not test well either, has all the talent and the build to potentially be a good player in this league, but not a smart basketball player. But if you want to look at his potential, go back to Brandon Miller, G.G. Jackson in South Carolina this past year. It was the game that Miller dropped 41 a couple days after the report of his Alabama incident, and G.G. Jackson put up 33 in that game.
Wow.
So
did he get a 33 tweet from John Rothstein?
41.
He should have. Yeah. 41. I'll never forget where I was when that tweet surfaced. G.G. Jackson. There you go. Good frame, Rolly.
Yeah, I love his frame. I mean,
6'8", 214, 6'11" wingspan.
I mean, he's a young guy too.
Only
I think
18 and a half.
I actually
Youngest player drafted tonight?
We talk about Cam Whitmore being in the
I think he's youngest.
Than Cam. It is. It was in my notes. Youngest player in the entire draft class. Good frame, like I said, and when he's 18 and a half years old and he's 6'8", 6'11", and already has 215 pounds on him. It's a good frame for being that young.
This feels like a guy, had he gone back to school, he might have been a lottery pick next year.
I could buy into that. But like I said, he needs to improve
shoots the ball a little better.
Improve his IQ, become more efficient. He put up 15 and a half points a game, as you see on screen, but that was mostly because of volume. I mean, he didn't shoot well at all. He had a 47% true shooting percentage at college. That's horrible.
Yeah, it's poor. Very, very poor. Okay, who's on the clock here? Oh, we got another pick. Let's keep this thing humming. Seth Lundy.
Oh, I love this pick.
We've reached the Rolly hour, Chase. We're just shipping it to Rolly.
Yep, this is the Rolly hour.
I do hate some of the. I've hated some of the picks, but I will say this about Seth Lundy. See, look at this. We talked about G.G. Jackson here. Good little tidbit. Want to bring up. He was the #1 player in the 2023 recruiting class, and then reclassified to go to South Carolina in 2022. So, I mean, the talent was there for G.G.
Is there a single example in football or basketball of someone reclassifying and it working out?
Scoot actually reclassified. He graduated at 17, I think.
But he didn't
go
played
to 2 years in the G League.
He also
didn't go to college.
He didn't even go to college.
Okay.
So that's like, I don't even count that.
So we have a new pick here. Seth Lundy, 46th. Also the 46th ranked player on my big board. So kudos to me.
Rolly strikes again.
14 points a game at Penn State. So second Penn State player drafted. There might be a third with good old Andrew Funk coming up soon. But I love Seth Lundy for a multitude of reasons. Really good shooter on the move. Has a hybrid of Duncan Robinson and Caleb Martin. Yes, you heard that right. Moves off the ball like Duncan Robinson. Has a good shot 40% at Penn State. Was able to move. And he doesn't shoot on a set base. He can move whenever the base is moving away, whether it be a step back to the side dribble. As long as he gets to his release, it will look good. Efficient shooter, but he's also very athletic. He finishes above the rim and has an acrobatic layup package. I'm telling you, if you want to have fun tonight and sound smart to your friends tomorrow at the cooler, the water cooler at work when you're talking about second-round draft prospects, look up Seth Lundy highlights, and you're going to be very pleased with what you see.
Not often that two Penn State players get drafted in the same.
That might be a first time ever.
Andrew Funk might get picked at 60 or 58,
shooter.
Excuse me.
Yeah, good shooter.
He's my 60th ranked prospect. We'll see if he goes. But
couple good comments, by the way. One from Mike Dibble. If I had a dime for every time Rolly loved to pick.
Might add up to your 500 in supers.
We're closing in. And then Big Holtz, Harrison's voice goes higher and higher. This guy needs a shot. You know what? I'm going to take one down the hatchet.
Time.
Who's joining me?
It's time.
I'll tell you what. $10 shots the rest of the way?
Fuck it.
Fuck it. That's why.
$10 super chats. We're taking shots.
All right, guys,
There's
I'll be
one
more
for
conscious
free.
of when I say I love a draft pick.
No. It's like round 7 in the NFL draft.
Dude.
There's no bad picks. The final 12 selections.
The problem is, though, I already see about 8 guys left on my board that I can guarantee I will say I love. Ricky Council, one of them. Isaiah Long, one of them. Amani Bates, one of them. 5 through 8 right there. Whoever takes them will get a love from me. That is for sure.
Oh, wow. Eliza said Bucks pick Andre Jackson. Who the fuck is that guy? We love the pick.
Oh, my God.
national
That is
champ.
maybe the best pick in the second round.
Yeah. Rolly loves it.
Let's keep going through your big. Any of these guys you don't love?
Hey, we've been live for 6
Jalen
hours.
Clark.
Okay. No, I like Charles Bediako. Don't love like Chris Livingston. I do not like. Someone who's on my board, but I don't love him. He is part of Clutch Sports and actually told teams in the second round, "Don't take me."
Oh, I saw those going
I think
around.
there is a set team that
that's
is
gonna pick
going to
him.
take him no matter what.
Do you like Mojave King?
Wolfston.
Do you like Mojave King?
I did not expect him to get taken here, and I don't know if I wrote down too much notes about Mojave King.
Don't love the pick then.
Well, let's get to this super chat.
He was my
instead,
67th ranked prospect and the 4th G League Ignite guy. So
Yeah, if you're outside the top 60, we're prioritizing soups. Wolf's Den says, I brought out the expense scotch. Got to work tomorrow. Cheers. Respect staying up late.
Cheers, brother.
Well, it's Friday on the East Coast, so Wolfie.
It's a crime that the NBA draft is going past midnight on the East Coast.
This thing should start at 5 o'clock. This is just unbelievable. Dude, it's midnight on the East Coast, and there's 12 picks left.
Yeah.
In most years, there'd be 14.
Yeah,
NBA
shout out
doesn't
shout
know
out
how
to
to
the
do
cheaters who
business.
gave us 2
Honestly,
less picks.
thank you to the Knicks for tampering.
Shout out to Adam Silver for
oh,
being
this
a
is
stiff.
hilarious.
No
No pictures. Just go right. Just go right.
You just go camera on the right. All right.
Here's Mojave King.
Athletic finisher around the rim, Rolly.
Yeah, I actually remember now when I was looking at his scouting report and I was filling in some names for him. He's got a really strong frame. Marshall's drunk.
You know who the best player in the
Yeah,
draft
that camera's
is?
not on screen.
Who's that?
Sir Jabari Rice, just because the name.
Did you know who he was before you saw the name? All right, back to Mojave King. He's got a really smooth shot.
Yeah, get
Mojave,
that breakdown.
Smooth shot, decent form, shows the ability to shoot. He's pretty athletic, G League Ignite guy. So
Marsh, come here.
He's been in the G League for a couple years.
Is this not the longest NBA draft of all time? I mean, this
Not
is.
only is it the longest, it's the worst product the NBA has ever made.
You're not wrong. This is something.
Oh, my God.
Who's on the clock at 48? I've seen enough of Mojave.
We've been live for 6 hours. I might not remember the second round tomorrow.
I'll remember Andre Jackson. That's about it.
Vamp! Another 5.
We got to get him. We got to get Amani picked. That's
Yeah,
the
we
only
gotta get
reason we're
Amani.
still alive.
Amani Bates has to get selected.
Vamp is back. Serious question. Can you talk about the legality of Rich Paul contacting teams? Seems tampering.
Actually, it is a good question.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
he
know.
probably does tamper.
I don't know the actual rules. I think he can contact teams, but they obviously can just ignore them and draft the player. So I don't know the legality of it. That's a good question. That's something we'll see.
Dude,
If
even Ryan
anything happens.
Russillo said there has to be a better way. I do this for a living and I'm lost.
Okay, well, number one, the NBA draft is too long. Number two, this whole thing we're like, dude, if you go to like the ESPN DraftCast, all the picks are like with the original teams. The Celtics have traded their picks 6 times, so you have no idea when they picked. It's a joke.
cool throne, Ryan Russillo.
Russillo, what a legend. Someone says Bates to Dallas. Let's make it happen, Coop. Buy a pick, Amani Bates. Who did he mention? The Pistons, Mavs, and someone else as the
Wasn't it
teams
the
he
Bucks?
likes. Can't say Kai. He's not in this draft. Although I'd love it if the Mavs or Warriors signed him for G League. That'd be awesome. How many views would Soto get on Warriors if he signed for the G League?
100K probably.
I think more.
Might be
DiVincenzo
might
got
be a milli
100.
piece.
Millie.
A milli.
Million views would be about $600 for Kai Soto. Amadi to Chicago. They should have drafted him over freaking Julian Phillips.
I agree. Would have provided more hope to the fan base.
Oh, gosh. All right, if from here on out you get 1 minute to make a selection. I mean, this is a joke.
I mean,
What are we doing?
Did Chicago Bulls pick Harrison? Yeah, they picked Julian Phillips.
You know what ESPN's doing here? They don't want to have another Jokic Quesarito commercial.
so we already have one Jokic situation, Jack.
So they're telling
Clips
the teams,
pick is
take
in.
your time,
Hopefully
we're
it's
going to
announced.
commercial. Take your time, we're going to commercial. Because they don't want another instance
Jack,
like that.
there's been one player picked during a commercial. It was actually Jordan Walsh. When all of that confusing stuff. What was the ad?
What are his Rookie of the Year odds?
PlayStation 5 was the ad while Jordan Walsh got picked. Oh, I love this pick. I do. Jordan Miller, 48th to the Los Angeles Clippers. I am a big-time fan of Miller's game. Let me go in on Miller a little bit here. He
Please.
was my 42nd ranked prospect, so good value here for the Clippers. 15 points a game for the University of Miami. 6'6" with a 7-foot wingspan. Polished offensive game,
More
3-level
guards
scoring
than
ability.
Shawshank.
If you remember what he did in the Elite Eight against Texas, he shot like 11 of 11, absolutely threw daggers into the heart of Jeffrey Cooperstein. His signature move with a post fadeaway. Don't imagine he'll be doing a lot of posting up in the NBA though. Very aggressive on the offensive glass, fights. Wingspan allows him to grab some rebounds he shouldn't be able to. Clean jumper that works in the mid-range. Like I said, cooked Texas in the Elite Eight and showed a elite shot-making ability. He's a good defender, not great. Will be in the right spot on rotations. One knock on him that I have, not an initiator, not a ball handler. Will have to play in the flow of an offense, and maybe a little Rui Hachimura vibes. That's the vibes I was getting from him.
So not one of
He's
the
a
guards
bust.
that was more than Shawshank from Miami.
No, he was a wing. More
Okay.
guards than Shawshank was for Isaiah Wong, who, when he gets picked, I'll love that pick, and then Nigel Pack.
No,
Amani
really?
Bates.
At 49, that's where you had him.
That's my ranking! I am on fire!
Oh.
I know ball!
Bates.
I
actually like this for the Cavaliers.
Love the
it.
pick.
I'll join Rolly. I love the pick.
Great pick.
Everybody had Amani Bates at like 58 and 60 on their big board.
Not
People had
Rolly.
him going the last pick in the draft on their mock. Not here at Rolly's Chat Sports. 49th. Buckets. Count it.
Amani
Filipinos,
Bates.
put your earmuffs on. Phillips Juan said Kai is a homeless man's Wemby. Amani to the Cavs. So
I
he
actually
does
like
get
it.
drafted. I like it a lot.
I like it. Do you think he's a two-way guy as a rookie, maybe like a two-way contract, or does he get onto the full roster?
I don't even know how he fits on this team, if I'm going to be honest. If you're just looking, he projects as a 3, 6'8", 6'9". He certainly can't play the 4 with a 179-pound frame, so he's going to have to play that 3.
He'll sell some G League tickets.
Yeah, but just think about this 3. Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, and Amani Bates. If
Got
they
to
were,
trade Karis LeVert.
if they were all on this court at the same time, it might be the worst defensive 3 through 1 I have ever seen.
Bates needs
Could be best. Yeah, could be a high offense.
Bates
team,
needs
but
at least to me, I'm putting him on a two-way and I'm letting him play a lot in G League. He needs to beef up a bit and work on that game. I mean, God, the guy was all MAC third team. I mean, you want to talk about an underachiever here. Amani Bates. We'll see what he can do in the NBA. Hit that subscribe button. We're delirious, but we're going strong-ish here at Chat Sports. 6.5 hours in to our draft coverage. Hit that subscribe button if you are enjoying the night. And this is a good question, Chase. Is this the longest NBA draft ever? Type Y for yes, type HY for hell yes.
Hell yeah.
It
has
feels
to be.
like it.
It was a 3-hour first round. There's 30 picks. How does that happen?
Even the NFL draft first round is usually 3.5, 4.
Exactly. And after Wembanyama, everybody lost interest.
After
Not us, our viewers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Y
this
for
is a good
yes,
pick.
HY for.
It's a good pick. It is a good pick.
Do you love it?
You know what? F it. I love the pick. OKC takes Kansas State's Keontae Johnson. I actually think this is a really good fit for him.
Florida legend.
Really good defender. He's built like a brick truck. 240, 6'4", 7-foot wingspan. Keontae Johnson, good 3-and-D, good catch-and-shoot guy. He'll struggle to make the roster just because of how deep that OKC team is and all the talent they have. But he has a two-way ability and a two-way contract in all likelihood. Like I said, he's built like a truck, but moves his feet well and has great length. Projects to be a good defender who can make a roster because of that defense right away. Shot 40% from three. I like Keontae Johnson for OKC. I think it's a good pick.
He, of course, had the medical concern at Florida. They did not clear him, so he transferred to Kansas State and was a big part of their success en route to an Elite Eight appearance this year. He's kind of like an undersized four, like 6'5", 240. I mean,
well, my player count for him was Obi Toppin, and I'll say that for a couple of reasons here. Is that was good, Chase. I'll say that for a couple of reasons. He has a really good vertical, and he's built like a truck. Like I said, 239 pounds. Obi Toppin's got that wide shoulder build, and they both can jump out the building. Shoot the three. Keontae Johnson, I think, is similar to Obi Toppin. Just like you said, undersized four.
So we'll see what happens next. What do we got? 8 picks left. The countdown is on. 51 on the clock. Let's see here. Who's up here? It's hard to tell. It appears that Minnesota's at 53, but that's a couple picks away. Yeah, the answer to this is HY. I mean, this is something. This is something. Y for yes, HY for what's Kai's status? I don't know how many times I have to say it. Kai Soto is not draft eligible. I hope he signs with one of 8 teams that we like a lot here at Chat. Well, one of 7 teams that we like a lot here at Chat Sports, but Mr. Soto. Well, we probably don't want him infiltrating Marsh's channel. Vamp says Kai Soto is a bum.
He's a homeless man's Wemby, according to a comment earlier.
was that Vamp too? That's brutal. Yeah. One guy said, "If Kai doesn't get picked, I'm unsubscribing." It's not in our control. Ooh, Dibble with a good comment. Right now, I just want to know if Terquavian Smith gets drafted. Super inefficient in college, Rolly, but he's kind of a flamethrower.
He's a shot chucker, that's for sure. Mike Dibble, I forgot how much of an NC State fan you were. Harry and I did our March Madness show, and we were debating if NC State should have got in or not. Did they get in? And they did. They did. But we were talking with Mike Dibble how I thought they shouldn't have been. But we do have a pick.
Oh, Jalen Wilson.
Jalen Wilson at 51.
Good college player.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, Harry and Chase. Fit's a little odd to me.
Not the best athletic profile.
No, he's a shot chucker. He only really did well because of his volume at Kansas. He didn't have good efficiency.
His best attribute is he's a glue guy. But what does that bring in the NBA as the 51st pick? I don't know how much value.
Now, if Jalen Wilson goes to a contender, maybe, but Brooklyn, I think it's just going to stay.
Dame's going to be in Brooklyn, so.
Well, no, he's not.
20-point score, but okay efficiency.
Not great.
4-year player. He's kind of is he a 3? Is he a 4? I don't really know what he is in the NBA. I think he's probably a 3. He can handle okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't love it.
Late second round, it's not bad, but
I don't like this fit.
Rare L for Rolly.
Yeah, rare L indeed. Rare L indeed.
So there's the Jalen Wilson analysis that you guys
covet so often.
Covet so much here. Is Oscar getting drafted? Shibwe, he's not getting picked, is he?
Unlikely. If he gets drafted, I'd be surprised. But he'll be a guy that someone signs as a UDFA, goes to the Summer League and puts up gaudy numbers when it comes to rebounding. And he'll probably go for like 12 and 15 during the Summer League, and then he'll get a two-way deal from some team in the NBA.
Coop, all that this draft is telling me is Mike Miles should have come back. Be top 10 next year. Brutal. Can we get 1,000 new subs tonight? 1,225 people watching. I'm guessing at least 160 of you have not subscribed. It's free. We're having fun. Someone, Milky, says, Harrison, Michael Jordan can dunk on you. I'd be disappointed if he couldn't because I'm an out-of-shape white guy. So, yes, I'm sure MJ can dunk on me. I'm not athletic.
Kelly Church, Drew Timmy not getting picked? Probably
He
not.
stinks.
True Timmy stinks.
He just doesn't translate to the NBA. He can't shoot. He can't defend. He can't dribble.
Like, being
He
serious,
travels
like,
on every post move.
No, to be serious on
He
Drew
can't
Timmy,
play in the. He's too small.
what could he do in the NBA that would earn him a roster
He's a
spot?
pure post-up guy, and he's too small and unathletic to do it in the NBA. So yeah, he's gonna make money overseas. He'll be great in
He'll
China.
make 6 figs overseas. For
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, he'll be an overseas legend. Might be
Yeah.
one of the greatest of all time.
That
get a
mustache will be all over Billboard.
He'll get a statue next to Stephon Marbury, perhaps.
Dwight Howard as well.
Shout out Puerto Rico. Ricky Council still out there. Isaiah Wong. Can't say Wong now that Amani's
The
been drafted.
long is long.
Terquavian Smith. Chris Livingston, Rolly. I mean, we're running out of picks. If Rich Paul has a team for him, I don't know who it is.
Nathan Johnson, Zach Eddy. Now that's stiff's going back to Purdue.
Yeah, lose to Fairleigh Dickinson
Edey.
again, Edie.
Yeah. They'll lose in round 2 after winning 30 games.
That dude will get fried on a pick and roll more
He's
than
like-
Taco Fall.
Yeah, I mean, if Luka Garza can't make it in the NBA, Zach Edey ain't. Oh, Coop, how about this? Where's Kendrick Davis at? He'll be a Summer League legend.
He'll be in the Mexican Basketball League.
Yikes. Serge Jabari Rice, Charles Bediako. He'd be the third Bama player taken. Andrew Funk. Is Sanago going to get picked?
Need to see Funk get drafted.
If we get a third Penn State player drafted
That's
in the second
electric.
round,
You're telling me that guy right there is getting picked.
Andrew
Shoot the
Funk,
three.
the Funk. I mean, he
The
has a
Funk
lot
is
of funk.
loose.
That jump shot, man. That Penn State team was fun to watch.
they
Was
were.
Slauson that bull from Furman who hit that game winner?
I don't remember if he hit the
Against,
game winner.
when they stole it. Who are they playing?
Virginia.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see if Tomani Kamara gets drafted. He's an athletic wing from Dayton. That's a good name to
Shout
keep
out
your eye on
A10.
late or in the undrafted circles, as we are, just about 6 picks away from this draft being over.
Yeah. 6 too many, honestly.
We
I
still
told y'all it
doing
wasn't.
team cuts.
Yeah, got to get those grades done. That's why I was saying hop off and get going.
Get going when I don't know the fucking grades.
No, for just the team channels.
Which ones?
They could do dubs.
Yeah, let Downey's
Who's
cut
doing the
ride.
grades?
HY is the answer. Who is Nafir Heafy? Is he on your big board?
He's not on my board. I did look at him a little bit.
Is Julian Phillips any good?
No.
Not really.
No offensive talent, only a defender.
Harrison Rose can shoot 3 from half court on you. Yeah, insert NBA player. They're gonna beat me in any basketball competition. So
I
keep
think
'em
I can
coming,
find
Milky.
I can find someone where I'm a better 3-point shooter than them.
Julian Phillips.
I believe that.
Julian Phillips.
I
Yeah, but
think,
we've been live for more than 6 hours.
6.5.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
if
Tumani!
Tumani!
if Oscar,
Tumani, do you love,
Tumani,
do you
what a
love
call!
the pick?
Tamani!
What a call
Love the pick.
on
Great
your
call.
dome.
On the head top.
Tap the head. Tomani Kamara, athletic wing. He was my 61st ranked prospect for first one
Dayton's finest.
undrafted. 8'10 prospect, super athletic guy. It's all about to see if he can develop a jump shot. If he can develop we do have a scouting report for him.
Oh,
Atta
wow.
boy.
That's impressive.
has the build of an NBA power forward, has broad shoulders, good motor, high-level athlete, skies up for blocks and rebounds and putback dunks, but the jumper needs work. The mechanics are decent. Phoenix, they don't have a pick after this one till like 2031. So with their last selection,
They don't have,
as
that's
of
not
now,
true.
2030.
They don't have full control.
Oh, that's
Their
right.
picks. They have 4 of them are pick swaps, but keep going.
Anyway, good pick for the last time in a while for Phoenix. That's a good pick. I mean, he's going to have to play for them because they don't really have too many other people on that roster.
He probably will make the roster.
So, I mean, when you think about it, they have 5 people on the roster. Tomani makes it 6. You can argue that they should have probably went with a more experienced guy who can play right away, but I think Tomani has talent to be a decent player for the
Did that
Suns.
Indiana center get drafted?
No, Trace Jackson-Davis is still out there. I think I would have liked him to be the backup big for DeAndre Ayton on a cheap deal. I would have went Trace Jackson-Davis personally, but the teams obviously don't like something in Davis for him to still be on the board.
5 picks left. We're closing in. Closing in. This would be way more electric if Kai Soto was eligible, but he's not.
So much better.
This would make the sore feet worth it.
Yeah, give us a late round 2 bump.
Throw him on the thummy. Isaiah Wong still out there. Chris Livingston. What if he goes undrafted?
Livingston will be
Preferred
interesting.
for UDFA?
If he goes undrafted, you have to imagine when the reporters go on their little firestorm of undrafted free agents, he'd probably be the first one that signs if he has told teams, I only am going to this team and I'm not going anyone else. So
We'll
very
see.
strange to see that, I'll say that.
Who are the best available, Cooper? Appreciate that. Yeah. The people who are still here, they've liked the video, I'm guessing. Trace Jackson-Davis, Ricky Council, Isaiah. That's not why I'm saying it. Isaiah Wong, Terquavian Smith. Hey, I'll tell you what. Let's put this to the test. If we get to 2,400 likes, 100 likes, I'll take 3 shots.
Whoa.
100 more likes, I'll take 3 shots.
3 shots.
I just want to put this to the test. Who has not liked the video? Well, 2 people at least. There's 2.
This pick isn't even going to Houston, by the way. Or, I mean, Phoenix. So everything I said
Sweet.
about Tomani Kamara potentially playing for Phoenix, scratch that. Not going to happen.
Do you start over and talk about his fit in Washington, or do you not
No,
care?
we'll just move on to pick number 53 as Jalen Clark is the guard out of UCLA, selected by Minnesota. This is actually pretty good value considering the fact.
Vamp!
Oh!
$20.
Hey, we got 26 new likes. Can we get 74 more? That misinterpretation. Shout out Vamp. He says, cheers, boys. Thanks for the cov and love the channel. Glad I was able to give you a laugh this year and last year with the Kai and last with the Kai Supers. Listen, Vamp, we're going to be here throughout free agency. So
Yes, sir.
if you want to give us more laughs starting next Friday, we'll be here. So
Thanks,
join us
Vamp.
for that. Appreciate the cheddar, Vamp. Did we get another pick?
Yeah, Jalen Clark, guard out of UCLA, going to Minnesota, really good defender. He actually was the defensive player of the year this past season. What pick was this, 53? Damn it, I had
Sounds
Clark as
right.
my 54th ranked player, almost knocked another one down. But he's got great anticipation on the defensive end, jumps passing lanes. Like I said, when you're the defensive player of the year, national level, you obviously got some talent. Can he play offense? I compared him to Terrence Mann light. Good defensive player,
I'd
but
take
I
that.
don't know. When you're picking late 50s, it's hard to find rotational level players.
Crapshoot at this point. So there you go on that pick, and I don't even know who's on the clock next. This thing is so out of whack. Sacktown on the clock.
Pick is in, too.
Pick is in. Here we go.
We're moving and grooving. The suspense is killing me. This is during a Subway commercial, so this could go down in history. Now it's DirecTV.
Jalen Slauson, the Furman Bull. There you go.
Furman, baby.
Any analysis, Rolly?
62nd ranked prospect. We have a scouting report for him if we want to flash it. If not, that's cool.
Tomorrow will be with the Suns. Phoenix targeted and selected that it was not part of the trade.
There you go, Shams. Way to double report, kid.
Hey, if you call it both ways, then you're not wrong. You can't be wrong. All right. So Thematic Camara is a Sun. Let's clarify that in the graphics. Sweet. Who is your favorite NBA player? Daniel says Steph.
Isaac said Chase looks so dead I'm actually crying.
You've been keeling over for an hour and a
I'm
half.
pretty much there, brother.
I will
32 chases.
I will say this draft not ending probably close to 1 a.m.
East Coast.
Eastern. That is
It's a travesty.
criminal.
It
It's
is
just
a
a
travesty.
I was bringing the energy for the first 40 picks.
Oh, you'll be here at 9:30, Coop. Yeah.
Remaining picks. Yeah, we got to get those cuts, Cooper. Indiana on the clock, and just flash the pick, Billis. We don't need to see your best available. This is a joke. Let's get to the best available.
This is the worst NBA draft ever, dude.
With the hype coming in, no really big-time trades. Kind of a letdown, honestly.
Yeah, let down, man.
No Dame clarity, really. No Levine.
Well, I mean, there's semi-Dame clarity.
yeah, but
it's gonna-
semi-Dame clarity being the biggest story during the draft is kind of a
His same quotes from tonight are the same ones I was seeing in 2019.
yeah. Shit.
We just know when the decision's going to come. So I guess the first week of free agency or into that first week is going to be when.
Dame, put the crib on sale and let's get this party rolling along here. Can we announce the pick? I mean, the pick's been in for 7 minutes.
Got 3 picks after this.
That's 3.
Back to commercial.
Dude, seriously.
What a
Commercial,
What are we
back on
doing?
screen commercial, and the Pacers have been on the clock the whole time. That's impressive.
Adam Silver needs some help.
Generational performance from those frauds over at ESPN today.
Oh, and more like in the NBA. Just unreal. Here's the
Yeah.
selection
Can't
for
wait for
Indy.
the play-in tournament next year.
Oh, I
Or
forgot.
the
it.
mid-season,
Mid-season tournament.
Yes!
Isaiah
Time to talk
Wong!
Isaiah Wong.
Wong,
Hey!
Wong, 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 Wong.
Wong.
Isaiah Wong, my 50th ranked prospect. I actually love him. He was the
We know. We know.
ACC Player of the Year.
I actually love him.
I actually love
Quote
him.
Rolly 39 times
There you
during
go,
the NBA
Dibble.
draft.
There's another one.
Yeah, there's
3
another
straight
dime.
ACC all ACC teams. He's a knockdown shooter. Made 40% of his spot up threes as a senior. 39% of all his 2-point and 3-point dribble jumpers, so he can score off the dribble. Improved his shooting, which has allowed him to attack closeouts and drive to the cup. Decent length. There's a lot behind the legs.
There's a lot
man.
going on.
The Wong is in.
Oh, my comp for him is Grayson Allen. Holy shit!
Holy shit. I'm in tears.
More guards than Shawshank.
I'm going to hate.
I'm
Oh
cooked.
my gosh.
Dibble, if you're
Should
still
we get another
here,
beer or something?
your boy Terkavian Smith might go undrafted. Thoughts?
Gary Sanderson, ding dong Wong.
Ding dong. Whoa.
This is incredible.
The Wong is in. Oh. Oh. Time to sing the Wong
We
song.
better tease it if we're going to.
Oh man. That is
Hashtag
good
NBA or
stuff.
Super Chat. If you have any Isaiah Wong questions, we'll try to answer them
Yeah,
here.
Harry's excited about that sack.
Haven't been this excited since Wong got Wong and sack. Hashtag NBA Super Chat.
This is
Get those questions in.
Holy
This is unbelievable.
Ask about free agency or trades. No second round questions, please.
Ang submitted a question. He said, "How long is Wong?"
Technically, 6'7".
6'7" Wong.
6.7.
Pretty average.
He's a 6'7" Wong.
Mike Dibble, hashtag NBA Chase. Are you okay?
My feet hurt.
Oh, Lordy.
Thanks, Charlie.
The shoes are off.
Yeah, the shoes are off.
When did they come off?
15 picks ago, which equates to an hour.
Shoes off?
I'll say this.
Shoes off before the Wong was in?
Yes.
Plantar fasciitis in a 7-hour draft isn't what you sign up for.
No.
That's
Oh,
all I
boy.
know.
Bruce Brown to the Mavs, the Kang?
We have a draft and stash.
Oh.
Tariq Baberovich?
No clue.
No analysis?
See, did I have him even ranked?
No.
He's
not-
I'm going to come back to you on that one.
Don't think he's in the top 100 in the copy from 9 hours ago that I did. Bruce Brown to the Mavs. Throw hashtag NBA on that, the Kang, and that might be
Not
our
in my
best
top
question.
90.
Charlie, hashtag NBA. If you want a question, hashtag NBA or Super Chat. We may or may not get to it.
LLA Dubs.
No.
Hopefully Tobias Harris gets shipped
I
out
actually don't
soon.
think he is.
Sixers didn't even trade into the second round. What a crime.
There's still a lot of talent out there you can find undrafted. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I do actually think there's solid players out there available.
Tariq Baberovich.
I mean,
not
Trace
one.
Jackson Davis might go undrafted.
That's fine. Just fine. Just include it in grades.
Yeah, we're not letting that down.
No!
Yeah. It doesn't move the needle.
That could just be a breaking news. Warriors trade Patrick Baldwin Jr. to the Wizards.
Can you do that and then just splice it into the video from earlier and publish it?
I'm just saying. Breaking news. Warriors trade Patrick Baldwin Jr. to the
Wait.
Wizards. I know. That's what I'm talking about.
No, an actual one.
Oh, they're getting Trace Jackson Davis.
There you go.
All right.
I like that.
Wow.
Back up big to Kevon Looney.
Nice.
Don't hate it. Definitely don't hate it.
That might actually. Were they already midway through grades?
That
Is
woke
the-
me up.
Did it?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. Who's
Trace
gonna be
Jackson Davis does move the needle. I bet that's a good
Who's gonna be Mr. Irrelevant?
good title guy.
Yeah.
Who is going to be Mr. Wait, hold on. Chris Livingston update.
Oh no.
It's gonna be. He's going to the Bucks at 58. He's
That
Mr.
is
Irrelevant.
Unbelievable.
So he got a promise from the Bucks. So he wanted to go play for a contender.
So I guess
That's what
the
I'm.
Milwaukee Bucks promised Chris Livingston.
What if they promised him a roster spot? I mean, why else would he just?
shut down working out?
Wow.
So interesting.
Interesting. So the draft is over.
That's it.
We're done.
We made it.
Wow.
It's over. It's Joe over.
It's Jover.
It's Jover, folks. So are we.
Yeah, I got to do a recap in a sec.
Well, we'll take this.
Hashtag
Will's probably gonna
NBA
get
or
most of that
Super
done.
Chat.
Yeah.
Will's gonna get most of that done.
Yeah, I'm going to shift the Warriors here. Try to get that
Hashtag
breaking
NBA or
news done.
Super Chat. Honestly, if you and Rolly want to hop off, I can just
Yep, I think
do
that's the plan.
this.
Chat
All right.
Sports,
It
it's
was
been an
real.
absolute honor telling you guys how much I love every draft pick.
Mike Dibble, I got you with the ball, and if our
Paul
guy
Price.
Paul Price reach out to me, Chase_senior Twitter, Instagram, chase@chatsports.com is my email. We'll get you a ball as well if you reach out.
All right, if you want a question, hashtag NBA or Super Chat to get those questions on the show. We'll answer them. We're going to recap all of the picks in the NBA draft first. Then we'll get to those questions. So, Coop, once you're ready to start a loop-de-loop in more, and we'll get this thing rolling here. Hashtag NBA or Super Chat to get your questions on the show. Christopher in the chat. Oh, Julius Randle to OKC. That's a good little title, Juice. We'll SEO that bag. Isaac Jeremiah with the G. I've never seen that before. Nice. The Kang. Ooh, Bruce Brown to Dallas. Let's get that question in there, Cooper. Isaac, Vamp, Matt, Evan Hinders, Mike Dibble. Wanting to know if Terquavian Smith will get picked up. See if my boy Mike Miles gets scooped. I'm sure someone will sign him. Oh, I would love that, dude. Come be this team's IQ. All right. Here we go. Hashtag NBA or Super Chat. We'll get this party rolling, or keep it going, I should say, here on draft night. The longest draft is in the books. 4 hours, 45 minutes. Is that an official time here? Wow. That's hour 45 second round. Yikes. Unreal. Unfreaking real. All right, I'm on y'all's timetable, Coop. Whenever you're ready, let's get this thing rolling here. Hashtag NBA or Super Chat. Get your questions on the show. A lot of good questions, so we should have plenty there. All right, let's dive into it here. Start that loopy, and we're going. The 2023 NBA Draft is in the books. I am Harrison Graham. We're going to recap every pick for you here at Chat Sports, starting in round 1 all the way through round 2. All 58 picks have come and gone. It started several hours ago with Victor Wembanyama going number 1 overall to the San Antonio Spurs. No surprise, generational talent. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, now Victor Wembanyama. The Spurs have been very fortunate. Brandon Miller goes number 2 overall out of Alabama to Charlotte. The Trailblazers select Scoot Henderson, and that has led to some more Damian Lillard rumors. Report from Shams Charania that he still does not want to be part of a rebuild. We'll see what things look like moving forward. Amen Thompson to the Rockets. His twin brother, Arjur Thompson, to the Detroit Pistons. They go back-to-back 4 and 5 and become the first set of brothers to go top 5 in the same draft. Anthony Black, number 6 overall to the Orlando Magic. The Wizards take Bilal Coulibaly, Wembanyama's teammate, and then Jarris Walker goes number 8 to the Indiana Pacers. With the number 9 selection here, Taylor Hendricks goes to the Utah Jazz. Cason Wallace goes 10th overall to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jet Howard goes number 11 to Orlando. Derek Lively, the second after Dallas traded down from 10 to 12, goes to the Mavericks. Grady Dick goes number 13 overall to Toronto. Jordan Hawkins, the 14th selection to the New Orleans Pelicans. Atlanta selects Kobe Buffkin, 15th overall. Keontae George, the 16th pick by the Utah Jazz. Jalen Hood-Schifino goes number 17 overall. Say what? Some news coming in. Mike Miles Jr. to the Mavericks, baby. That's going to have juice, Coop. That's going to have juice. Jaime Jaquez Jr., number 18 overall to the Miami Heat. And then Brandon Podziemski, number 19 overall to Golden State. Cam Whitmore, number 20 overall to the Houston Rockets. Favorite pick in the draft, I'll tell you what my favorite UDFA was. Mike Miles to the Mavs. I'm actually hyped about this, Coop. That's pretty legit. Let us know who your favorite pick in the NBA draft is this year, and we will talk about it here on NBA Now by Chat Sports. Noah Clowney, Dariq Whitehead go back-to-back to the Brooklyn Nets. Chris Murray, the brother of Keegan Murray, goes to Portland at 23. Olivier Maxence Prosper, he goes to Dallas after they trade into the first round again, and they also were able to land Rashawn Holmes with this pick, and like I mentioned, they just added Mike Miles Jr. as a UDFA. Marcus Sasser, the guard out of Houston, goes to the Detroit Pistons. Ben Shepherd goes to Indiana, the guard out of Belmont. Nick Smith Jr., the Arkansas guard, lands with Charlotte. And then Bryce Sensabaugh, the Ohio State wing, goes to Utah. Julian Strother, number 29 overall pick goes to the Nuggets. The Clippers wrap up round 1 with Kobe Brown, the wing out of Missouri. James Nagy, the center out of Spain, lands with the Charlotte Hornets. Jalen Pickett out of Penn State, one of 2 Nittany Lions, goes to the Nuggets here as well. Leonard Miller, the wing out of the G League Ignite, goes to the Timberwolves. Sacramento selects Colby Jones in the second round, the guard out of Xavier. Tennessee wing Julian Phillips goes 35th overall as Chicago trades into the draft to select a player here. And then Andre Jackson Jr., the wing out of UConn, to Milwaukee. Hunter Tyson, the big out of Clemson, goes to the Nuggets. Jordan Walsh, the wing out of Arkansas, goes to the Celtics. They traded about 9 times tonight. Muhammad Gay out of Washington State lands in Atlanta. Maxwell Lewis, the wing out of Pepperdine, goes to the Lakers. Amari Bailey, guard out of UCLA, lands with Charlotte. Tristan Vukovic goes to the Wizards. Ryan Rupert, the wing out of the New Zealand Breakers, to Portland. And then City Sissoko goes to San Antonio, I should say. Gigi Jackson to Memphis. Seth Lundy to Atlanta. Mojave King to Indiana. That's 45 through 47. Jordan Miller, 48th pick to the Clippers. Amani Bates, the wing out of Eastern Michigan. He lands with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Keontae Johnson, round 2 pick 50 out of Kansas State. He's an Oklahoma City Thunder. Jalen Wilson, Kansas wing. He goes to Brooklyn. Tamani Kamara, the wing out of Dayton, lands in Phoenix. Jalen Clark, the guard out of UCLA. A lot of Bruins selected tonight. He goes to Minnesota. The Kings select Jalen Slauson out of Furman. Isaiah Wong, how long is Wong? Goes to Indiana. Tank Babarovich, this is a draft and stash. He's going to stay in Europe as the Memphis Grizzlies draft him. Trace Jackson Davis, as the Warriors trade into the second round, he goes to Golden State. And then Chris Livingston, round 2 pick number 58 to wrap things up. Remember, only 58 picks this year due to a couple of second-round picks being swiped due to tampering. So there you go. That is the end of our NBA draft recap there. Hashtag NBA or Super Chat. We'll get to some questions here on NBA Now. If you have any thoughts following the draft, free agency, trades, anything else, get those questions in. Hashtag NBA or Super Chat. Get those questions on the show. We'll answer as many as we possibly can here. You're watching NBA Now by Chat Sports. I am Harrison Graham. It is mailbag time, so if you have any questions, use hashtag NBA or Super Chat to get those questions on the show. And if you do use that hashtag NBA or Super Chat, we'll be able to get your questions on as soon as possible. We'll start with Evan Henders here. Should Chicago go after Russell Westbrook? Well, based on their current sense of direction, they probably will, because I think they should rebuild, but they traded into the draft to draft Julian Phillips, not really a developmental piece, more of a win-now piece, so maybe they are going to keep this core together of Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, re-sign Vucevic, who knows. I think it's a bad idea to do that, but doesn't look like they're necessarily ready to hit that reset button. Isaac Yacero, who ends up with Dame because Dame needs to make a big three in Dallas. The only way the Mavericks would get Dame is if they sent Kyrie to Portland in some sort of sign-in trade. But if the Blazers are moving on from Dame, that's because they're committing to Scoot Henderson as their future. So I don't think Dame in Dallas makes any sense whatsoever, barring something unforeseen. Christopher C., what about a Kawhi trade to OKC? I think Kawhi might retire if he got traded to the Thunder. I'm not even joking. He might just be like, you know what? I like living on the West Coast. I'm not moving to OKC. I'm done. I think it would be interesting if he could stay healthy. They have a lot of good young talent in SGA and Josh Giddey and some other pieces there as well, but I don't really see that being the case. The Kangs, Sexton or Bruce Brown for the Mavs? I think I'd rather have Bruce Brown. A, you don't have to trade for him. And B, I think he'll be cheaper than Sexton's 4-year, $80 million contract. Brown could play a prominent role off the bench or as a starter. Now, I think you wonder, is Bruce Brown going to fit in the full mid-level exception, which the Mavs have now? $12.4 million. Is that the type of contract he'll get, or will he cost more? If he costs more, the Mavs don't really have a chance at him. But I think there's at least a slight possibility that they could get him now. So if you could, I would love that. Defensive intensity, good enough shooter, can start or come off the bench. I would like that fit quite a bit. Will the Mavericks make the playoffs? Type Y for yes, or you can type N for no. Let us know in the comment section down below. Will the Dallas Mavericks make the playoffs? Y for yes or N for no. Maya's World, Harrison Graham, what was your reaction when Bradley Beal got traded to the Suns? And also, what's your reaction on Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors? Starting with Beal, I understand why Phoenix did it. They didn't have to give up a ton to get him. Now, I'm not convinced that core works in terms of winning a title. It'd be a fun 2K team. They're going to score a lot of points, but how do him, Durant, and Booker split touches? How does it all work? I'm fascinated to see. And then Chris Paul to the Warriors, I think if he's your backup point guard and running that second-team offense, that's a good role for him. So I don't think he should start for that team, and I don't think he will. LLA Dubs, what is Orlando going to do with 15 guards and 4 centers? It's a good question. They need to move one of their guards, whether it's Jalen Suggs or if it's who's the guy from North Carolina a couple years ago, Orlando guard, Cole Anthony. Thank you very much. I think one of those guys gets moved, and yeah, you need to start adding wings to that nucleus. Shout out Mike Dibble, one of our NBA draft legends here. Do you think they will shorten the draft next year? The amount of picks isn't the problem. It's the amount of time each pick takes. Like, I think it's 7 minutes per pick in the first round. There is no way some of those picks were less than 7 minutes. I mean, they just stretched the time limits there. So they got to figure that out. You're going to lose audience because when you're taking 10 minutes a pick in the 20s and 30s and early into round 2, that's not good television. If you love the NBA and if you love our coverage here, hit that subscribe button. Free agency is just around the corner. Lots of analysis to come here at Chat Sports. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Do not go anywhere as we've got you covered all offseason long. SXN Dragon, Draymond Green to the Bulls. I don't know why either party would do that. Again, I don't think the Bulls should be trying to win a title right now. I don't think they're close enough. And if you're Draymond Green, why would you go there? Like, if he leaves Golden State, it's got to be for a team that's got a better chance to win a championship than Chicago. Vamp, can you describe how Dame Scoot pairing will work, or are they just drafting his replacement? I think Dame gets moved, but if he stays, then that's you do one of two things. One, you have Scoot come off the bench as a rookie, or two, that's your backcourt and Simons is like a super sixth man, but I just don't see that being the case. I think you move forward with Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons as your backcourt. Shaedon Sharpe can either play the 3 or be a super sixth man, and you trade Dame for picks and pieces. From Taploid, Victor Wembanyama, will he live up to expectations? Depends what your expectations are, right? Like, undisputed Hall of Famer, I mean, that's a lot to live up to. But very good NBA player that should be a multi-time All-Star, I think that will happen. Like, I think at worst, he's a multi-time All-Star who is a very high-level contributor in the NBA for a long time. At best, he's a Hall of Fame talent and one of the greatest players of all time. We'll have to wait and see if he's able to do that, but I think that that's at least somewhat within the realm of possibility for him. Now, grade Wemby, Victor Wembanyama as a player, 1 to 100. If I'm like creating 2K right now, I'm going to make him like an 84, 85. I obviously have to see him play in the NBA, but he's easily the highest rated rookie this year. Yeah, I'm playing. What do they do at point guard? Brogdon is hurt and Pritchard doesn't want to be there. Well, you're hoping, assuming they keep Brogdon now, they tried to trade him. You're hoping, by the season he's ready to go. Does Pritchard change his mind now that Marcus Smart is gone? If you promise him a prominent role off the bench, I mean, does that convince him to stay? I think that could be a possibility. But if Brogdon's healthy, I think he's the point guard, and you go from there. He's not like the perfect true point, but when you have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, you don't necessarily need like the quote-unquote floor general type. Michael Panza, what are your top undrafted free agents? Well, my guy Mike Miles Jr. out of TCU went to the Dallas Mavericks, but here were some of the top players that went undrafted. Ricky Council out of Arkansas, Terquavian Smith out of NC State, someone who can really score, Charles Bediako, Jabari Rice, all these players we had as draftable players. Rice has already landed in San Antonio, and depending on when you watch this, a lot of these guys, if not all of them, will have been picked up. But all of these 4 guys in particular were all draftable players in our eyes. James Yoder, will we be allowed to say Bronny during the 2024 NBA draft? That depends. Will the 2024 NBA draft be over or under 5 hours? If it's over, we will not be allowed to say it. If it's under, we will be allowed to say it. So we'll see. From Ka, why do the Bulls fail us? I just, for you Chicago sports fans, the Bulls right now really remind me of like the second half of the Nagy Pace era. I think they're a little delusional in how good they can be right now. Like, it was clear after 2019 that Bears era, like that opportunity of being a contender had kind of closed. Trubisky wasn't the guy. The defense was aging. Like, that had become clear. Yet in 2020 and 2021, they tried to stay in win-now mode. It did not work. I think the Bulls are in the same way. I think they look back to 2 seasons ago, and they're like, through 50 games, we were the number 1 seed in the East. Well, big part of that was Lonzo Ball, and he's been hurt ever since. I get you finished fairly strong this last year, and could the Bulls be a playoff team? I do think they could be a playoff team, but they're not a team that can contend for a title. They're not close to that. And if you're not close to that, trade some of your assets and hit that reset button. It's very frustrating to see the direction that they're trying to go in. Appreciate you guys for tuning in to NBA Now by Chat Sports. If you want more coverage, post-draft analysis, free agency rumors and news with free agency set to start next Friday, trade buzz, and everything else in between, hit the subscribe button. It's 100% free. All right, we'll get a few shout-outs here. Grade Wemby as a player, 1 to 100. Mr. Lobster says 89. What do you guys think? Someone says Lonzo's dad messed with his feet with those bullcrap shoes. Not wrong. Not wrong. Scale of 1 to 100. Alvin says 98. Isaac says 87. Daniel says 90. All right. That's it. We're done. We're going to send this on loop. If anyone missed any of the picks tonight, we'll reset that here. You guys can react with me as I go through them here. Appreciate everybody for tuning in to our draft coverage. We've been live for over 7 hours. Want to give a round of applause to everyone behind the scenes. Jeffrey Cooperstein for producing, Jack Lauderay, executive producing, getting a lot of the trades and stuff, information that was coming in real time. Appreciate Chase Sr. co-hosting with me, Nick Roloff providing some analysis, Brett Scott, James Yoder, Patrick Seatman, Marshall Green, everyone else behind the scenes making this engine keep on going. Shout out to the real ones. We'll see you guys soon here at Chat Sports. The 2023 NBA Draft is in the books. I am Harrison Graham. We're going to recap every pick for you here at Chat Sports, starting in round 1 all the way through round 2. All 58 picks have come and gone. It started several hours ago with Victor Wembanyama going number 1 overall to the San Antonio Spurs. No surprise, generational talent. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, now Victor Wembanyama. The Spurs have been very fortunate. Brandon Miller goes number 2 overall out of Alabama to Charlotte. The Trailblazers select Scoot Henderson, and that has led to some more Damian Lillard rumors. Report from Shams Charania that he still does not want to be part of a rebuild. We'll see what things look like moving forward. Amen Thompson to the Rockets, his twin brother Azure Thompson to the Detroit Pistons. They go back-to-back 4 and 5 and become the first set of brothers to go top 5 in the same draft. Anthony Black, number 6 overall to the Orlando Magic. The Wizards take Bilal Coulibaly, Wembanyama's teammate, and then Jarris Walker goes number 8 to the Indiana Pacers. With the number 9 selection here, Taylor Hendricks goes to the Utah Jazz. Cason Wallace goes 10th overall to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jet Howard goes number 11 to Orlando. Derek Lively, the second after Dallas traded down from 10 to 12, goes to the Mavericks. Grady Dick goes number 13 overall to Toronto. Jordan Hawkins, the 14th selection to the New Orleans Pelicans. Atlanta selects Kobe Buffkin, 15th overall. Keontae George, the 16th pick by the Utah Jazz. Jalen Hood-Schifino goes number 17 overall. Say what? Some news coming in. Mike Miles Jr. to the Mavericks, baby. That's going to have juice, Coop. That's going to have juice. Jaime Jaquez Jr., number 18 overall to the Miami Heat. And then Brandon Podziemski, number 19 overall to Golden State. Cam Whitmore, number 20 overall to the Houston Rockets. Favorite pick in the draft, I'll tell you what my favorite UDFA was. Mike Miles to the Mavs. I'm actually hyped about this, Coop. That's pretty legit. Let us know who your favorite pick in the NBA draft is this year, and we will talk about it here on NBA Now by Chat Sports. Noah Clowney, Dariq Whitehead go back-to-back to the Brooklyn Nets. Chris Murray, the brother of Keegan Murray, goes to Portland at 23. Olivier Maxence Prosper, he goes to Dallas after they trade into the first round again, and they also were able to land Rashawn Holmes with this pick, and like I mentioned, they just added Mike Miles Jr. as a UDFA. Marcus Sasser, the guard out of Houston, goes to the Detroit Pistons. Ben Shepherd goes to Indiana, the guard out of Belmont. Nick Smith Jr., the Arkansas guard, lands with Charlotte. And then Bryce Sensabaugh, the Ohio State wing, goes to Utah. Julian Strawther, number 29 overall pick, goes to the Nuggets. The Clippers wrap up round one with Kobe Brown, the wing out of Missouri. James Nagy, the center out of Spain, lands with the Charlotte Hornets. Jalen Pickett out of Penn State, one of two Nittany Lions, goes to the Nuggets here as well. Leonard Miller, the wing out of the G League Ignite, goes to the Timberwolves. Sacramento selects Colby Jones in the second round, the guard out of Xavier. Tennessee wing Julian Phillips goes 35th overall as Chicago trades into the draft to select a player here. And then Andre Jackson Jr., the wing out of UConn, to Milwaukee. Hunter Tyson, the big out of Clemson, goes to the Nuggets. Jordan Walsh, the wing out of Arkansas, goes to the Celtics. They traded about 9 times tonight. Muhammad Gay out of Washington State lands in Atlanta. Maxwell Lewis, the wing out of Pepperdine, goes to the Lakers. Amari Bailey, guard out of UCLA, lands with Charlotte. Tristan Vukovic goes to the Wizards. Ryan Rupert, the wing out of the New Zealand Breakers, to Portland. And then City Sissoko goes to San Antonio, I should say. Gigi Jackson to Memphis. Seth Lundy to Atlanta. Mojave King to Indiana. That's 45 through 47. Jordan Miller, 48th pick to the Clippers. Amani Bates, the wing out of Eastern Michigan. He lands with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Keontae Johnson, round 2 pick 50 out of Kansas State. He's an Oklahoma City Thunder. Jalen Wilson, Kansas wing. He goes to Brooklyn. Tamani Kamara, the wing out of Dayton, lands in Phoenix. Jalen Clark, the guard out of UCLA. A lot of Bruins selected tonight. He goes to Minnesota. The Kings select Jalen Slauson out of Furman. Isaiah Wong, how long is Wong? Goes to Indiana. Tank Babarovich, this is a draft and stash. He's going to stay in Europe as the Memphis Grizzlies draft him. Trace Jackson Davis, as the Warriors trade into the second round, he goes to Golden State. And then Chris Livingston, round 2 pick number 58 to wrap things up. Remember, only 58 picks this year due to a couple of second-round picks being swiped due to tampering. So there you go. That is the end of our NBA draft recap there. Hashtag NBA or Super Chat. We'll get to some questions here on NBA Now. If you have any thoughts following the draft, free agency, trades, anything else, get those questions in. Hashtag NBA or Super Chat. Get those questions on the show. We'll answer as many as we possibly can here. You're watching NBA Now by Chat Sports. I am Harrison Graham. It is mailbag time, so if you have any questions, use hashtag NBA or Super Chat to get those questions on the show. And if you do use that hashtag NBA or Super Chat, we'll be able to get your questions on as soon as possible. We'll start with Evan Henders here. Should Chicago go after Russell Westbrook? Well, based on their current sense of direction, they probably will, because I think they should rebuild, but they traded into the draft to draft Julian Phillips, not really a developmental piece, more of a win-now piece, so maybe they are going to keep this core together of Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, re-sign Vucevic, who knows. I think it's a bad idea to do that, but doesn't look like they're necessarily ready to hit that reset button. Isaac Yacero, who ends up with Dame because Dame needs to make a big three in Dallas. The only way the Mavericks would get Dame is if they sent Kyrie to Portland in some sort of sign-in trade, but if the Blazers are moving on from Dame, that's because they're committing to Scoot Henderson as their future. So I don't think Dame in Dallas makes any sense whatsoever, barring something unforeseen. Christopher C., what about a Kawhi trade to OKC? I think Kawhi might retire if he got traded to the Thunder. I'm not even joking. He might just be like, you know what? I like living on the West Coast. I'm not moving to OKC. I'm done. I think it would be interesting if he could stay healthy. They have a lot of good young talent, and SGA and Josh Giddey and some other pieces there as well, but I don't really see that being the case. The Kangs, Sexton or Bruce Brown for the Mavs? I think I'd rather have Bruce Brown. A, you don't have to trade for him. And B, I think he'll be cheaper than Sexton's 4-year, $80 million contract. Brown could play a prominent role off the bench or as a starter. Now, I think you wonder, is Bruce Brown going to fit in the full mid-level exception, which the Mavs have now? $12.4 million. Is that the type of contract he'll get, or will he cost more? If he costs more, the Mavs don't really have a chance at him. But I think there's at least a slight possibility that they could get him now. So if you could, I would love that. Defensive intensity, good enough shooter, can start or come off the bench. I would like that fit quite a bit. Will the Mavericks make the playoffs? Type Y for yes, or you can type N for no. Let us know in the comment section down below. Will the Dallas Mavericks make the playoffs? Y for yes or N for no. Maya's World, Harrison Graham, what was your reaction when Bradley Beal got traded to the Suns? And also, what's your reaction on Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors? Starting with Beal, I understand why Phoenix did it. They didn't have to give up a ton to get him. Now, I'm not convinced that core works in terms of winning a title. It'd be a fun 2K team. They're going to score a lot of points, but how do him, Durant, and Booker split touches? How does it all work? I'm fascinated to see. And then Chris Paul to the Warriors, I think if he's your backup point guard and running that second-team offense, that's a good role for him. So I don't think he should start for that team, and I don't think he will. LLA Dubs, what is Orlando going to do with 15 guards and 4 centers? It's a good question. They need to move one of their guards, whether it's Jalen Suggs or if it's who's the guy from North Carolina a couple years ago, Orlando guard, Cole Anthony. Thank you very much. I think one of those guys gets moved, and yeah, you need to start adding wings to that nucleus. Shout out Mike Dibble, one of our NBA draft legends here. Do you think they will shorten the draft next year? The amount of picks isn't the problem. It's the amount of time each pick takes. Like, I think it's 7 minutes per pick in the first round. There is no way some of those picks were less than 7 minutes. I mean, they just stretched the time limits there. So they got to figure that out. You're going to lose audience because when you're taking 10 minutes a pick in the 20s and 30s and early into round 2, that's not good television. If you love the NBA and if you love our coverage here, hit that subscribe button. Free agency is just around the corner. Lots of analysis to come here at Chat Sports. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Do not go anywhere as we've got you covered all offseason long. SXN Dragon, Draymond Green to the Bulls. I don't know why either party would do that. Again, I don't think the Bulls should be trying to win a title right now. I don't think they're close enough. And if you're Draymond Green, why would you go there? Like, if he leaves Golden State, it's got to be for a team that's got a better chance to win a championship than Chicago. Vamp, can you describe how Dame-Scoot pairing will work, or are they just drafting his replacement? I think Dame gets moved, but if he stays, then that's you do one of two things. One, you have Scoot come off the bench as a rookie, or two, that's your backcourt, and Simons is like a super sixth man, but I just don't see that being the case. I think you move forward with Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons as your backcourt. Shaedon Sharpe can either play the 3 or be a super sixth man, and you trade Dame for picks and pieces. From Tabloid, Victor Wembanyama, will he live up to expectations? Depends what your expectations are, right? Like, undisputed Hall of Famer, I mean, that's a lot to live up to, but very good NBA player that should be a multi-time All-Star, I think that will happen. Like, I think at worst, he's a multi-time All-Star who is a very high-level contributor in the NBA for a long time. At best, he's a Hall of Fame talent and one of the greatest players of all time. We'll have to wait and see if he's able to do that, but I think that that's at least somewhat within the realm of possibility for him. Now, grade Victor Wembanyama as a player, 1 to 100. If I'm like creating 2K right now, I'm going to make him like an 84, 85. I obviously have to see him play in the NBA, but he's easily the highest rated rookie this year. Yeah, I'm playing. What do they do at point guard? Brogdon is hurt and Pritchard doesn't want to be there. Well, you're hoping, assuming they keep Brogdon now, they tried to trade him. You're hoping, by the season he's ready to go. Does Pritchard change his mind now that Marcus Smart is gone? If you promise him a prominent role off the bench, I mean, does that convince him to stay? I think that could be a possibility. But if Brogdon's healthy, I think he's the point guard, and you go from there. He's not like the perfect true point, but when you have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, you don't necessarily need like the quote-unquote floor general type. Michael Panza, what are your top undrafted free agents? Well, my guy Mike Miles Jr. out of TCU went to the Dallas Mavericks, but here were some of the top players that went undrafted. Ricky Council out of Arkansas, Terquavian Smith out of NC State, someone who can really score, Charles Bediako, Jabari Rice, all these players we had as draftable players. Rice has already landed in San Antonio, and depending on when you watch this, a lot of these guys, if not all of them, will have been picked up. But all of these 4 guys in particular were all draftable players in our eyes. James Yoder, will we be allowed to say Bronny during the 2024 NBA draft? That depends. Will the 2024 NBA draft be over or under 5 hours? If it's over, we will not be allowed to say it. If it's under, we will be allowed to say it. So we'll see. From Ka, why do the Bulls fail us? I just, for you Chicago sports fans, the Bulls right now really remind me of like the second half of the Nagy Pace era. I think they're a little delusional in how good they can be right now. Like, it was clear after 2019 that Bears era, like that opportunity of being a contender had kind of closed. Trubisky wasn't the guy. The defense was aging. Like, that had become clear. Yet in 2020 and 2021, they tried to stay in win-now mode. It did not work. I think the Bulls are in the same way. I think they look back to 2 seasons ago, and they're like, through 50 games, we were the number 1 seed in the East. Well, big part of that was Lonzo Ball, and he's been hurt ever since. I get you finished fairly strong this last year, and could the Bulls be a playoff team? I do think they could be a playoff team, but they're not a team that can contend for a title. They're not close to that. And if you're not close to that, trade some of your assets and hit that reset button. It's very frustrating to see the direction that they're trying to go in. Appreciate you guys for tuning in to NBA Now by Chat Sports. If you want more coverage, post-draft analysis, free agency rumors, and news with free agency set to start next Friday, trade buzz, and everything else in between,